powerful than anything that is in the world. Greater is he who is living in me. More powerful than anything that is in the world. Greater is he who is living in me. More powerful than anything that is in the world. Nothing is stronger than King of all power. Greatest of all, he is right here in this room. Nothing is stronger than King of all power. Greatest of all, he is right here. I hear the sound of freedom shaking the wall. It's like a wave of victory covering us all, and we're singing like, oh, oh, oh. Here comes the sound of freedom, and it's getting loud.
All righty. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We are so excited to have you here today. Scotty Sachs, can I hear you? Are you there?
Hey, Kim Yater, I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Scotty, I'm going to have you move in the center of your camera because I want to get your full body, your full face. I'm going to have you move just a bit. Oh, so good. Guys, Scotty Sachs and me, Kim Yater, we are so excited to be here holding up the arms of we the people at our Take Our Border Back Arizona, Mexico. Good old USA Summit. This is our North America Alliance, USA, Canada, and Mexico, joining forces as sovereign nations, giving power back to we the people, putting the first things first, God back in his rightful place. Scotty, I'm so excited about today. We've been working hard behind the scenes, eh?
Yes, we're going to present a lot of information, all for the right reasons. You know, since 1980, since the early 80s, we can go back 70s, 60s. They've been trying to take down our country, Kim, and we'll talk about some of those things like 9/11 and the jab and the pandemic. Open Borders is just another page in their book to take America down, and we're going to talk about that today and give people strategies and solutions to how they can fight back.
That's the key. And what's so cool, Scotty, is we have been working hard, since February. We had no idea when God said go. This photo that you see behind us, the Take Our Border Back logo, we had no idea what God would do the moment we were at the border. God said, have those men stand in the gap and declare out, close the border, close the border, close the border. We had no idea the seeds that were being planted. God says words create. We know that in the beginning, everything was created with the words. Words have the power to create life or death, and we created life. That's exactly what we did. And we are co-creators with Christ. So for me, that is the coolest thing. And then God began to move through Mark Anthony, and then back to me and Scotty and Mark and Noel and Robert. And then we began the convoy across America, reaching
Kim?
tens of millions.
I remember when you called me in January. I was just
Scotty.
leaving the gym, working out on the way to pick up dinner for Mark Istertoff and I.
Yeah.
And you and Mark Anthony called me, and you said border, and I said, okay, what about the border? And you said convoy to the border, and I said, I'm in. I don't know what I'm signing up for, but I'm in.
I'm in. See, Scotty, that's why I called you. That's why we called you, because we knew that, when Mark came to me, I had been reporting on the border, every single show. I had a live segment from somebody that was on the border updating, right? So when Mark came to me after I had just done those interviews with Tom Holman, Derek Maltz, we had been down at the border, boots on the ground, experienced what we experienced, took those videos and that photo that you see there. When Mark said, Kim, I was just on an interview, and literally it just came out of my mouth, we're doing a convoy. And I was like, Mark Anthony, what did you say? He goes, I couldn't stop it. It came out. And then I was like, what did I say? I was like, all right, let's just see what this might look like. And lo and behold, We brought in the Warriors, Scotty, you and Mark Ischertov and Noel Roberts and Robert, Robert Agee, and then our New York teams, Eddie Cornell, our Canada teams, Kim and Randy. I mean, it has been extraordinary. All of our speakers. So, Scotty, what people and our listeners, guys, what we have for you today is pretty special. I want you to understand that every speaker that is here, many of them have physically joined us on location. Now, we navigated through a physical location of Arizona and Mexico to an online event here. There were some situations that we had to navigate through, and we really felt like God was like, okay, it's time to transition back to online. That's why we did that. And little did we know the doors that would begin to open, that God had something really special for us. So these speakers that you're about to hear from today, guys, they have come out on their own dime. They have flown out. They've made it happen. Victor Avila on the bridge. We've got Commander Jay Furman that's just been at just about every single event. You've got John Schrock. We have speakers today that are going to blow your mind. I want to go through that list real quick. So we've got John Schrock, the National John Birch Society. We've got Jan Halper Hayes, Dr. Douglas G. Frank, Mark Fincham, Commander Jay Furman. We've got Chris Darlington. Oh my gosh, if you don't know him and his music, wow, incredible. Tom Katz from, did I say his name right? I feel like I'm saying his name wrong. Tom is amazing. Tom Kaz, outlaw in the USA. We also have with us today warriors like Sandra Martinez, Elvia Davila. We've got JJ Carroll. His movie will be played tonight. If you're seeing the link below, take a look at the scroll below. You're going to be able to see how to access the VIP tickets to a private showing tonight at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. Okay, 8:30 Mountain, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. Yes, it's late, but it's worth it. JJ Carroll is going to be showing what is treason. We're going to show you a little clip of that in just the beginning of this. So stand by for that. But
Hey, Kim, I want to thank JJ for allowing us to use his great movie that I have not seen. I don't think you've seen it yet. Maybe
we have not seen it yet,
No,
Scott.
we're going to see it for the first time. I just want to thank JJ for allowing us to use it to help take our border back, get some money in, because these events cost money.
They absolutely do. And so, JJ, we love you. We're so grateful. JJ is going to be speaking with us today. We've got Craig Sawman Sawyer, Scotty, Veterans for Child Rescue. Mark Anthony, one of our own warriors in the room, one of the co-founders of Take Our Border Back. We have Pastor David Bryant. Speaking of Pastor David Bryant, Scotty, he's in the room right now. He's going to open us up in prayer. So we're going to bring him on in. Then we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance together, led by Commander Jay Furman. Then in Spanish by Elvia Davila, who was, she is representing all those that have been trafficked. She is a warrior. Then we're going to have right after that, so we've got that USA National Anthem, Charlotte Rose. Scott, wait till you hear her voice. Charlotte Rose is extraordinary. She works behind the scenes in bringing the truth into the light. And then we're going to bring our Take Our Border Back team in, and then we're going to kickstart with John Schrock. So without further ado, Scotty, anything that I've overlooked today? We have a sponsor. We need to mention our sponsor because he is the one. Do you know, Scott, that our sponsor today is absolutely extraordinary? And they are called Verity Metals. Now, Verity Metals, we have wrestled through, who is that person? We respect their integrity. They're a stand for truth. That's my dog in the background. Normally he's not barking, but that's the reality of what happens when you're in studio. I want to show you guys Verity Metals. Okay, I'm going to pop this up here. So Matt Geiger from Verity Metals, we're going to meet him in just a bit. He's going to share a little bit about how he's helping those of us powerfully have gold on hand and silver on hand, how to access depositories, because some of us don't know how to hold that gold in our own space, right? Or we may not have the facility to hold that gold and silver and feel safe about it. Matt Geiger is the bomb diggity. Verity Metals is awesome. So they are our sponsors for the Take Our Border Back Summit. But without further ado, we're going to talk more about that later. Scotty, anything I've missed before we kickstart in prayer?
Oh, I just want to say, with regards to our sponsor that you just talked about, it's a heck of a good time for folks to think about moving money out of a bank, any cash in a bank, to gold and silver. It's a much safer place given the environment we're living in. We're not financial advisors here at Take Our Border Back, but I will tell you that most of the people in my circle, and they're very smart people, have moved a lot of money into gold and silver. So pay attention to what Matthew has to say.
Come on, so good. We're going to meet Matthew in just a bit. All right, without further ado, we've got somebody that has been sitting on standby. And oh, where did he go? Pastor, we lost you. Hang on one second, guys. I think I'm going to check in real quick. And where did he go? He was in that back room. He might have just lost service. Pastor, hop back on. So let me tell you who this is. We have Pastor David Bryan. Pastor David Bryan is absolutely incredible. There he is. I see him. We're going to bring him on in. So Glad Tidings Church, Peace of Heaven Project. We're going to learn more about him as he speaks later. But Scotty, Pastor David Bryan is a warrior for those that have been trafficked. He's a warrior for truth. He was one of those churches that was willing to fight in the midst of the draconian lockdowns. So he's going to kickstart us in prayer, and then we'll learn later about the Peace of Heaven facility. This is a space that's going to provide a safe haven for those that have been trafficked. But let's bring him on in, add him to the stage. Pastor David Bryan, welcome to the Take Our Border Back Summit.
Thank you, Kim. It's great to be here with you.
In honor. We're going to leave this to you right now to kickstart us in prayer. We have a big day ahead, and we're so excited that we're going to have you back later in the day. And I just want to say an honor to have you. Thank you for putting your time aside to be with us.
Oh, it's an honor to be on with you. I'm joining you live here from the Clay Clark event, the 24th Reawaken America. And then later, by the time I talk to you next time, I will be in Charlotte, North Carolina, for a black tie fundraiser event for Peace of Heaven. But I would like to be all those places and also down with you at Take Our Borders Back. But anyway, it's just an honor to be here. Love you all.
Pastor David, I saw you speak in San Diego, California a few years ago, and you had it was in the midst of the pandemic when churches were shutting down and schools and businesses, and you came into that room and you fired that room up. I remember you really got them going. So we're looking forward to hear you speak today.
Oh, thank you, sir.
All right, let's do it.
It's great to be here. So let's just open this up in prayer. I believe in the power of prayer, and I thank God that he's on the side of the righteous. So, Father, we come to you in Jesus' name, and we dedicate this whole event to you. I pray, Lord, for your blessing on every part of it, on every speaker. I pray, Lord, your blessing on all the details that have to be knit together to make something like this work. Lord, I pray a special blessing on people who are listening. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the blessing of God in our lives. And we thank you that we were born into a nation that was founded on the principles of God. And we thank you, Lord, for borders. We thank you, Lord, that when you brought your people into the promised land, Lord, you said, I'm bringing you within the borders of my blessing. And we thank you, Lord, that for many years we've enjoyed life within the borders of your blessing. And we thank you that you've commanded us to preserve those and to not remove the ancient landmarks, and that borders are so important to you. And we know that because they're important to you, they are a target of the wicked one and all those that are influenced by wickedness. And we pray, Lord, for great grace to rest upon everybody that's involved in in this important movement to take our borders back. Lord, I
Yes,
pray
Lord.
for grace from heaven in Jesus' name. Lord, we know that in many ways America has fallen from grace and sinned against you, but we believe in your word that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves
Yes,
and pray and
yes,
seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I
yes,
will hear from heaven. I
that's right.
will forgive their sin and I will heal their land.
That's
We
right.
pray, Lord, that you'd start with the healing of the borders. We
That's
pray for
right.
your protection for all
Yes,
those
Lord.
that are working down there. My friend Doc, that's working down there to try to keep things safe. Lord, bless him and be with him. Pray for
Yes,
every border agent, Lord. Pray for your
yes,
great grace to be
yes,
with the little children that are being sinned against and brought unchaperoned across that border to their own demise.
yes,
Lord, we pray for mercy from heaven. Pour out your mercy. And Lord,
yes,
help
Lord.
us to strengthen our borders and to take
Yes,
our
Lord.
borders back. Let there be great grace from heaven. Bring in the right people,
Right.
bring in the
That's
money,
right.
bring in, Lord Jesus, a divine influence to impact people's minds. We
Yeah.
pray that you would wake up the people of these United States to
Yes, Father.
appreciate the borders of blessing that this land has enjoyed and to fight against the plan of the wicked one to
That's right.
erase our borders. We pray, Lord Jesus, for you to strengthen the borders and strengthen everyone that is standing in defense of our borders, Lord. And we ask great grace to rest upon everything that happens today. Thank you
Yes,
for
Father.
Kim and the team that have planned
Yes.
this. And we pray, oh God, for open heavens overtake our borders back in
Yes.
Arizona. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Pastor Dave, thank you so much. We love you. God bless you. Have an amazing day today. We're going to see you later tonight.
You
guys,
sure will.
because he's bringing it. Love you.
Love you. God bless you.
God bless you
See you
too.
later, Pastor.
All right, my friend.
Wow, guys, so amazing. Scotty, I hear we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm hoping that people can hear us. I am paying attention to your texts coming in. So grateful, everybody, that you're being in communication with us to make sure that our voices are heard today. Thank you.
You
So,
know,
Scott,
Kim, we're being attacked every day, as we know,
I'm going to
because of
cancel that in the name of Jesus.
the work that we're doing is important, and we are always having technical, way beyond the normal load
Oh,
of
Lord
technical
Jesus.
problems. We get
Isn't
our
that
share of
good?
them.
Absolutely, man. We were working through things first thing this morning. I love it. So next up is Commander Jay Furman. Actually, no, hold on. Before we bring Commander in, we've got Elvia Davila. So Elvia is going to pray in Spanish. So remember, this event was an Arizona, Mexico event that we've now opened up to everybody across the world. Scotty, we're being streamed in Australia right now, the Netherlands, Switzerland, all throughout the country. We've got all of our podcasters. Thank you to the Truth Tour. Thank you to, Lewis Herm, Screw Big Gov. Love you guys. Thank you to Two Guys Drinking Coffee. Thank you to Mike DeCac, his show. Oh my gosh, there's so many shows I feel like I need to
Kim,
mention.
I just want to tell you, I know we have people watching in Romania,
Yes.
in South Africa,
Yes.
in Canada, and in Colombia.
Yes. And Alex Stone, also, if you guys know Alex Stone, he is broadcasting for us as well. Soup Mama is broadcasting for us. We've got, I believe we're on PPN as well right now. So I just want to say thank you to all of our podcasters and broadcasters who are standing with us to get the word out. Now we're going to bring Elvia Davila into the room to pray in Spanish. Elvia is running for office in Georgia. She is an absolute rock star. She represents every human that has been trafficked. She is going to be sharing her story and speaking with us today. Elvia, an honor to have you here.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here and to be part of this event. It speaks to the heart, and we are here, warriors, to make a change. Is we need to wake up people in America, and we really need to take a stand, and we have to bring law and order and close our borders. So, further ado, I will start prayer,
Come on.
and it's an honor meeting all of you guys. Thank you so much.
We love you.
Bendito Padre Dios querido del cielo, Señor Jesús, te damos gracias, Señor, por estas bendiciones, por estar aquí en este programa, por tener tantas personas que están creciendo en un movimiento, Señor, que decidimos, Señor, en el nombre de nuestro Señor Jesucristo, que tengas gracia, te apiades de los Estados Unidos, Señor, que tú proveas en estos tiempos, Señor, difíciles. Trae ley y orden, Señor Jesús. Te damos gracias por todas las provisiones, por la comida, por el aire, Señor, por nuestro hogar, por nuestras familias, nuestros hijos, Señor. Y te pedimos, Señor, que no dejes tu pueblo de tu mano, manténlo en tu mano con tu mirada puesta, Señor. Protégenos, libértanos y protege a Estados Unidos del enemigo, Señor. Te damos gracias por todo lo bueno que tú eres. Te pidemos perdón humildemente, Señor. Pedimos de tu gracia para que tú, Señor, tengas el control de esta nación. Te damos gracias en el nombre de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Ponle y orden. Te ponemos todos esos niños, Señor, que vienen por esos trayectos, Señor, todas esas familias, todas esas personas malignas que vienen a dañar a este país, Señor, a destruir familias. En el nombre de Jesucristo, Señor, sacamos todo enemigo, toda cosa que no tiene que pertenecer a esta linda nación que está basada en nuestros padres que la fundaron en un solo Dios, Señor. Creemos en tu poder y todo lo ponemos en tus benditas manos, Señor, para que tú dirijas este evento, Señor, llegues a las masas, llegues a las personas indicadas, Señor, para que puedan, Señor, todos juntos unirnos y hacer un gran cambio, Señor. Todo te lo ponemos en el nombre de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Amén.
Amen. Alvia, I just love you. Thank you so much for your prayer today. And Scotty and I and all of our listeners are so excited to have you back on a little bit later today. We love you.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. We're door knocking and I'll be back. And thank you guys. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Continues to go. I love it. A warrior, a true warrior. She's door knocking because she's running for office. Scotty, her story is so incredible. And I think
we'll hear her story later today. It's
yeah.
pretty incredible story. You know, we hear stories of people that were murdered. And in this case, it was her husband. And this was a tragic event, but I can't wait to hear her speak.
Yeah. So, I mean, these things that we're about to talk about today, you know, some of them are, they're not as, like that is it's a little heavy, but it's heavy in a good way. It's in a way that propels all of us to take action and to be a stand for those that have been trafficked and have, you know, gone through some of the things that she's gone through. So I'm excited about today, but next up, without further ado, we have Commander Jay Furman. Let's bring Commander into the house. Commander Jay was the vaccine whistleblower. He's the border whistleblower. He is a warrior. Wow, he has a whole community with him. I love it. Oh, so good, so good. Commander, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
I would be honored, guys. How you doing? Let me just describe.
Hey, it's so good to see you. Who's this community that you're with?
This is...
Hey, you guys! Oh, you're breaking bread together. I see. Oh,
we're breaking bread together here. This is Rio Grande City, Starr County, Texas, on the Mexican border.
Hey, don't mess with Texas.
Woo-hoo! So awesome. Hi, everybody.
We just got done with our Trump train, and we're getting out and doing the people's business right now, taking our border and our land back for the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yes, come on. So awesome. You guys are warriors. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the honor and privilege of leading Take Back Our Border community in this entire movement in the Pledge of Allegiance to do just what we've been doing today. And what you guys are doing today, I applaud you guys and honor you for what you're doing. And God will honor this. So without further ado, let's go.
Come on.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So good. You guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being a stand for freedom. You guys are warriors. Look at all those kids. This is the next generation. I see you guys. I see you. We love you. And we're so honored to journey this journey with you. So manja, bon appetit, enjoy. I see those Trump stickers too. Love you guys. Thank you,
And
Commander.
don't mess with Texas.
Go Texas! Commander, we'll see you in just a bit. So excited. Commander's going to be with us, sharing a little bit later. You definitely want to be here for that. He's one of my most favorite people, Scotty. Scotty, you there?
Kim, yeah, we froze up for a second. I don't know if it's at my end or your end, but I'm here, Kim.
Okay, I'm so glad you're here, Scotty. So I was just saying that love Commander. He is an absolute blessing. Now, we do have Elvia here still. She hasn't left the room. And I think she was going to do the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. That's pretty cool.
Oh,
Elvia?
I like that.
Elvia, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Oh, yes. My sister, would you lead the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish?
Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Woo! Freedom! You're amazing.
Freedom, freedom. We need
baby
freedom.
girl. Come on. We need freedom. and
Freedom.
That's exactly it.
Stand
Love you.
strong.
Thank you.
It's up to
Elvia.
we the people. Thank you.
It is up to we the people. That's exactly what it is, Scotty. So, Scotty, this movement has been about we the people, hasn't it?
Well, from the very beginning, Kim, we've been blessed to have started with 6 of us. It then went to about 12 of us. It then went to about 1,000 people we had involved attending meetings. And the next thing we knew, almost 100 million people watched our first event in February of this year. So, yeah, it is about we the people. You know, Kim, I very clearly want to say it's no longer left or right, a red state, blue state, conservative,
right.
liberal. It's no longer an issue along those lines. They've divided us long enough. These are all American problems. Open borders belong to all Americans, to all 50 states. It doesn't matter what's your philosophy, what's your politics, what's your race, creed, or color. This is an American problem, and it's all we the people coming together.
That's right. That's exactly what it is. We the people coming together. Scotty, without further ado, we're going to bring in right now a special song called our national anthem. And this song is sung by Miss Charlotte Rose. If you don't know her, guys, those that work behind the scenes in the truth movement know Charlotte Rose. She is a warrior. She has a gift. Let's just say she puts all the pieces together, does the deeper digging, gets everything aligned, and supports your leaders. She is the leader behind the scenes. She is brilliant. She's extraordinary. And God has given her a gift. And I was on the phone with her the other day, Scotty. And I said, Charlotte, I said, when I was a little girl, I used to watch Fantasy Island. Scotty, do you remember Fantasy Island?
Of course.
The plane,
The plane boss.
the plane. And I remember my wish as a little girl was to sing. I wanted to sing. Now I have to tell you, God has given me many gifts, not that one. And I say often, listen, he can't give me every gift.
Kim, I'm so bad I won't even sing karaoke. So
my husband's great at karaoke, by the way. He loves karaoke. All right, so let's bring in the national anthem by Miss Charlotte Rose.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched
so powerful.
Amazing voice.
Isn't she incredible?
Yeah, it's
You know,
inspirational.
that song, if that doesn't move you, then I must say, and we have to ask ourselves, sometimes we can get so busy, Scotty, so hurried. We can live in a state of worry and anxiety, and then we don't allow ourselves to be moved by the things that actually move us into that arena of hope, move us into the arena of faith, move us into the arena of standing. So I want to encourage every listener right now to allow yourself space today to be fully present, because I believe that there is a word for you today. If you've been waiting for a word, like, God, what do I do right now? How do I handle this? Stick with us today. God is going to use this space to speak into every single listener. And I want to encourage you, there's people that are popping in your mind right now. Those people that are like, oh, I wish they could listen to this. Send them this live. It's rumble.com/take our border back/live. Send it to them. Send it to them. Send it to them. Send it to this. We're going to be here all day long. And remember, Scotty, we want people to be able to get their tickets to Treason, right? To What is Treason? #trafficked, a special showing with JJ Carroll tonight. You can access that. You'll see down below. You can go to givesendgo.com/take our border back. Givesendgo.com/take our border back with a minimum $25 donation, which goes to support Take Our Border Back. That gives us the ability to do these events that we've been doing. And it gives you access to the VIP link, which will be sent to you immediately. Scotty, I'm excited about tonight.
It's going to be a good day, a long day. So, get some your favorite beverage, whatever that may be.
That's right.
For me, it's going to be water. But if I was not doing this, it might be a margarita or two. And I'd also be
Love
listening
it.
from the beach if I could. So, but yeah, long day. But we're going to have so many moving speakers, Kim.
Yeah.
It's worth sticking around.
Yeah.
And I don't say that, for any other reason than I've heard every one of these people speak before, and they're all very, very special. They all have a very, really cool message that
Yep.
really speaks to the solutions to all of our
You
problems.
hit it, the solutions. And that is so key. General Flynn says over and over, local action equals national impact. Scotty, you and I preach that. We understand that. When we took on Take Our Elections Back, canvassing our counties, exposing the election fraud, we were in the midst of it with our partner, Mark Istertoff, Audra Morgan, right? So we know what it's like to support our local communities, allow their voices to be heard, go to the Board of Supervisors. We've got warriors amongst us who do just that. So speaking of warriors, I'm going to bring in a couple of our Take Our Border Back team members. We're going to add in Mr. Mark Istertoff. We're also going to add in Mr. Eddie Cornell. So Mark is, hi guys, welcome. Look at the backgrounds. Ooh, I love it. I love it. Scotty's like, dang, I wish I had my background up.
Yeah.
But Scotty's computer, there was a little bit of a mishap with the computer. He's making it happen. This is what we do. We learn how to pivot. Just like we pivoted from the physical event to an online event, Scotty is pivoted to his phone. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Hey, Mark. Hi, Eddie.
Hello.
Hey, great to see you.
Hey guys,
Great to
how
be
you
here.
Tell
doing?
me who these guys are. Who are these amazing warriors in the
They're my
house?
two brothers from another mother. That's who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie, Kim, you met Eddie at CPAC, I believe. And it's funny because before you left for CPAC, we were talking about how we need somebody in Canada to bring this tripartite of Canada, the USA, and Mexico together. And we didn't have that key person in Canada. And you just went out and met a veteran of war, a Canadian brave guy. He really was a big part of the convoy that inspired the world as the
Yes.
Canadians stood up against
Yes.
the tyranny of Justin Trudeau and the government. And Eddie sued them, and I'll let him talk about anything else he wants to. But Eddie's one of the guys now, and we're so blessed to have you, Eddie.
Eddie.
Thank
And
you
Mark,
so
of
much.
course, Mark is the producer of Sovereign Radio, dear friend. He took me in when I needed a place to stay after I had a stroke. Fully recovered. God bless. He always takes care of us. You know, you're talking about when things don't work out, Kim, and I didn't know this till recently. If you stop and talk to God and ask God to help you get through the hard times, He's
Yeah.
gonna listen. There's no question
Yes.
about it. But I
Yes.
needed someone to help take care of me, and Mark was there for me, and he's just become a big part of our team and a part of life. And great to see you, Mark.
Great to be here.
Love having you guys. So, guys, I wanted to take this time. Scotty and I said, hey, we want to bring not everybody from Take Our Border Back. You know, the leaders are here today, but we know that they are busy working and taking care of what needs to be taken care of right now. This is an amazing time to be alive. So, we want to say a big shout out to Noelle Roberts. We love her from Arizona, a big part of our Take Our Border Back team. She's not with us today, but we absolutely love her. She has, she's very dear to me and to all of us. Mark Anthony, he is taking care of some things. He has been in the midst of rescue in North Carolina as well. So he's been navigating through that. So we'll have him pop in a little bit later today to speak. You'll see a little video with Noelle as well. We've got Randy Barber and Kim Walton, who led our New York, worked with Eddie and I and our New York Canada team, which was amazing. There are so many warriors that have been standing with us. But Scotty and I said, what do we want to bring to the table today before we bring our first speaker on? And we want to talk about the wins. So guys, what was the biggest win for you? Eddie, let's start with you. And then Mark, we're going to finish with you. Your win so far with this Take Our Border Back North America Alliance Summits, Breaking Bread, Table Talk, and Prayer across America.
Yeah, I think it was a really great win. You know, when we met together on the bridge, New York and Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, it was, you know, a real coming together of two nations to show our governments that we're not going to accept what they're trying to push on us and that we have to push back. And we need to establish our borders the way that they're supposed to be, because without the borders, we don't have a country. And, you know, Canada really has become a very dangerous nation on your northern border. They're letting people come into our country unvetted, and these people are making their way through your northern border, and by the thousands, I might add. And up to this point, as far as I understand, the border agents in the U.S. have actually been able to apprehend 2,600 known terrorists coming from Canada into the U.S. This is unbelievable, let alone the movement of fentanyl and you know, the trafficking of children, and also trafficking of people like young women into the sex trade and all kinds of different things. It's just a nasty situation. And most people tend to look away, think it's not their problem. Well, it's all of our problem, and we need to get involved, because if we don't, we're going to lose everything. Our countries they're in a very dangerous, precarious place right now. And bringing attention to this, like we did on the bridge at the Rainbow Bridge in Niagara Falls, really showed the world that, you know, we're aware of what's going on, and we're not going to let them get away with it, and we're going to hold them all accountable.
That's right. That's right. We are going to hold them accountable. We are going to share a little video that I see Mark Anthony just popped in the room. We're going to bring Mark in, and then we'll have Mark Istertoff share. But I want to show you guys this cool little video. There was a moment on the bridge where the Canadians, the veteran Canadian, Eddie Cornell, this is the Bravery Award, Eddie Cornell, right here with us, and our American veteran exchanged flags. It's the most amazing moment. Let me just show this.
Hold it.
Make a hole.
Okay. Almost.
Make a hole. There we go. That's okay. Wow.
Flip it the other way.
Yes.
Turn it the other way. Oh, no, it's fine. No, it was right. No, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Make a hole. That's right. This is not a memorial. This is a new beginning. This is a new beginning for our countries.
Keep it there, guys. Keep it there.
Sovereign nations.
Yes.
It's giving power back to we, the people, holding our elected officials accountable, putting God back in his rightful place. Canada and USA joining together with a Take Our Border Back North America Alliance. We've also aligned with Canada. God is so good. What God has begun, no man can stop. We are taking our nations back. Are we taking our nations back? Yes, we are. We are standing in freedom, and we are standing in our sovereignty, our freedom that comes from our Creator. So without
Guys, that was awesome. Eddie, that was the most amazing moment. Hi, Mark. Welcome, welcome. Eddie, that moment was so special. And we're just so grateful for you and all the hard work that you put in and making Canada possible, to be on that rainbow bridge, to take our border back and take our rainbow back. God's promise to us was a pretty big deal. I want to share one more. Come on, we got one more. Let's pop this in here.
Freedom, 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 freedom. Yeah.
Awesome. It is about freedom, isn't it? All right, Eddie Cornell, we love you, and I'm excited about what's ahead. Mark Istratov. So Mark Anthony, we're going to come back to you in a moment. Mark, let's get you unmuted, Mark Anthony, in a second. And Mark, you have been such an integral part of the core for Take Our Border Back, and we just love you. You keep us on track, and you're always red pilling somebody.
Got it.
Your win. Tell us your win so far.
Well, I'll tell you, this has been an amazing journey. As you know, I've been awake since 1989. And I think that's about 35 years. And back when I went through my great awakening, nobody was listening. I was trying to share what the truth was. Nobody was listening. And I felt like I was just not going to get anywhere. So I have a great deal of enthusiasm and hope for where we are now, because I have watched through this the awakening, people activating, they're getting engaged and getting involved, and so and even more important is the hearts that are turning to God. As we've gone through this journey, the evil deeds have been exposed. The light is shining on all of it. Yeah. And people are waking up and they're seeing it for what it is. And the hearts are turning to God, and it's just an amazing thing. That first phase, that when we went through the convoy and the rallies that we did in Texas and Arizona and San Ysidro here at the border in San Diego County, it reached a lot of people. I think Scotty has estimated somewhere maybe we could have touched maybe 100 million, that had impressions.
Yes.
So I have a lot of hope. I'm very excited. I think that there's something very, very big that is about to drop.
I'm thinking so. So what I want to do right now is I want to share with you guys, we've been through so much together, you guys. Our highlight video, the intro to Take Our Border Back, is a really special video. And it was really cool when we were getting these calls nonstop. We couldn't even fit in all the interviews on all the shows internationally. So this is one of those shows. Let's play that.
Americans trying to do something about this border insanity. Now they are holding a Take Our Border Back summit across North America to bring political pressure to put a halt to this attack on our nation. Now here is a look at what this group is trying to accomplish.
and Scotty says over and over, and one mission. So good. It has, it's funny. She said trying. We weren't trying to do anything. Try to pull my finger. You know what I mean? We were doing it, not trying. We were doing it because we were moving in faith. Faith is being sure of what we hope for and certain of what we do not see. So, Mark, we have so many cool things to share today, video clips, but the speakers is going to be such a big deal. So we're going to pop on over to Mark Anthony right now. Mark Anthony, one of our Take Our Border Back co-founders, the one that came to me and said, Kim, I said, we're going to do a convoy across America. What? Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're great. We're glad to have you here. It has been quite a journey, and I know you've got a couple of wins on this journey to share with us today.
Definitely. I think we all share different aspects and attributes to the wins. Just being able to reach out across America and touch people's lives, getting to shake hands, bringing awareness to what we're up against, and in a government that has opened the borders up for all these people to come in and not being vetted, and watching Venezuela let their prisons out, telling them if they come to America, they'd have to leave forever. The condition was to come to America. Just bringing awareness to the fentanyl, the child trafficking, the foreign people that are coming from everywhere across abroad, and the camaraderie that we met. We're not, I tell people all the time, I don't have friends. I have brothers and sisters, and I have acquaintances, because everybody on this journey has become family. And through Christ, and we've met many of them, we're all shaking our head. We know what we're talking about. We have created a family, and this family is in all the states. And we know every one of us know people throughout all states, even Canada now Mexico. We've become this one huge family that says, hey, we have a crisis. And that's kind of where we're at. It's just been a really great time to share, get the information out, bring the awareness, figuring out solutions to the problems. Not every state has the same problem. So, everything is delicately done to help facilitate and get these people on board where they need to get on board in their states. Some are bordering states. Some just have an immigrant problem in general, from people being dropped off and taking over counties and cities. And so every part of this is different. So we've been able to facilitate all those things. And I'm proud of each and every one of you guys. And I'm proud of all the people that stepped up and said, hey, enough's enough.
Teamwork is the dream work. It's amazing when like-minded people come together. This reminds me of, I don't think I ever really got when the Bible talked about the cloud of witnesses. We knew that, like the disciples, the people that followed Jesus, those that gathered together, and sometimes we think those people are in our church communities only. But boy, when we step out and go, they are everywhere. And God brings his people together. He's bringing, Scotty, this is the remnant. Mark, it's the remnant, Eddie. Mark, he's bringing the remnant together for such a time as this. And we're going to see incredible things in this time period. So Take Our Border Back has been an absolute joy. And you know what I'm going to do right now is let's share one of the clips. This is a fun clip. We had CNN kind of throw us under the bus. Yeah. They hot mic'd me for how many hours, you guys? 9-10 hours. They interviewed me privately for 4 hours prior. They interviewed Noel, and then they did a huge documentary, on Take Our Border Back and Mike Lindell with Election Integrity and some of us Patriot Warriors. So this is a little clip, and this is in honor of Noel Roberts, who wasn't able to be with us today, from Arizona, in our Take Our Border Back. Let's play that clip.
We all know what happened. Joe Biden didn't win.
Many of the people at this event believe American elections are in some way corrupt, like Noel.
Regardless of the problems of the election, the process, the machines, our government, keeping us in our boxes and not being able to congregate together.
What would you describe yourself as?
I love that video. Noelle, she's such a nut. I love her. But the reality is today we're going to talk on election integrity. I mean, this is the hot button for everybody right now. We are days away from one of the biggest decisions of our entire lifetime and existence,
Hey,
right?
Kim, I want to share a win because I think it's an important one.
Scotty, of course. Let's get it. Come on.
The guys haven't touched on. Of course, we all share one big win, and Mark addressed it. We've come together as a family, and it really is a family for a lifetime. But my win is that it started with you and I and Mark Anthony having a conversation, as I mentioned earlier. I was in my car on the phone. It went to 6 people, and then it did not multiply arithmetically, it multiplied geometrically to the point where it grew into a global event. And the win for me is that we touched people not only in the US, but around the world who became inspired by Americans taking the bull by the horns and moving something forward. You know, I got calls from South Africa, from Romania, even from Ukraine, people in those countries who were paying attention. Folks, the world knows that America is the last stand. So for me, the big win is reaching about 100 million people. We ran the numbers and doing it worldwide and bringing people together from around the world to stand together because we know we're up against the same tyranny across the world.
Yeah. Yep. Isn't that the truth? Scotty, I just want you to know I appreciate you so much. I appreciate because you really have an incredible global vision. You see things sometimes others don't see, but even in the details. So thank you for the gift that you bring to our team. You're truly a gift.
Ditto, back at you.
Back at you. Well, I'm on the right now. I've had the privilege of working the back end at the same time, but we have others that are working the back end too. So we're in communication rooms right now. So this is how crazy. We've got people in hospitals right now, people going through these are speakers that are putting themselves on the line to be here. Now, the adversity that they're going through goes to show you that we are in the biggest spiritual battle of our lifetime. Okay. We are dealing with principalities of darkness that are committed to taking down the truth. But we are greater than them because we know in the end we win and we will stand as victors right now. And I'm going to cancel anything that the enemy has set up against us today. So we are waiting for a couple of speakers to pop into the room. And when they do, we'll pull them in as we go. But I have a win I want to share. And then we're going to pop on another video. So I think the most amazing moment for me, we've had, if I think about it, the Senya Cedar event was so special. The moment where we got to pray over Mexico, I think that moment where CNN was following us, right? And we're banging the bells, we're clanging the bells, canceling the chains. We get to the border. We're on the wall overlooking all of Mexico, right? All of our teams. And we see on a structure all of the pastors and the people ringing their bells, blowing the shofar, waving their flags. It was the most amazing moment. It brings me to tears, and I'll tell you why. We are all so connected. Scotty, you say it all the time, and Eddie and Mark and Mark, we all have the same situation. We all go to bed every day. We all work. We all have families. Eddie says we all celebrate Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? So the reality is we all experience so much of the same things. It doesn't matter that we're in other countries. That doesn't mean we take our border down. It means we stand in our God-given sovereignty. Borders are there to protect us, right? So Mark, I'm going to pull you in one more time, Mark Anthony. Let's get you unmuted. Mark, why is it so important for a country to have a border and for us to have a border right now and for Canada and Mexico to have a border?
He's still muted.
Mark, you are still muted. Hang on, let's get you unmuted. Unmute. Okay, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me
Yeah, you just muted yourself. Hang on, let's get you unmuted. Gotta love technical. I'm unmuting you. Give it a second. Okay, you're unmuted, Mark. And you muted
Okay,
yourself.
so we're good now?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
All right, sorry about that. I'm going to plug in. Hopefully it won't work. So, this is the biggest thing that people don't understand. We all here for immigration, legal immigration. We don't know who comes in. We don't know if they're a terrorist. We don't know if they've killed 5 women and 4 children. We don't know if they've robbed banks. This is why it's important. Inside of our walls, we know everybody has files on them if they've done something, if they haven't done nothing. So when these people come over, we don't know who they are, and they're in every city, every state, every county. These people can inflict harm on the American public. And it's very, very important that we vet every person that comes in, do background checks, find out more about them before we let them into our country to make sure that they're worthy and living in the greatest country in the whole entire world. And that includes Canada. So it's very, very important to vet these people out and know who they are. There's so many cases that have stemmed from illegal immigrants coming in that wasn't vetted, from murder to trafficking, to distributing of drugs, and coming here to create harm on American public. Some of these people come over from other regions because the biggest thing to them is to take the whole country down from the inside out.
Yeah.
And even though they may be your neighbor, you don't know what they're doing, but you think they're nice people, but behind the scenes, they're playing psychological warfare. Somebody that really, really knows something really good about that is this guy, one of my buddies, Scott Bennett.
Amazing. Yes. 5th generation warfare, baby. The Citizen's Guide.
So between what Scott has done and what General Flynn and Boone Cutler has done, it gives you an idea of kind of what we're up against. Look, there's so many people that have taken countries out by doing psychological warfare from within their country, causing it to tear from the inside out. And there's a lot of that going on. Why do you think there's so much divide in America right now? You have media. There's so many. You have the social media. You have there's so many various things that causes that breakdown from the inside out, and you may not even see it until it's too late. So it's very, very important that we know who these people are. And the biggest thing that we've not talked about goes along with what I'm just saying: the spies that have come in here. The spies that have went into Canada, the spies that have went into Mexico. These are people that have come in to do nothing but disrupt and harm. See, I always tell everybody there's a big tree, and that tree has roots. These people attack the roots, and if they get the infighting on the roots, the tree can't stand. So what happens? The whole tree comes down. And if we're not careful, it could be our nation. And that's why it's very, very important to facilitate people on the border, go through all their stuff, make sure we know who they are before they come into America. But we believe in legal immigration. We all have a family history. Every single person that came to this country was an immigrant at one time.
That's right. That's right. And Eddie Cornell, is this a spiritual battle that we're in the midst of?
Yeah, I think so. I think what's happened is God's really assembling an army of truth tellers and people that stand up to tyranny. And I think that, in the near future, that we're going to actually be successful. And this is something that I hope for, and this is something that I know a lot of people are standing up in the hopes of, restoring our nations and our world back to the balance that it used to be. And, it's not something that I take lightly. I think that God really puts people in places, not because you choose to be there, it's because you've been chosen to be there.
Kim, I talk about all the time on Sovereign Radio, the spiritual war is good versus evil, God versus Satan, and we the people versus a very evil deep state. Call them what you want, the elites, but it's us against them. And President Trump always says they're not after him, they're after us. He just stands in
That's
their
right.
way. So
That's
it
right.
really is a good versus evil. And that's why I keep saying it's not a Republican, Democrat, left, right, red state, blue state thing. It's about good people versus the evil people that are dispersed throughout the world. And they worship Satan. So we need to say no more about them.
That's right. And I'm going to show you a little video where we're saying no more.
We're at war, and it is a spiritual war against principalities of darkness.
Come on, we're appealing to heaven. Mexico, that's right.
We're rolling down to the border to get the message through.
Right? I love that. We're going down to the border to get the message. But check what happened on the rooftop of that border.
She just passed it on. I know. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Hi guys, you look awesome. Look at you guys. Woo, 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 woo. Come on, freedom. God is so good. Pastor, why don't you pray? You want to start with prayer?
It was amazing. Scotty, was that awesome? Seeing
Yeah,
Pastor
it was
Dave.
really cool that we could see the Mexican contingency across the building. I don't know what building. We were on the top of a parking structure.
Yeah.
And I remember walking up the ramp to the top of the building, CNN following with the cameras. And all I kept thinking is, they're going to turn this story around on us. I know they are. And of course they did.
Yeah, it's so crazy. All right, check this one out.
Peace. Father, we declare revival. We declare revival because we know that there is no political or military solution for a spiritual problem. So, Father, we cry out for revival. We cry out for the souls of the people in Mexico, people here, all the people being trafficked right now, all up and down this border, from California all the way to Eagle Pass, where we're at right now.
So good, you guys. Texas, I mean, from Mexico to Texas. Remember the moment, Scott, you and I were, but Mark, were you with us in Texas? Yes, you
Sure
were with
was.
us. Remember when we were in the Rio Grande? Remember that moment with Brett Rayo?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, check this out. Awesome.
Boy,
you
is
guys.
he is so talented, Brett Rayo.
These events have been so powerful. And oh, wait, you know what? There's one that I was looking at yesterday, and where is it? All the guys folding flags. No, that's not it. Freedom. There's so many cool ones we have on the Rainbow Bridge, but there was one where we were laying hands on all the men. Let me see if this is it.
No, I'm live stream night. We're pulling.
Men, and you just could feel the Holy Spirit. It was so awesome. So we've done tons together, guys, right? And Eddie, before you go, there was a moment on the bridge where we opened up in prayer. So it was funny. We got there the day before, Eddie, to pray over the waterways. And I got this prophecy in the next day. And she said that God gave her this download that he, just like the flushing of the 3 waterways into Niagara, his Holy Spirit, he was beginning to break the chains starting right there in Canada and USA on that border, on that bridge. And he was powerfully moving through the United States, following us into DC, and then his spirit sweeping across America. It was the coolest moment. So I'm going to pop up that video real quick. I got to be here with Tammy Kelly, and this is right before you guys hopped on the bridge. And America, guys, Eddie, do you remember when you walked on the bridge and you were waiting for us? Where's America? And you guys were all ready to go. Do you remember that moment?
I do. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Pretty
You're like,
special.
where's America? Do you remember? You guys were completely ready. And I was like, where's my peeps? You know, we saw a sign. You'll hear the story in here. But they saw a sign before entering the border that caused them to pause for a moment. Let's watch this clip.
Hey, good morning, Canada. Good morning, the world. I am Kim Yater from the Take Our Border Back movement. And this is
Tammy Kelly from Nashville.
Yeah, baby, we are here. This is prior to everybody rolling up on the bridge. We're here at the Rainbow Bridge. Half Canada, half USA. Absolutely incredible. We have been planning for this event for now close to 6 months. We had no idea. Like, we're kind of blown away by this.
Yes. We sat here when we met at in Miami at the Reawaken America tour. We're looking at each other and like, we're here together. This is amazing. God is great.
God is so good. God's timing is so perfect. So we woke this morning. Well, we entered onto the bridge right before. There were some signs that basically said no protesting. What else did the sign say?
No demonstrating.
No demonstrating. So very clearly on the United States side, there was already a breach of our First Amendment right. Now, here's the thing I need everybody to know that's listening. We are peacefully assembling to pray and worship today. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're peacefully assembling to pray and worship. So we are so excited. We want to say that I know yesterday was a little spotty with our Starlink, and thank God for Soup Mama, who was broadcasting on her end. She is on the way here this morning as well. We've got people coming in from Canada this morning, people coming in from the United States, and this is such a special time. You know, it's funny, Tammy and I were watching the water, and we want to show you, check this out. Look at this water. How amazing is this? I'm going to give you a 360. Look at those flags. You know.
That was an amazing moment. But the reality was America was a little concerned. And they were concerned because they thought, oh my gosh, the sign said, don't protest, don't demonstrate, or you'll be prosecuted. I'm like, hold on a second. We have a First Amendment right. We certainly do. And we're coming to peacefully and constitutionally assemble together with prayer and worship. So before you head out, your biggest takeaway, Eddie Cornell.
Well, you know, to me, you know, it showed that two nations can come together. And, you know, it's even though there was kind of a hiccup with people being a little bit afraid to come and meet us on the center of the bridge, I know that from our side, our team was ready to rock. They were there, you know, with the
always
flags
leading by
and
example.
they were good to go. And I'm so glad that you know, the people on the American side finally made it through, and we got together. And I think it was a moment that, you know, I think we'll really treasure, because this is I think so important for United States and Canada and Mexico to say, we're in this together. This is something we all share. We have the same problems. And by bringing these, you know, issues to the attention of all of the audience listening and to the world, we're all experiencing the same thing. And don't think that one person can make a difference. One person can make a difference. And each of you that are viewing today, you can be that difference. And all you got to do is take a bit of time and start spreading the message and standing up peacefully and non-compliance with what your government is telling you that you know is wrong. And we will be victorious. It's a long road. There's no eureka moment. We'll
Eddie,
inches at a time.
Eddie, I couldn't be in New York to shake your hand, but I can't wait to do that, have a beer together. You really have shown me, and I did business in Canada years ago. I remember the Canadian men and the American men, for that matter, men around the world, we are so alike. We have so much more in common. We the people, man or woman, and you really represent your country. You're, like my Marine father, you are a man of, you served your country. I don't know how many years you served. I don't remember, but you won all kinds of medals during your military service. So we appreciate you, brother. We love you, and I can't wait to meet you.
It's been my greatest honor to work with you and to meet both of you. I consider you my family now, and I know we will meet in the future. This isn't the end for us. This is only the beginning.
Right on. Right on,
it is
brother.
only the beginning. Check out this video.
Okay, guys, we are here. We are in Canada. The Take Our Border Back New York, Canada, New York Summit. So these guys are getting set up. And what we're doing is we have to head out and go to the airport. So we're not going to be able to be here for the event. But Eddie, you got this.
I got it. We're going to do it.
You got it. So we love you guys. Everybody want to say hi?
Hello,
hello. We've got Veterans for Freedom. Support Veterans for Freedom. Come on, Veterans for Freedom. Thank you for standing. These guys are getting set up. People are starting to arrive. I think it's Latino time in Canada. That's what I think. Love you guys. We're heading on out, but we're going to be back in just a bit. Drew is going to pick up the lights.
You got it. It was so fun. So, oh my gosh, Eddie, it was just on my mind. So we had this moment where, we got over the border. We walked through the Rainbow Bridge. Now we're in Canada. We're heading to Eddie's car, and they're like, "Oh, Eddie, we need to get a picture together. We need to get a picture together with the falls behind us." So he's like, "Oh, let's come over here." So we came over. We took the picture, and I left my coffee behind the car when I got back in the car. So we're driving down the road, and I had this thermos that's been going with traveling with me. Like, Eddie, I forgot my coffee. Oh, well, forget it. I'll just get the thermos later. I'm not worried about it. I can always get a new thermos. Scotty, Eddie goes, "No, let's go back and get it." So we go back to get it. And Eddie drops me off, goes around to pick me up so I can get it. And there's no coffee mug, but there's spilled coffee all over. Somebody opened the mug, dumped it out. I'm saying they blessed Canada. They blessed Canada, dumped it out, and then took the mug home. So we just paid that they're blessed. Oh, all right, Eddie, this is just the beginning. We love you.
Oh,
We're going
boy.
to release you. Thank you for being with us today. And then we're going to be back in communication. And our
God
next
bless you guys.
event
Thank you
is
so much.
in November. Thank you. We're going to have Eddie at our next event. It's Thanksgiving Day here in America. It's going to be amazing. It's a 7 a.m. Pacific early start while the bird is in the oven for most people. We're going to be providing them with the resources and tools with the support of Jan Helper Hayes, for example, who will be on our call today. She is navigating through a couple of things right now. She's been texting me. Funny what's happening to everyone today. And but she's going to talk about the psychological warfare and how to equip us with having these powerful conversations with our family so that we're not fire hosing them, but we're really preparing a way. The Bible says the heart is deep waters. A wise man draws out the heart. So she'll be providing us with some of those tools. So Eddie, we love you, and we're going to talk to you. Keep your eyes on today, and we'll see you hopefully tonight at the JJ Carroll's What is Treason hashtag traffic. Scotty, they can access us in a bit, right? You have your VIP link, Eddie. Access your VIP link. I'm going to release you. God bless you. We love you, Eddie Cornell.
Take care, Eddie. We appreciate you.
Love you guys.
We love you too. Mwah. Love my Eddie Cornell. Oh my gosh, we are so blessed, Scotty. Now people can access the live stream. Get ready. We're going to play a little clip right now. This is what you have to look forward to tonight. What is treason? Hashtag trafficked. You can get your VIP tickets by going to the scroll down link below, givesendgo.com/take our border back. You're going to access these tickets with a minimum $25 donation. There'll be a link immediately sent to you. Thank you, Mark Istertoff, working the back end. You're the bum diggity. And I know Mark has moved on to his next thing. Mark Anthony, we just love our team. We have an amazing team of warriors. Let's play that video. What is treason? Hashtag trafficked. What we all have to look forward to tonight, and why we at Take Our Border Back are taking a stand. Is treason. What is treason, guys? It's going to be extraordinary. JG will be with us tonight. Eddie, Scotty, he's going to be with us. So he's opening it up.
You know, Kim, it's really hard for people who are not as far down the road at their awakening as we are. Yeah. And I'm sure everybody that's watching today, wherever you're watching from, whatever device you're on, is awake enough to understand what those who are not awake don't. Our government, the NGOs, multinational corporations, Hollywood, the media, the music industry, they're all complicit in trafficking children, selling children to pedophiles, and doing satanic rituals. You know, Victor Avila, he speaks about satanic rituals he saw as an undercover border agent. And so, you know, this is the worst of evil. And fortunately, there are a lot of people standing up for the kids now. I think God really said, I'm not coming to your aid, America, until you take care of the children. And we're doing that now. Roe versus Wade, kicked back to the states. That was the step one. Step two, eradicating the infrastructure, the tunnels that they use to traffic the children. And step three, all of us being involved at some level in this problem. It's the most heinous problem America faces. You know, above and beyond losing our country, we are losing our children. 800,000 a year, $160 billion industry in America. It's got to stop.
Scotty, thank you for bringing the facts to the table, because it does need to stop. You know, it's funny because I was looking at some of the numbers last night. The numbers are always changing, and we're not even getting the real numbers. It's like we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg. Did
you see Brett Baer ask Kamala in his interview how many people have come across the border? She would not answer the question. She danced around it, as we knew she would. So our government won't admit it. How can you solve a problem unless you admit you have a problem?
That's right.
And they don't even admit, this administration, there is a problem. So they'll never solve it. That's why we're here today, to be part of that solution.
Right. That's right. And we're going to actually have Dr. Douglas G. Frank hopping in just a second. We've shifted some of our speakers around as they've hit a couple of bumps along the way, because such is life. This is all about powerfully pivoting. Let me say that again. Powerfully pivoting. That's exactly what we get to do, because we do not know what is on the horizon and what will happen. But the key is to powerfully pivot and have faith. So, Scotty, I want to thank our sponsor right now. We've got Verity Metals, Matt Geiger, an incredible organization that provides the gold, the silver, everything that we need, that we actually can get our physical hands on, has depositories available. They are supporting the Take Our Border Back movement and our sponsor for this event. So I'm going to share a little bit of a commercial that I did yesterday with our guy, with Matt, because we thought, he can't physically be here, but we can actually bring him into this space. And then we'll talk a little bit more about the importance of getting ourselves shored up for such a time as this. So Verity Metals, Matt Geiger. I am so excited to introduce you to Matt Geiger from Verity Metals. Now, Matt is our sponsor. Verity Metals is our sponsor for the Take Our Border Back Summit. Matt, welcome. We're so excited to have you.
Thanks, Kim. Good to be with you.
It is.
I love the event. We were there last year, and anything for you guys.
I'll tell you, we the people are taking our power back, Matt. And I'll tell you, when it comes to our money and our finances and where we're putting our money or where we're getting our money, I'm all about gold and silver. And I've been holding my cards tight and close by, waiting for that right time. I have interviewed many companies. Do you know, Matt, I purposely haven't gone for it with a company until you.
Well,
until
thank you.
Verity Metals. Tell us a little bit about Verity Metals and what you guys offer, because I really want our audience to understand what's available for them today.
Yeah, I think in a world of nothing but gold company ads, in a world of just bombardment of who do you go to, I like to think I do it a little bit differently. One is I give people very good product decisions. I usually stick with like American coinage, basic, US Silver Eagles, US Gold Eagles, just standard issue, nothing collectible. And I think, we're storefront, we're not a call center. We're, brick and mortar shop here in Glendale. You can come in here, buy, sell, trade, so we're
Glendale, Arizona, right?
Glendale, Arizona. And then, we also do the gold IRA, which people obviously hear a lot about. And what I do very differently there is I give people a lot more storage options. When you look at these gold companies out there, they're all using, a few different depositories throughout the country where, people are putting their gold and silver in there, and it's just commingled with everybody else's. And it's like, okay, well, if the system does break down, is your gold there? I mean, did you see it delivered? Do you have any idea? Is there any confirmation? Do you have your own? It's just commingled with all these other people. You have no way of telling what's yours and what isn't. So what I do is I do it differently in the sense of, why don't we go get your own storage space? Sure, it costs maybe a little bit more money, but in a time of need, if you ever had to access it, you can do that.
Yeah,
and it's
Matt,
like unheard of.
Funny. It's so funny that you say that, because my husband and I were just having this conversation. I'm like, Rick, we've got to invest in gold and silver. We need gold and silver. It's likely the system's going to go down, and we need to make sure that we're protected. And it's funny because he's like, Kim, where are we going to put the gold and silver? Where do you expect me to put it? And I'm like, oh gosh, I didn't have an answer to that. So the fact that there's an actual depository in my state or a state close by where I can go in with a real key and go and get my gold and silver, that's a big deal.
It is, because at the end of the day, what I've learned, I've been doing this, doing this business for, a decade. And you kind of look at, who's to say where your gold is? It's like, I would rather give somebody the confidence knowing that they can access it anytime they want. Now, granted, if it's an IRA, you have to fill out some paperwork because, right, if you took anything out of there, it's a distribution. But just the fact that you can access it on a moment's notice, we can send you that paperwork and get it done. And you could go pick it up at a depository. And that's where I also do some legwork for people. I do some research. Okay, where do you live? It depends on where you are in the country. Some parts of the country might be more fortunate in terms of availability of depositories, right? Maybe other parts of the country, you have nothing around you. So in that scenario, I might say, okay, do you have maybe you have a brother that lives in, Arizona over here, and we can go use the local Cave Creek depository. Some people have me just because I'm local here and I'm somebody that can access it potentially in a time of need. They say, hey, put it close to your office. So we do that for them. But there's a lot more depository options out there than people are led to believe. The reason why these gold companies all use the same thing is because it's a little bit, the process takes a little bit longer. There's a little bit more work involved in the back end. And what these big companies like to do, they just like to churn the business. For me, because I'm small, there's a lot of thought, a lot of effort that goes into each individual client, much more so than a lot of these other big conglomerates. So we'll do the legwork. We'll try to find a depository. And then, usually what we'll do is we'll find something that people can get comfortable with. And if it looks good, we'll do some due diligence. And if it looks good, we'll send the gold and silver there, and boom, there's your IRA.
I love that. That is absolutely incredible. Matt, I know that this is a crazy time right now. We're so close to elections. People are concerned that everything is going to crash. There's going to be mayhem. It's a very interesting time to be alive. Do you see this being a vital time to shore up on gold and silver?
Absolutely. And the reason is let's extrapolate on what you're saying is what we're in the process of doing, is this audience probably already knows, is we're taking down the deep state, right? The deep state has infiltrated every aspect of our society. This is not a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. This is literally what is going on. These guys, we saw what they did with the medical system. I mean, look at the medical system. It's something that, you depend upon the medical system to take care of you. Meanwhile, what did we learn during COVID? They're out to kill you. Look at the legal system. Look what they're doing with, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, the J6 prisoners. I mean, it's outrageous, right? But don't worry, the banking system, Kim, there's nothing going on there.
Sure,
the banks are fine.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see there. No, the banks are probably the most corrupt.
Yeah.
And, if you want to take down a deep state, these guys are not going to go quietly into the night. They're going to take down people's checking accounts, savings accounts, IRAs, 401ks. They're going to create as much destruction on their way out as they possibly can. So what I think gold and silver represents is it's not a get rich quick scheme. It's just a store of value of your money. And it's a way to solidify that value where you turn those fake digits on a screen into something real, something tangible that during this period, let's think of it like this. Here we are, we're moving along. We're going to hit this period of chaos, right? And during that period of chaos is where I think people are going to see their bank accounts maybe potentially go to zero, right? Or the bank just go out of business. You won't even be able to call them, right? Or go on their website. Everything's down.
Yes.
And then on the far side of this, it's like, if you have your money intact, you've made it through one of the most chaotic, periods in human history. I mean, this is literally what we're going through is biblical. So, I mean, if you're under that belief, you understand that something big has to happen. And I just look at gold and silver as just a way to get through it. That's all.
Come on. It is imperative that right now we shore ourselves up. We really protect ourselves. We at Take Our Border Back are about giving power back to we the people. We've heard General Flynn say over and over again, and we teach this: local action equals national impact. This is a way for us to be empowered locally. We have what we need when we need it. So gold and silver, I am in. We want you guys to tap on in so you can access veritymetals.com. You can call Matt. So go check out the website, but call Matt. You have a real person that will take care of you.
What a concept.
Yeah, exactly. 480-717-9081. That's 480-717-9081. Call Matt from veritymetals.com. And Matt, what's your call to action for we the people?
I would say, definitely get prepared. Don't just do it on the financial front, but, get the storables. I don't mean to sound like a doom and gloom guy here, but we're headed for some rough times. And I think your audience understands that. And what we'll do for the Take Our Border Back event is we'll be doing some silver coin giveaways. So if you guys just want to go on the website, put in your information, we'll do a random drawing, and we'll cover the shipping to get it to you. And should be a great event.
I didn't even know that, you guys. All right. So Verity Metals, VERITY Metals, METALS.com. Go there, fill out your information. You will be entered into a raffle for some, what are we going to get again?
We'll do some 1 ounce silver American Eagles. My flagship coin, the one that I think everybody should own. If you do silver or gold for that matter, it's the type of stuff that I buy myself, and it's the stuff I recommend to clients.
Matt Geiger, you're absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Take Our Border event.
Of course,
Take
Kim.
Our
Thank
Border
you.
Back event. We are so honored, and we're so excited to work with you.
You guys do phenomenal
so
work.
many families. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys do amazing. It's always an amazing event. I think what's great about the event is it's like-minded patriots. You go to these events, and it's like you meet your best friends there. Relationships you'll have for the rest of your life. So what a great group, and we're very honored to be a part of it. So thank you.
The honor is ours. Thank you so much, Matt. And that's veritymetals.com, 480-717-9081. Go to the website, veritymetals.com. Enter your info in, and you will receive a Eagle gold coin. Did you get that? Did I get that right?
I wish it were gold. I wish I had the budget to give out gold
me what
coins,
it
but
is
it'll be silver.
Ooh, silver. I hear that silver is going to be going up and up and up. Go get
We
your
hope so.
Go get your
Yep.
gold. Matt Geiger, we love you. God bless you.
Love you
And
too, Kim.
We'll see you guys on the other side.
See ya.
Scotty, is that awesome?
Kim, I want to show you something.
What you got?
This is not the standard fare what she sells. Simple silver coin. This is called a numismatic silver coin.
Okay.
And the reason I carry this wherever I go is I travel around the world. And the reason I do it, and someone asked me, because they understand my that I've studied the Federal Reserve banking system, and I can talk about it for hours, Kim. But we know that Federal Reserve banking system, which started in 1913 through the Federal Reserve Act,
Yeah.
was designed to last 50 or 60 years. Well, we're there. 2023 was supposed to be the end of the Federal Reserve System, and it's going to crash. Nobody knows. It's not a question of if, but when. And when it crashes, money that is in the bank and the stock market, both part of the fiat system, are very suspect. If you read a banking contract, when you open a bank account, you're signing your money over to the banks. They have control of your money. Now, there have been bank bail-ins in Greece and other countries. Will they give us our money back from the bank? Will they take our money in the stock markets and give it all back when the Federal Reserve System crashes? I personally don't think so. Again, we're not financial advisors here, but I say this is the way you protect yourself. And I want to honor Matt for what he's doing, not just giving away coins, but he's the real deal. I've met Matt, talked to him personally, and there's nothing like talking to somebody one-on-one like Matt about gold and silver and how to use it to protect yourself. So thank you, Matt, and thank you for sponsoring Take Our Border Back.
We're so grateful. Yeah, thank you, Matt Geiger. Thank you, Verity Metals. Guys, go get your silver 1 ounce American Eagle. Go get it. Go get it. And I think it's like the first 10. Go get it. Here's how you can access it. Go to veritymetals.com. It's funny. I was talking to Matt and I was like, Matt, I'm from Boston. So it's Verity Metals, veritymetals.com. Now you can call to talk to Matt at 480-717-9081, your IRA, whatever you want to work with, but go get your raffle for, actually, it's not even right. He's raffling, but it's the first people who call in for the 1 ounce silver American Eagles. So
Kim,
let's do it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Because I know we can pull this off. Anyone who calls Mark in the next couple hours, I'm sorry, Matt, not Mark. Anyone who calls Matt, we give him access to the movie tonight for having a conversation with Matt.
Oh, you're good, Scotty. Oh my gosh, VIP access to What is Treason #trafficked with JJ Carroll. That is awesome. Okay, let's do that. Anybody that calls in, not only are you going to get your silver coin, right? You're going to have a conversation with Matt. So go fill out your information on veritymetals.com, number one. Number two, call Matt at 480-717-9081 right there on the screen, okay? And then have that conversation and say, hey, Matt, text Kim. Here's my email. Have her send me the link. Okay. Let's do it. I love it, Scotty. Love it. Love it.
That'll be fun.
Scotty. So we're going to transition for a second. There's somebody we didn't get to talk about today that made a couple of our rallies for Take Our Border Back pretty special. And he was the opening act for San Ysidro. He was the opening act for Arizona. He is amazing. His name is Tom Kaz. Tom Kaz has a song called Outlaw in the USA. Tom is a veteran. He knows what it is to be at war. Tom knows what it is to fight for veterans' freedom. I absolutely love Tom. And we're going to actually pull him into a conversation right after we hear his song. You see, this guy used to be in Vegas before the pandemic hit. So he was in Vegas and he was a headliner in Vegas and he had a whole hypnotism act. He's so good at what he does. What he's done right now is he's taken his gift and his gift of song, his gift of creating music. He's taking his gift of that psychology and helping people change those habits or heal from those PTSD. He's brought an entire community together to support these veterans. So every time someone supports his music, a veteran is supported. They're able to actually support veterans who have the PTSD. So pretty amazing. So before we bring Tom into this conversation, what we're going to do is we're going to play his song.
Kim, I want to share a real quick story about Tom.
Absolutely.
So we were in Arizona at our event. It was the morning after. We went to breakfast, a bunch of us. We were standing around a truck. I think it may have been Tom's trunk. about 3 or 4 guys. Tom had not released this song yet. He said, "Hey, I want to show you guys my new song or listen to it." So he popped it in the I don't know what he played. He played it off of his phone, but he was running it through a speaker system. And it
Through the
started
car,
to play.
yeah.
And all of a sudden, people are coming out of their rooms and people are coming over to the truck and getting into the song. So it's a powerful song.
Dancing.
We must have ended with like 12, 15 people around us listening to the song.
It was awesome. And here it is. Outlaw in the USA, Tom Kaz. It's going. It's going. Oh, yeah.
Now the time has come for all of us to stand as one. And freedom, well, it ain't free. Too many soldiers have died for you and me. They gave their blood, sweat, and tears every single day. Made a sacrifice for the American way. It's time to seize the day and make a proclamation. Say it loud and proud all across the nation. I'm an outlaw in the USA. I bleed red, white, and blue every single day. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. I'm gonna live my life by the Constitution. Wanna stand right up and join the revolution. Wanna sing it so loud you can hear me coming miles away. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA. Well, every day it's plain to see. We got vets living out on the streets just trying to eat. Yeah, they're just fighting to live. Now they're feeling left out when there's so much left to give. Yeah, one law gave some and some gave all. When you needed a hero, they answered the call. Now they need our help, it's our turn to be. It's time to raise the flag, I got something to say. I'm an outlaw in the USA. I bleed red, white, and blue every single day. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. I'm gonna live my life by the Constitution. Wanna stand right up and join the revolution. Wanna sing it so loud you can hear me coming miles away. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA. Well, bow your heads down because it's time to pray. Yeah. In the American way, don't give a damn what social media or TV say, 'cause the man upstairs, the one that you can't see, gave us God-given rights, so we're all born free. 'Cause I'm an outlaw in the USA. I bleed red, white, and blue every single day, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. I'm gonna live my life by the Constitution. Gonna stand right up and join the revolution. Wanna sing it so loud you can hear me coming miles away. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA. Yeah, and I was born here I plan to stay. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA.
Wow. Tom Kaz, an outlaw in the USA. Tom, I am so excited to share this space with you. I'm coming back right now. Hang on one second. We're going to pull you in, stop that share. And here we go. We got Tom Kaz for 5 minutes with us. You stopped everything to be here today. Thank you, Tom.
Oh, thank you guys. It's great to see everybody. Hello.
Good to see you, Tom.
I'll share something with you. I just got a good friend of mine just sent me the first Outlaw in the USA guitar. Can you see that?
Oh, that's amazing.
Very cool.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that is beautiful.
And it goes with the mic stand. So I got the whole gig ready.
You got the gig ready. Well, we have got to have you back again. Now, Tom, you've got a whole slew of songs that you've been writing. I mean, you've written songs for Janet Jackson. You have quite a background.
I'm working on it. The songs are something I'm passionate about because a lot of the music is about helping our country. And I just wrote some new songs to complement Outlaw. Strings of Freedom is about a soldier coming back and using music to help people through music. And then I wrote one about my dog Magic. It was a story about service dog and a young boy growing up together, going in, serving together, coming out together. And he's with him in his final days and he's honoring him as a service dog because he saved lives. And it's just, Kim, the opportunity that you gave me to come out and be part of the convoy was incredible. And the interview with Dan got me so much exposure that I've just been busy trying to support our veterans and support President Trump and get out here and just, let people know that if we don't stand up for what we believe in and believe in God and allow him to direct us, which is what's directing me, then we let them win. And you can only do what you can do, but what you can do is enough, but do something, support these initiatives, support President Trump, support our veterans. And that's what the music's about. So thank you for asking me to be part of this here today.
Hey, Tom, I want to ask you a question, Tom. And how you doing? I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to see you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. You as well.
Yeah, 1989, working with Johnny Cash, he and his wife explained to me that the music industry is a satanic Luciferian cult that worships Satan. And of course, it's not the entire industry, but the people at the top of the industry. So how did you and the few others that are speaking out and writing songs, is it just a few? What do you say about the music industry today? How many people are with us and how many people are with them worshiping Satan now?
Great question. You always ask such great questions.
Thank you, sir.
I think it comes down to this. As a performer in Las Vegas, I was exposed to a lot of opportunities, and some of those opportunities came with strings attached. And I think you have to search deep within to realize that what you're saying is true. And people can have cognitive dissonance all they want and not believe it. But I was offered sitcoms. I was offered my own show. But I knew what that comes with. And as a kid from Mobile, Alabama, who had two of the most amazing Christian grandparents in the world that raised me to believe in things more powerful than myself, I just always shied away from it, even to the detriment of my success after COVID. Vegas shut down and it was challenging. But yes, there is that component in the music industry, but there's also 40 million independent artists. And I'm in the process of building an AI and a blockchain platform to teach them how to market themselves to the streaming platforms through social media. And I'm going to be building a production company to start bringing independent artists with music that matters and patriotism to shows across the country, right? And perform these shows and promote patriotism, promote the light, and promote love, and promote coming together versus being apart. So yes, there has been that component in Hollywood for many years, and in other things, sports, but I stayed away from it. And here we are leading the charge for the next revolution, which is going to be led by none other than JC.
Yeah, you remind me of
wait,
John.
hold on, Scott. Scott, we can't miss that. Who is it
Yeah.
going to be led by?
Jesus Christ,
Jesus
our Lord.
Christ. That's right. Come on, go. Scott.
I just wrote a song. I wrote a song after President Trump got shot. I wrote a song called "Don't Let the Hard Days Win." I sent it to you, Kim, and it says you've got to fight when the chips are down. You got to stand back up when you get your feet on the ground. Take it day by day, right?
Right.
That's right.
Loving
Mark,
yourself ain't a sin. Take a deep breath, baby. Here we
You
go.
remind me of Johnny Cash. If he were alive today, he'd be at the front of a Trump rally, just like you. Your
Yeah.
patriotism and your, being on the right side of the spiritual war. We appreciate you coming today. That's for sure. And loving your music, brother.
Thank you. And the new album will be coming out soon. Kim has 24/7 access to the Tomcast hotline. She knows if she needs me somewhere, if I can be there, I will be there. And I want to go ahead and announce this, that we're going to be doing some shows out on the West Coast soon. And I want all my friends and patriots to come. There's a good chance. It's not a guarantee. There's a shot. I might actually be performing with Trump at Madison Square Garden.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
There's
Amazing.
a shot. We're working on it.
Let me ask you this, Tom. What's the best way for people to reach you? I have whiskeytown.com, but is it ilovewhiskeytown.com?
Sure. They can reach me through the site, but you can always send an email to ilovewhiskeytown@gmail.com.
Okay, got it. So I love whiskeytown@gmail.com.
Mhm.
And is the site I love what is the website?
It's ilovewhiskeytown.com. And you sent me that thing earlier. I think we're taking care of that. There was something going on with Van Zugel. So we're getting that resolved. So people can go to the website, and they can also buy my barbecue sauce, which you guys tried.
Oh, it's the bomb diggity if you like barbecue. Tom Kaz, Outlaw in the USA, we love you. God bless you. Keep standing, keep fighting, and keeping just that voice for
Thank
our
you.
vets. Love you, and we're going to have you back again.
Thank you, guys.
Tom, I'll
God
be in
bless.
touch with you, brother. Be in touch.
Yes, sir. God bless America. Hey, where we go one, we go all, baby. Let's go.
Amen. Amen.
Love it. Gosh, Scotty, I just love him. The other night, it was funny. I had heard his song. I couldn't, 3 nights in a row, I'd go to sleep and God just kept burning it on me. Like it played over and over and over. When God does that, when you can't get it out of your head, Laurel Daigle has a song like that too, that God will just play over and over. Now, here's the power. Words have power to bring life or death. The words we speak are the choice morsels we eat. So we have to be really careful when we're listening to music because it is feeding us subconsciously. It is messaging us, even what we see. Remember the song, "Oh, be careful, little eyes, what you see. Oh, be careful, little ears, what you hear." It is so true. So when someone like Tom takes his gift and uses it for God, and the words are powerful and life-giving, they produce fruit. Those are the kind of people that we want to share about it. Take Our Border Back.
Kim, Tom is one of those people that is proof positive that my big win, which is growing this thing from a few people to having hundreds of thousands of people involved since the beginning of the year, millions around the world. He's one of those great people we've met along the road. And many, many others like Tom, but it's Brett Rayo, the musicians that have jumped on board with Take Our Border Back, the athletes, the politicians, just amazing what kind of people this movement has attracted. And we're very blessed to have Tom with us today.
Yes, we are. And guess who else is with us right now, Scotty? One of our most favorite people in the whole universe. One of those people that you and I have both said, I would absolutely be in a foxhole with Dr. Douglas G. Frank, world-renowned physicist, exposes election fraud in 46 states. He is one of Mike Lindell's right-hand man. He brings the facts to the table. He brings it down to a local level, bite-sized pieces, so that we, the people, can actually do something about it. He was the inspiration behind Take Our Elections Back between he and Tina Peters' Selection Code. And if y'all haven't seen Selection Code, and if you're not supporting our amazing warrior, Tina Peters, go to tinapeters.us. Guys, please support her. She is at war for every single one of us. If you haven't seen Selection Code, which you can access there, tinapeters.us, That movie is the Rosetta Stone of election fraud. Now, who's the man behind exposing election fraud and giving us our power back so that we can take our elections back? It is Dr. Douglas G. Frank in the house. Welcome to the TOBB Summit, Doc Frank.
Kim, I've
Hi,
got
guys.
one
How you
thing-
doing?
Got one thing to add to all that. Dr. Frank, I told you this when you appeared on my radio show. I said, you may be the smartest guy that I've met. Not just because of your brilliance in the election fraud, but I think everything you've done in your life as a physicist, as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, as a father, you're an exemplary man, and we're just great to have you today.
Well, thank you for that, Scotty. I can't take credit for it. I tell people God made me 6'1". I had nothing to do with that. But if He gives you hands, He expects you to work. If He gives you feet, He expects you to walk. If He gives you a brain, He expects you to use it. And
All right.
if you listen to Jesus' sermons, Matthew 24, He's going to be coming back, and then He's going to say, "Okay, what did you do with those gifts I gave you?" And I'm accountable. So I'm glad to be submitted and using the talents and gifts that He's given me for His purposes. It makes it easy to be humble when you realize you have nothing to do with it. Sorry about it's a small airport. I'm up here in Medford. I'm leaving Medford. I just met the greatest group of patrons here, by the way. They've bought a local facility. They're called the Lone Pine Legacy. Amazing. It's like, as I travel the country, a lot of times they say, well, gee, Dr. Frank, we had this event all set up, but once they found out it was you, they canceled our venue. That happens. Well, they bought their venue. A bunch of local citizens got together and bought this amazing place. It's like an amazing place. It's like a great place to have weddings and conferences. Well, they're having their 5th year anniversary. It's like a festival, and they invited me in as a speaker, and it was a great evening. I got Chris Ann Hall with me. Man, she's one of my heroes. It was an awesome day. But you mentioned Tina Peters. I want to come back to that. I thank you for pushing her video selection code. She's in jail now, and she's in jail for six months, and she's going to be. Then she's in prison for 8 years after that.
You're kidding me. They actually, I know she was on house arrest, but they arrested her and put her in jail.
I was at the sentencing trial. It was just a couple of weeks ago. In fact, you can go to my YouTube channel and you can see my 10-minute testimony at her sentencing trial. I mean, they hauled her off in cuffs. You were busy on your tour, so you didn't notice, I think. But she's actually in jail now. And the judge gave her 6 months in jail. So she's in the county jail, and then 8 years. 8 years in prison. And the prosecuting attorney made it clear. He said, in a public interview, he said, yeah, we're making an example out of Tina Peters so that no other clerks in the country will question the integrity of their elections. That is where we're at. Jefferson said that when people are afraid of the government, that's tyranny. And when the government is afraid of the people, that's liberty. And that's the situation we're in. Can you still hear me over this background noise?
We hear you, Dr.
We can
Frank.
still hear you. So,
okay, good.
Doug, I am blown away right now. We have been fighting for Tina so long. When the FBI lifted their hold on her, she wasn't able to be released from her state. She was locked in the state.
For a whole year, yeah.
For a whole year. The moment she was released, I flew her out. And I had
Yes, I know. I was at that event, remember?
Tina spoke, Mike Lindell spoke. Yeah. And that was a big part of taking our elections back. We love her. Yes. I just want to cry right now because I had no idea that happened, and I didn't know about that.
If you go to YouTube, you can see, look me up, and you can see my 10-minute testimony about her. I spoke directly to the judge, and I basically pointed out, that she didn't do anything illegal. The whole, and this shows my weakness as a physicist. I'm not a legal expert. I'm good at numbers and math and science and things. And I'm become an expert at elections, but I wouldn't call myself an expert at law. So I've been telling everybody, there's no way they're going to let this case go to trial, because if they let her case go to trial, we're going to be able to put all the evidence in there. And one of the first most obvious things in the evidence is that her machines were all online during the election. Well, what I didn't know, and this shows my naivete in law, is that the court had a whole bunch of pre-trial hearings, and the judge ruled out all that evidence. And so what happened during her actual trial, which was at the end of July, the sentencing was just here in October, in the actual trial, every time she got up to, every time the prosecution got up and made a charge, then her defense attorney would stand up and make a rebuttal to that charge. Well, as soon as he starts to make the rebuttal, the prosecution would jump up and say, we object, you can't use that evidence, and the judge would sustain it. So basically the whole thing was a setup, because everything that she could use, it's called exculpatory evidence, all the evidence that showed that she's innocent was removed. So the jury only got to hear one side of the case, and out of the 10 charges they made against her, that she was convicted of 7. And then we came in for the sentencing just recently. I think it was October 3rd. So she's been in jail. I mean, they hauled her off in cuffs out of the courtroom after that. It was very traumatic, as you pointed out. And our dear friend Dave Bryan, you know him, he was also there at the, Pastor Dave Bryan, he was at the sentencing as well. And he got up and he offered to the judge, he said, look, this is a 70-year-old woman. This is a lady who's a Gold Star mom. This woman is not a threat to society.
Right.
We have a facility up in Northern California where we're going to be treating and caring for sex trafficked children, which, by the way, that'd be a great interview for you guys to do, to interview Dave. But anyway, he says, we'll take custody of her.
So, Doug, he opened us up in prayer, and he's going to be back on later today.
Oh, he's one of the finest pastors in our country.
Yes.
Yeah. So ask him about Piece of Heaven, it's called, and that's their project.
We just spoke on his event. Raise money for that.
And that's a hugely important event. Yes, absolutely. And he was at the sentencing hearing, and he even said, our church will take responsibility for her. You can put her under probation, whatever you want to do, we'll take responsibility. But the judge, no. The whole point of this is to make an example out of her. And it works. I'm telling you, I've been traveling the country for almost 4 years now, meeting with county clerks. And over again, when you show them actual fraud, they look me back in the face, their faces turn white, and they say, Dr. Frank, we don't want to be Tina Petered. That's what they say, word for word, right in my face. And what happens is the clerks all around the country are all talking about this, and they are all afraid. None of our clerks want to step up and point out any problems with the elections, because they don't want to be Tina Petered. That's what we have coming forward for us going forward. But anyway, thanks for bringing up Tina.
This proves once again, we said it earlier today before you came on, Dr. Frank, it's a tyrannical system. That's tyranny.
Yes,
That's not the America we all grew up in and that we love. Every system is corrupted, including the legal system, corrupt to the core.
Yes. Well, you met Tina. You remember, she's an amazing lady.
Oh, wow.
Is she a threat
Tina
to society? She's a 70-year-old lady. Come on. She's a Gold Star mom. What threat is she to society? Yeah, we're going to put her in prison for 8 years?
And they made her out to be an awful human being, which she's anything.
No.
She's the antithesis of what they made her out to be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you've met her in
she
person.
did.
Everybody who meets her falls in love with her. She's amazing.
Yeah. And all she did was to protect the ballot box, protect the vote. That's what she was doing. She was doing the job that she was called to do, because those that were in charge weren't doing the job, right?
Well,
so,
yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Go on.
And what happened was
evidence was
go ahead.
exposed. Go ahead. No, you go.
Sorry,
my
there's a little
speaker,
delay
you go.
there. We were talking over each other. Yeah, the Secretary of State actually ordered all the clerks in Colorado to back up their machines. None of them knew how to do it. And so she called me and said, Dr. Frank, I'm desperate. Dominion's going to be here. They're going to reprogram my machines, and I'm going to lose all the evidence. What do I do? What do I do? Well, I sent her a world-class, federally licensed white hat hacker, and he completely backed up her systems, and then he supervised the trusted build. All of that was checked out. It was all legal. And then after the trusted build of Dominion machines, he did another complete forensic backup. So everything she did was following orders by procedure and by law. But when the Secretary of State of Colorado discovered that we had those backups, which, by the way, there were only 2 counties out of all of Colorado that actually followed the order and did backups. When the Secretary of State found out, she panicked. And this is not the only example where we've done forensic backups and the Secretary of State panics. Why did they panic? Because they realized we have all the information we're not supposed to have. For example, the first thing we found in her machines is they had 36 modems in it that were online during the elections. We have the logs, we have everything. And so when the Secretary of State found out, of course, they panicked and they attacked her, made an example out of her. Yeah, and I brought up other examples in the sentencing hearing where we've done this around the country, and the FBI fully investigated it, and they found no fraud. Everything no fraud. They found nothing illegal, no charges filed, because the county officials requested a professional, federally licensed white hacker to come in and do backups or penetration testings or whatever the procedures were we did. Nothing illegal, so no charges. But that wasn't the point of this prosecution. The point of this prosecution was to make an example of Tina and scare all the other clerks in the country into compliance.
Yeah,
That's what they're doing. Is they want to keep us in absolute fear, because people who are in fear do not make good choices. We're in our
There you
lower
go.
brain, fight, flight, and freeze. So let me ask you this, Doug. And again, Doug is at the airport right now. That's the feedback we're getting in the background. But listen,
Sorry
when we
about that,
get to
guys.
no worries. When we get to have Doug on, Dr. Douglas G. Frank on, it is pretty extraordinary. So, Doug, hearing this information can be so disheartening for all of us freedom-loving Americans. You know,
Yes.
we want to go to the ballot box. We want to place
Yep.
our vote. We want our voice to be
Yes.
heard. And if
Agreed.
this is happening to an election official who is securing
Yes.
our ballot box, then how the heck is our vote and voice going to be heard on November 5th?
It's not. But that doesn't mean you're not supposed to vote. That's like saying, like, you know, when David faced Goliath, you know, you might as well not fight David because Goliath is so much bigger than you, and you're gonna, you know, no, you have faith, you stand up, you fight, and the more people that turn out, the better. Exposes more fraud. So, as you know, I've been training teams around the country. I call it 7 steps for taking back our elections.
Yes.
There is tons of stuff that people are supposed to be doing right now during their elections, but they don't know. And the reason they don't know is because they're listening to the wrong voices. The GOP is telling them, vote early. Well, that's wrong. Don't vote early. If you vote early, you give away. It's like telling your enemy, tomorrow I'm going to attack you on such and such location. It's dumb. You're giving away the information. The GOP is not interested in winning elections. The GOP is interested in making money, saving money, maintaining control and influence of their constituents. It's a bad situation. So, but there's all this stuff you're supposed to be doing right now, and nobody knows. And that what they're supposed to be doing. For example, in early voting, you're supposed to be downloading the list every day of everybody who's voted that day. And when I tell that to people, they're like, what do you mean? You mean we can download that list? I'm like, yes, that's the whole point. The party has the authority to request that too. And then what you can do is you can check and make sure every ballot that's being cast is cast from a real, actual voter, not an illegal one. I mean, here I am in Oregon, and the governor herself 2 weeks ago said, oh, we've got a huge problem in our voter rolls. Our DMV is registering illegal aliens. And so the governor of Oregon herself stopped automatic registration because of the problems. This is a real issue, and people have been so disengaged, and they're following all the psyops. They're distracted by the silver shining object over here. No, there are things we need to be doing right now, and people don't even know. So, you know, think about COVID in 2020. Think of all the super moms that woke up because of that. They saw what their kids were learning in school. And so they woke up, and they've been engaging school board races all around the country and cleaning up their libraries. So a very bad thing has turned out to be a good thing in a lot of ways because we woke up a segment of our population. Well, and then along comes the 2020 election. It's a horrible thing. We lost it. We lost our country on that day. Okay, we lost it. All right, and so then that's a bad thing. But look how many people woke up because of that. I wouldn't be sitting here today if we had won the election in 2020. Now there's a segment of our population that's woken up. So this is not necessarily a bad thing. But I'm telling you right now, bad things are going to happen in this election. They're already happening. So now Romans 8 says God works all things together for good. He doesn't just work some things together for good. So yes, there's going to be some bad stuff that's about to happen, but if we're engaged as citizens, we the people, if we are being the government, if we're engaged in this process, we will be able to address it properly. Problem is, most people aren't doing the right thing. So what I don't know is whether this is going to be a David and Goliath moment and God's going to deliver a miracle. I don't know. Or whether it's going to be another horribly bad situation and it's going to wake up another chunk of the population. But regardless, we are to be engaged. We are to be engaged. It's our civic duty to be engaged. We are the government. So I know it sounds depressing, but I don't mean to sound depressing. What I mean to say is this is a call to arms, my friends. We are fighting a war This is a war for the very existence of our country. And if you're not engaging it like war, we're going to lose. You have to engage. So I don't mean to sound depressing. I'm telling you, call to arms. Let's get going.
That's
Dr.
right.
Frank,
It is
I
a
got a-
call to arms.
I got a question, Dr. Frank, and it
Yes,
may
sir.
be more uplifting than your rhetoric, which you're just laying out the truth, and I appreciate
am.
that. So, I've been in mainstream media 40 years. I still have a lot of friends in very high places like TV and radio networks. So I got a call from a friend. I can't tell you what network, but it's a news network that we have used to watch, and he told me, Scotty, we know the polls we put out are not real, that they're very exaggerated. He said, I've got three real polls on my desk that I can't put on the air. He said, but we conducted them. We conducted them legitimately. Thousands of Democrats, Republicans, independents, libertarians. And he said those polls showed Trump has 79% support. He would get 79% of the vote. So my question is this not too, you're a numbers guy, isn't this too big to rig? How do they cover that kind of spread?
Well, you notice that there are two things going on. There's the whole media narrative that's basically conditioning everybody into America. I just saw yesterday, one of the major news broadcasters said, yes, Trump and Kamala are in a dead heat. Well, they're conditioning people to think that it's close. That way, when they cheat, people will believe it when it's, oh, she just pulled it out. I guess we'll just have to try harder next time. Yes.
But
That's what.
Dr. Frank, can they cover, if he gets 79% of the vote, how can they move that many votes to get her into a position of winning?
Well, I like the way Patrick Byrne put it. He says they have a dozen ways of cheating, and they just use whichever combination of ways are necessary to win. And that's what's going to happen. There's going to be massive cheating. But I'm going to say something else because I love the way you put it. I'm laying out the truth. I'm not sugarcoating nothing. This is the facts. When you're in a war, you don't have the luxury of sugarcoating. You have to say the truth. You have to face reality, and you have to address it because lives are at stake in war. Well, our lives are at stake right now. The very existence of our country is at stake. So what I'm going to tell you right now, it sounds extreme, but I'm just going to tell you the truth. If it was a real election, Trump would win hands down. You just gave him the numbers that confirm what I just said. He would win hands down in an overwhelming majority. But they're going to cheat like heck. And they're going to be able to cheat in lots of ways. So even if Trump, though, gets more balance than Kamala does, they still have a very simple way to not install him in office. So a short way of saying that he may win, but he won't be sworn in. And there's a simple way. With all the cheating, all one of the states have to do is just step up and say, look at all the cheating in our election. We're not going to certify it. Because the state legislatures do not like Trump. None of them, not one of the legislatures like Trump. Look what happened in Pennsylvania last time when Doug Mastriano said, I want to do an audit of our election. You know the thanks he got for that? They took away his staff. They took away his office. They took away off of every committee. And that's a Republican war hero, state senator in a Republican state with a Republican majority legislature. So what I'm telling you is we don't have one good legislature in the country that will stand up for Trump. But what'll happen is if all we need is to what we had to certify. Okay, so then and then it goes to the 12th Amendment. It says either can't get the vote and guides the state and see what I do. So they cannot Trump to be Scott do enough on the there are things happening in our country. If Trump is president, he is going to address things. Do you think they're going to let him back in office? No way. He first he didn't know what he was naive. Not allow him. So they will do whatever it takes to keep him out. So I think we have some very rough times ahead. I'm speaking the truth to you, brothers and sisters. Make sure your militias are tuned up. Make sure you're ready to go. Worst case, you're prepared. Best case, nothing happens. But I think,
and we keep standing. We keep exposing the truth. We keep
Yes.
showing up. We keep
Yes.
taking our power back on a local level. We
Yes, ma'am.
are involved because listen, it is likely things will go down. No, I don't want to speak that into things, but the reality is if they are going to continue to steal like they've been stealing, lying and cheating,
Yes,
then we
yes.
know what the result of that is going to be. And we know it's going to get ugly. It's probably going to get really ugly. There's going to be a time that we're going to need to be prepared to rebuild. Now
Yes.
is the time that we're building
Nehemiah,
the
baby,
muscle.
Nehemiah.
Nehemiah. Come on, preach it, Doug.
I think this speaks to why we need to stay in prayer for our nation, and we need to call upon our Creator God, because that spiritual war, God versus Satan, and I'd like to think God's going to win.
100%. Yes, I tell people this is a two-front war. It's a spiritual war and a political war. And really, the political war is a consequence. It's a symptom of the spiritual war. And we've been losing the spiritual war because we've lost our way as a country. Heck, our country, we're basically spitting in God's face. We deny what is sacred. We castrate our children. We murder our babies. What's wrong with us? How can God bless that? I like what John Calvin said. John Calvin, he said, when God wants to judge a nation, he gives them wicked rulers. And here we are. And so we're going to have to address that. So now the beautiful thing about God is he never gives up on us. He's very persistent.
That's right.
And so the beautiful thing is if enough of us will turn our hearts toward heaven, if we repent, God can heal our nation. First Chronicles, right? If my people. So God can.
Let's actually share that scripture, Doug. Tell us that scripture.
If my people will humble themselves, if my people who are called upon my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. I left one thing out.
And pray.
And pray.
Turn
Yes.
from their wicked ways.
Then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. So if we will do those things, then he can restore us. Now, here's the thing that I find very encouraging. Even if a term of, if you look at the history of Israel, they had to go 70 years into Babylon for judgment. But when you read those passages in Jeremiah, God didn't say, I'm going to let Nebuchadnezzar come in and destroy you and kill you all. He says, I'm going to protect my chosen people, my elect, and I'm going to deliver them to Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon. And then after he did that, then he destroyed the bad leaders that remained in Israel. And then 70 years later, he brought them back in. And that's where we get the stories of Nehemiah and the rebuilding of the walls. And during that time when God protected the remnant, that's where we get all those wonderful stories about Daniel in the lion's den and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and how, so at the minimum, right now, we are preparing the remnant, the people that are staying faithful to God. If God's going to judge America, which we certainly deserve, then we're preparing the remnant. But if he's going to restore America because we repent and turn from our wicked ways and he heals our land, we're part of that. So regardless, we're fighting the right war. It's whether we win or not, it doesn't depend on us. Whether we win or not depends on God. But nevertheless, we are required to stand. We are trying to be. Jonah didn't have to. Jonah wasn't responsible. He just had to go to Nineveh and preach repentance, and they repented. So that's our job. We got to be the Jonahs. We got to be the prophets. We got to be the Davids. We have to stand in front of Goliath. We have to find our stones.
We got to pick up our stones and have the big enough stones to stand up, right?
Exactly.
Right. That's right. So, Doug, there are those right now that they're listening and they're like, well, I'm a little bit discouraged because if we don't win, then what?
Right.
And it's the fear of the unknown, right?
So
what can we be doing right now? The worst thing is to do nothing. So what can we be doing right now when we look at the 7 steps? We can actually be implementing these 7 steps to take our
right now.
back.
Absolutely.
Right now. Tell us about that.
So what I always tell people is, and you can get a copy of this little brochure on my website, or call Kim; she can give it to you. But my email is it's Dr. Douglas G. Frank at Outlook.com. That's my email.
Yes.
Feel
And
free
Doug,
to.
this is on our resource page. So guys, when
Okay.
you go to takeourborderback.com, takeourborderback.com, go to the resource page. All of our speakers from all of our summits, their info is there. So their info as well as their resources. These resources are key. Go on, Doug.
Great. So what you need to do is form a local team. You need to think of this like a war. In a war, you don't just pick up your gun and run at the enemy. If you do that, you lose. In a war, you form a war council. You analyze, where do we stand? What weapons do we have? What weapons does the enemy have? What is the ground? Where do we fight the battle? You make strategy and you implement that strategy. Too many people are like glory hounds, and they want a moment of the cover of the newspaper, the Epic Times, and so but that's not a winning strategy. You form a war council. There's things that you need to do, and there's a lot I can't cover here in this short amount of time. So, but in the 7 steps, what you do is you form a team, call it a war council. It's usually 7 or 10 people, and each one of those people on the team have a certain job. And my father always used to teach me, smart people learn from their mistakes, but wise people learn from other people's mistakes. So part of the job of that team is to connect to the national resources. I'm a national resource. I don't charge for my services. I'm not selling nothing here, but I'm offering to help. And we'll bring you the wisdom from around the country of things that are working. It's not merely strategy, but also tactics. Well, gee, Dr. Frank, how do we do this? How do we do that? And I can say, well, look, these 3 teams did it this way. These 3 teams did it that way. Which fits best your situation? So we're bringing you those national resources, that national wisdom, and bringing it to bear in your local community. And the key idea here, this is super important. This is maybe one of my main messages, is everybody thinks, oh, we got to go to the state legislature. Oh, we got to go to the police. Oh, we got to go to the sheriff. All this thinking, that's wrong. You got to go to you. You got to go to we the people. We are the government. We have to start acting like it. And we've simply forgot. And that was one of the things I loved when I met you at first, because your whole idea of taking our power back, that's exactly my message. You are taking back control of your own elections. You're taking back control of your own school boards, back control of your own government. You know why? You're the government. Start acting like it.
We the people. We the people.
Exactly. But we've forgotten this. Yes.
Yes, Doug, that's incredible. You know, we have implemented these steps here locally. We have teams that have canvassed our counties, exposed the election fraud. We work closely with Urson Russell from Patriot Force.
He's awesome.
We
Yes.
love Ruth Weiss, right? EIPCA.
From EIPCA.
Yeah. So we have
So
warriors.
now you're not working independently. You're teamed up.
Oh my gosh. Natalie Freiberg, Northern California. We have a call and you know about our call every single Monday at 3 p.m. Pacific. We have a call. It's our Take Our Elections Back call and Take Our Border Back call, where we bring these warriors into the room so that we're constantly getting educated. We're learning from one another and we're supporting for one another. There's no way Scotty and I would Take Our Elections Back would be able to do what we do. We have the support of the Remnant Church, the Remnant, which is part of Take Our Awakened Church. But back
and
to
isn't
you.
that funny that I've been making reference to the remnant? I don't think that's an accident.
All about the
Dr.
Remnant,
Frank,
baby.
Dr. Frank, I knew you were over the target. After I met you, I said, God, this guy talks a lot of common sense, practical things. And I still wasn't sure because I didn't know your background. I didn't know how brilliant you were. But then I started to see articles appearing in the mainstream media attacking you. And the more they attacked you, and it got to hundreds of articles, that man is over the target because the media doesn't attack you unless you're over the target.
Mm-hmm. I just did a 3.5-hour presentation in Coos County, COOS, Coos County, Oregon, and I put that up there. They actually sent Justin Grimmer from Stanford up to oppose me in a public debate because that county commissioners, they want to take back control of their elections. It's awesome. It's going to be a big victory for us there. We're getting these victories all around the country. So they brought him in to compete against me. Man, I wiped the floor with that guy. It was awesome. But so that's on YouTube. You can watch that debate if you want. But that tells you when CNN did their interview, that's the guy they bring in to criticize me. Or his name's Justin Grimmer, he's a loser. But the point I'm making is the only reason I brought that up is people need to see that this is real and that there's an actual real debate. But all that stuff is suppressed. So when you go and look me up on Google, yeah, you're going to see all those hit pieces on me. Although LA Times did a pretty good piece on me where they called me the Johnny Appleseed of election fraud. And it was a pretty good piece. Exactly. And they said, meet the man trying to upend voting in California, upend voting starting in California. And we've had a lot of success. I mean, just this year, Huntington Beach, you hear them? Huntington Beach, 400,000 voters. They announced that in 2026, they're going to run all their own elections, in-person elections, 120 precincts, hand counting, paper ballots, photo ID, signature, starting on that. And now, how do they do that? They've read their own laws, and that's one of the points in here. They discovered their charter county, and it's right in their own charter that they're allowed to do that. So people don't even know the rules of the game. So how do you expect them to play chess if they don't know the rules? So that's one of the first things you do.
So good. And the key is they're using the Constitution. It's their battle. It's like God's word and the Constitution.
Yes.
These are our two weapons, our two swords.
Preach it, come on.
Know how to utilize them, right?
Yes.
So when you're using those tools together, it is so powerful. So Doug, last question for you. I was one of those people in 2020, you and I've talked about this often, who showed up to vote. The couple before me in line, they told them, "Oh, you, Mr. Amberg, Mrs. Amberg, you're good to go. You've already voted." They looked at one another and they said, "Well, did you? Well, we filled this out. Did you turn?" Like they just started to squabble with one another, and they were confused. Confused people do not make good choices very often or even choose. Then my husband and I went next and they said, "Mr. and Mrs. Yater, you're good to go. You two have already voted."
Mm-hmm.
We knew we did not vote, but yet I did not know what I know now. So what did I do? I said, I didn't vote. I didn't vote. And here's
someone
my idea.
stole your vote.
Someone stole my vote. And so I filled out a provisional ballot. Now, if somebody is in that case right now, they show up to vote, which we all need to show up on election day to vote. They show up to vote. What do we do? Tell them what to do if they're in that same circumstance.
If that happens, you immediately file an identity theft charge with the sheriff because someone has stolen your identity and used your vote to vote. And
don't leave the space. Stay in the space. Stay there. Call the supervisor.
Document everything.
Document everything.
Document everything. Take pictures of everything. Get people to witness what's happening, and file a formal complaint. It's super important you do that because then, like last time, if you had formal complaint, just supporting everything you just said, then it's not just some anecdotal story. You've got all the hard evidence, and we're going to need that in this next election. So everybody needs to document that.
Doug, we just love you so much. Thank you so much for being with us.
Back at you, sweetheart.
Thank you for
Good
being
to see you,
our
Scotty, brother.
Johnny Appleseed. We just love you so much. And Doug, one more time, how can people reach you?
Just send me an email, Douglas G. Frank. That's it's Dr. Douglas G. Frank, DRDOUGLAS, G like George, Frank @outlook.com. And you can follow me on social media.
Dr.
And you
Frank,
can follow me in.
Go ahead. Finish, and then I'll ask you.
I was going to say on social media, you can usually find me by looking for Follow the Data with Dr. Frank. I'm on most of the social media that way.
With
Dr. Frank, tell people how many weeks you've been on the road without compensation, no pay. You do this because you love our country. Tell people about your travel schedule.
You got 2 minutes. I got Mark Fincham in the back end. 2 minutes.
Mark's a good patriot too from Arizona. I've been on the road since 2020 December, basically 25 out of every 30 days on the road, serving my country. I get to go typically 2 to 3 weeks on the road, then a couple of days at home when I mow the lawn and change the light bulbs and kiss my wife and kids, and then I'm back on the road again because my wife has quite a honey-do list for me every time I'm home. But I've been doing that pretty solid for 2 years, and during the election, I've told my schedulers, you've met Michelle and Nettie, they have reserved that week for me. So I have no commitments during the week of the election, and I did that on purpose for 2 reasons. One, I want to be ready to address whatever situations pop up around the country. It's like I'm a ready warrior that way. Yeah. And the second thing is I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm expecting some pretty nasty stuff to happen, and I want to be with my family and be ready to protect them. So I'm telling everybody, make sure you got your ammo. Make sure you've got your militia tuned up. Make sure you got your food. Make sure you got whatever you need, because I'm expecting I'm expecting some rough times ahead, folks.
Right.
So,
That's a
Get
good-
that-
and what's
get
the
that
worst
Glock-
case?
As well.
Get
Gold
that
and silver
Glock
as well.
ready. Get that
Yep,
Glock
yep.
ready.
Yeah, I got
Doug,
my AR. You bet. Yes.
speaking of AR, Doug, did you enter the raffle? We have a raffle for Delta AR-15. When people go to givesendgo.com/take our border back, they're entered into a raffle. Thanksgiving morning, we are raffling off the Delta AR-15. Come on, we are preparing the people.
I'll let somebody else win that one. I've already got one.
All right, listen, we love you. God bless you. Godspeed. Thank you
Thank
for being
you.
the warrior that you are, and we will talk to you very soon.
Love you
Stay
too.
healthy,
Take care.
Doctor. Stay healthy, Dr. Frank.
Thanks.
We need you in the fight.
Yes, sir.
He's looking pretty good, Scotty, huh?
Yeah, he looks great.
strong. He looks healthy.
He is. He is quite the. Amazing is not even covered. It's a superfluous word for that man. He truly is the most brilliant man I've ever had conversations with.
He's become so dear to our hearts. Like when we have warriors like Doug Frank or even Mark Fincham that's about to enter this room right now, these are the kinds of warriors that you're like, man, I want you on my team. I want to be on your team, right? They just are willing to stand up and speak up and show up. And right now, we've got Mark Fincham in the house.
Kim,
Can I
I
tell
know
us a little bit
We're
about Mark Fincham?
we're running behind today, so I know we gotta.
No, we're
move
right
it
on
along.
time. It's 1:30 for Mark Fincham.
Okay, well, I think we've moved some speakers around, right? So, Mark Fincham, he's a retired police officer, a rancher, and a former legislator. Now, he's running for the Arizona Senate to secure the rights and protection for we the people. I've met the man, haven't gotten to know him very well, but I know he's the kind of guy my Marine father taught me. You got to know who you want to be in the foxhole next to when the fight comes to you. He's one of those guys I want in the foxhole next to me. So take it from there, Kim.
Mark is an absolute warrior. If you've been paying attention to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation shutting down the evidence with Assistant Chief Sean Taylor from Millersville PD, Mark Fincham has put out quite a few statements, was in the press release, and was willing to take a stand for the geopolitical shifting that's going on, for the mass corruption, the fraudulent mortgages, the stolen elections, the human trafficking, everything that's going on. There is evidence to prove it. And this warrior is standing up for you and me and for our elections. Mark Fincham, welcome to Take Our Border Back Summit.
Thank you, Kim and Scotty. It's good to be here.
Good to see you, Mark.
So,
Mark, who's behind you?
that's my friend Bull.
Tell me about Bull.
He's just, folks have said, you don't take no bull, do you? It's like, okay, that'd probably be a good.
That's awesome. That's why you're here, and that's why we love you.
Yep, that's my guy.
Hi, Bull. Good to meet you. I love
That's my
it.
guy. No, I'm glad to be coming on after Dr. Frank because I mean he has just teed this thing up for me so well. What we are fighting, and I saw you held up your copy, but here's what we're fighting. It's a fight against globalism. It's a fight against it's a fight against Satanism. Okay. Now I've got a couple things up in the private chat. There is a out on X, and I just finished watching it. A couple of my Delta Force friends sent it to me. It's like, brother, you got to watch this because it's going to answer a whole lot of questions for you about why you're taking so much flack. And by the way, Doug has he's one of those guys. Like I think we're each other's wingmen. I'm not quite
I think so.
We're taking flack, and he made a really good point. When you're taking the kind of flack that we are, you're so over the target. It is terrifying the administrative state. And just to kind of recap some of the things that have happened in the news just over this last week. So you got a Rothschild representative coming out saying the world community cannot afford to have Donald Trump as president of the United States. That is the exact reason that we need to have Donald Trump in the White House.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So out on X, if you look for Red Pill Drifter, and there's a link that I don't know if you can put the link up that I put in our private chat.
Okay.
It's about a 2 hour and 27-minute documentary on the Jekyll Island thing. It goes all the way back to the sinking of the Maine and before, and how the world elites have come together And it used to be the AP style guide would say conspiracy theory. Okay. Now we know that typically within weeks, maybe months, anytime you hear the term conspiracy theory, wait for it. Wait for it. Because the other shoe's about to drop.
That's right.
Like, oh, yeah, well, yeah, maybe you were right. So you might remember we had this thing called Agenda 21. Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Well, they had to get to a certain point in their agenda before they could just take the veil down and say, everybody, yeah, okay, so you were right. We've already got it well on its way to being implemented. Well, along comes Donald Trump and totally throws sand in the gears of that thing, so much so that they had to make it Agenda 30, Agenda 2030. You've got Creepy Joe, the resident of the White House, saying that the federal government needs to control 30% of land in the United States. Okay, time out a second. That is antithetical to our Constitution. Our founders realized that for you to be invested in our nation, you had to own a piece of our nation. That's why originally only landowners were permitted to vote. You go all the way back. Why? Because they knew that they would vote in their best interest as a corporate body. Okay. They also got to this nasty habit of saying, well, we probably ought to let everybody vote. And I'm not advocating for a change in voting. This is what was happening back in the colonial days. They had this issue where, well, if we open it up to people who are pulling from the largesse of the public trust, public chest of money, because back then they didn't have taxes. Have funding for the federal government. It just was expected to exist. Okay. So there's a number of things going on, and I want to go back to some remarks that Dr. Frank made. How many stones did David pick up?
Good question. Okay, how many stones? Did he pick up 5?
5 smooth stones.
5 smooth stones.
And by the way, he was not, I think it's Samuel 1740. He was not interested in going into battle. But you have one arguably small boy, perhaps a adolescent, took one stone and took down Goliath the Philistine.
Yes.
You have, and I'm going somewhere with these stories. So you've got Solomon. You've got Gideon.
Yes.
Gideon starts off with 30,000. The
Mm-hmm.
Lord says, no, that's way too many. Send some home. So he gets down to 3,000. He says, all right, we're ready to go to battle. Nah. How about you go to 300? And it's like, well, I can't do it with that. And God said, but I can. Right? Okay. So, and let's talk about George Washington and the Battle of Trenton. Crossing the Delaware, taking on a superior force, a Hessian force that I believe was like 660 some soldiers.
Yeah.
Here you've got the Continental Army, that most of these guys were wearing rags on their feet, bleeding, crossing the Delaware, and they took out a superior force. So I don't want to hear this garbage about, oh, well, it's just too overwhelming. There's no way we can win. No, that's exactly the time that God shows up. So let's kind of put on our big boy pants, our big girl panties, and let's get out there and do what we should do. So the reason I put up the first link there it's called Red Pill Drifter.
Yeah, I'm going to put that up there again.
This is a documentary that people really need to see because it traces the globalist agenda that was set in motion at the end of the Civil War. That's how long we've been fighting this. Okay, there are interests globally that want the U.S. Constitution to be gone. President Trump has said on a number of occasions that it's you, the American people, that they want. The ubiquitous the uniparty, the globalists. It's you they want. I'm just in the way. I would go a step further to say it's actually the Constitution that the people put in place that they want. As long as we have the First Amendment, free speech, as long as we have the Second Amendment, the right to protect ourselves, the Fifth Amendment, the right to be presumed innocent, all of those things work together to protect we the people. But the globalist community, they don't want those things. In fact, they've done away with, basically, they've eviscerated the tenets of the Magna Carta over in Europe.
Yeah.
Sit down and shut up. We'll tell you, we're going to make it a crime for you to talk. Now, at our forming, we had a free press. Unfortunately, the press, and this goes all the way back, and in fact, you'll see it in the documentary, Hearst, yellow journalism king that he was, actually was cover for the globalist community. Yeah. The whole sinking of the Maine, the Spanish-American War, it was a construct. It was a setup. They needed to have a reason to dig their hands into the public purse in the United States because we were the wealthiest nation in the world. Now we arguably have more debt than anybody else in the world because we pulled out the federal charge card. But that goes back to having the right people in office, and really the story that Tina Peters has told in Selection Code. Tina caught them at what they were doing. And I go back all the way back to November 30th, 2020. At the time, I was the chairman of the Federal Relations Committee for the Arizona House of Representatives, and called an ad hoc committee meeting with both the House and Senate, joint meeting, where we heard 10 and a half hours of testimony. Colonel Waldron presented this, I still to this day call it the migraine map, that showed all of the various fraud vectors of individuals or individual actors coming into the election system to alter what the result could be. And then, as if that weren't not bad enough, in 2022, when Carrie Lake and she was running for governor, I was running for Secretary of State, which in Arizona is the de facto lieutenant governor, we caught the Maricopa County elections officials and the Board of Supervisors who certified the election. We caught them altering the software in the back end, which voids the EAC, that's the Election Assistance Commission. It voids the EAC certification. Okay, so a qualified auditor would say right away, that election was irredeemably compromised. But no, the court didn't want to hear it. That's kind of interesting, especially when the Maricopa County officials lied to the court, perjured themselves and said, oh no, our software is certified. Well, it might've been certified at some point, but it wasn't certified. You created this Frankenstein software that runs an election that, okay, they've got tabulation equipment that's rejecting 30 ballots. No, I'm sorry, 7,000 ballots every 30 minutes.
What? Say that again?
So that's the 2022 Maricopa County election. It was a steaming garbage heap of an election. Okay. Now we're told, oh, we've got this year. We've got it figured out. We're good to go.
That's what we've been hearing.
Yeah, sure. Okay. But we do need to go to the polls and vote. Now, because we have early voting is already underway here in Arizona, I know that there's a lot of conflict about when you should go vote. My position is this: go vote in person on a day that's convenient for you.
Yes.
If you've got that. Okay. It's in law. Yes. We're not going to change it. I do believe, though, I subscribe to the school that Dr. Frank is talking about. As close to election day as is possible, that's when you should vote your ballot. So stop and think about it. He makes a very good case to say, if you compress the amount of time between election day and voting, the closer you get to election day, the more opportunity there is for you to deny those nefarious actors advance warning of how the election is going. I mean, that's common sense, okay? But we've got people out there saying, no, you got to vote as early as possible. No, that's a warning sign. But the point is, go in person and vote. If you have a mail-in ballot in Arizona, I beg you,
Yes.
Do not turn it over to the U.S. Postal Service, which, by the way, the two major postal unions in the United States, they've endorsed Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
It used to be that the Postal Service stayed out of the political thing, okay? And there was at least a fig leaf of nonpartisanship there. Not so much so. It is what it is. Take your ballot. You can turn it in person as long as you turn it in by the Friday before Election Day in Arizona. But I would not trust your ballot to the U.S. Postal Service. In fact, there's a story that hit the wire a couple of days ago about ballots that have now been found in the storm drains out in California City.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything that gets mailed to you, it can be intercepted. In fact, I'll prove this point. If anybody out there is so in love with mail-in voting, mail yourself $1,000 check.
Look at you. That's huge. I would never mail myself $1,000 check. You don't send money or checks in the mail. You just don't. So why
or
the heck
better
are we
yet,
sending our vote in the mail?
Here's the better challenge. $100 bills. Put that in an envelope and send it to yourself. If you're so trusting of the Postal Service, prove it to yourself before you do that. Okay. I've had donors for my Senate campaign say, "Hey, did you get my campaign contribution?" It's like, no. What did you send? Well, I sent you $100 bill. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. So I want to make the point that it only takes small actions. We're talking about local actions with national impact. All right. And thank you very much for bringing up Deputy Chief Taylor's work in Nashville, Tennessee. That's one very small thing. And I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to talk about something that happened here in Arizona that is likely to have very broad application around the United States. I don't know yet if it only affects Arizona or if it will affect other jurisdictions within the district court system at the federal level. But there's a case called American Encore v. Fontes. A fantastic judge by the name of Michael Liberty, who was in the Doug Ducey governor administration. I think, I don't remember exactly. I think he was the governor's internal counsel, maybe. Just an outstanding lawyer. Was appointed by President Trump to the U.S. District Court, Arizona. Well, he heard this case, and the substance of it is quite troubling. The Adrian Fontes, who many believe is an illegitimate Secretary of State because of the steaming garbage heap of an election in 2022, he's the guy I was running against. He came out with an alteration of what's called the Election Procedure Manual. This is supposed to be an instruction book to the counties on how to comply with state law. Well, he and the questionably legitimate Attorney General and the questionably legitimate governor, all three Democrats, all three winning in this last election, they approved this election procedures manual. And one of the things that's most disturbing about it is, I'm going to see if I can pull it up here just so that I can read it to you. This would be page, just a second. Let me get to the right page. Page 34 of this, and I put the link up if folks want to go out and read it themselves. Page 34, I think it's around about line 5, the Canvas provision. Now, Canvas is another word for certification, all right?
Yeah.
The Canvas provision in the Election Procedures Manual. Basically, the Secretary of State said, if a county does not certify their election in a timely manner, we'll just skip them and we'll certify the state without them. Time out.
Yeah.
That is a violation of the 14th Amendment. And by the way, let me touch really quickly before I forget. So Doug Frank was very correct. When you go to the polls, and if you are told that, oh, well, our records show that you've already voted, absolutely. The next thing you do is pick up the phone, call the sheriff's office, and file an identity theft complaint.
I wish I would have known, Mark. I wish I would have known back then. I didn't, but now I do.
Here's why that's important. That preserves an individual's 14th Amendment standing for equal protection under the law. That means you are protecting your standing to sue in federal court for being disenfranchised from the election and having our identity stolen. Okay. So let's get back to this document, though, because it's super important people understand this. The Canvas provision is utterly without precedent. This is what the judge is writing. Okay. Because the Secretary of State, let's say, for example, you've got Cochise County, I don't know. Well, let's use Yavapai County, my own county, 168,000 registered voters. If the Yavapai County Board of Supervisors comes out and says, this election is irredeemably compromised, and the only thing we can do is certify that it's uncertifiable. Or we can do an audit and make sure that the paper ballots match the machine count, okay? The Canvas provision is utterly without precedent. If the right to vote is the right of qualified voters within a state to cast their ballots and to have them counted, emphasis added, then the Canvas provision imposes the most severe burden, state-sanctioned disenfranchisement. That's what this clown of a Secretary of State put in the election procedures manual and was trying to peddle to the people, to the counties, to the state of Arizona. Well, he got stopped in his tracks by this judge. Now, one of the things that was also commented in this decision, and I encourage people to read it because it may actually apply in your own state. One of the things that came out is, well, you know, there are things that happen in an election, and if the county, it's more than just a ministerial duty to sign off and say, yeah, we certify this as, they're actually supposed to make sure that it's complete and accurate. Okay, if they have suspicion that it wasn't accurate,
right?
Like, for example, I don't know, how about, was it Fulton or Gwinnett County? The paper ballot count did not match the machine tabulation count. All right, there's a problem.
Yeah, there's a problem, Scotty.
If you've got more paper ballots than you have machine count, that means that the machine disenfranchised, what, 30,000 people? Okay. Now, in this opinion, there's a notation of one of the pieces of jurisprudence that if even one voter is disenfranchised, that's too many. Now, in federal law, a defect rate of and I always have to use my fingers, 0.0001%.
Wow. Okay.
If you have that defect rate, it's presumed that the election is in jeopardy. You don't have to prove it. All you have to do is show out of 165,000 ballots, you have 1,650 ballots that are, we got a problem here.
Yeah.
Okay. Kerry Lake allegedly lost by, I think, 17,000.
Yeah.
Dave Hamaday lost allegedly by 215.
Yeah.
Not 215,000, 215. And there's still 6,000 ballots to be counted. So I don't want to relitigate that election because that ship's left the dock.
Yeah.
The courts are going to have to pay the price, and they probably will in this next legislative session. We've got some plans to perhaps curtail their budget. If they're not going to do the work, why should we pay them? But if people want to know more about this case and some of the things that are going on here in Arizona that have nationwide impact, they can follow me at markfincham.substack.com. Right now, I've gone from putting out a piece about once a week to multiple pieces, if not once a day. So there are some things that are going on, not just in the election sphere, but in the political sphere outside of elections. Let's keep in mind that an election is about who is going to have power to make decisions that we have to live under.
Yeah.
Now, I listened to Cackling Kamala. In fact, I don't know if folks watched the debate, but
oh, Lord.
I found it really interesting that every time she was asked a question that really it's something that the American people are enduring, whether it was, crime or inflation or retirement. These are real things that the American people are facing. Every time she was asked a question, what was her response? She laughed.
Isn't that the truth?
Okay, now that's laughing in the face of your constituents.
And then she attacked Trump, by the way. Every question she attacked. That was her strategy going in.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, there's this thing called permalinks out on the internet that when there's a story about cackling Kamala, she doesn't get to go back and rewrite history, because if you find the permalink for a particular story, usually there's a quotation that's properly cited that basically memorializes the stupid stuff she says. Now she's trying to say, well, I wasn't the border czar. Really? I found it kind of humorous that when she had her event in Troy, Michigan here several weeks ago, that first of all, it was very poorly attended, but in the moment, like 2 minutes after she took the stage, Joe Biden did something that he's never done before, that he entered the press room 2 minutes after she took the stage, and immediately the cameras left her and went to him. And he was extolling her virtues about how she'd been a fantastic border czar, that they had been joined at the hip on every policy decision. I mean, talk about, that's kind of a Brutus move.
Dang.
Here, let me stick a knife in your
Hey,
back.
Kim, do we have time for a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Hit me with it.
I'd be remiss if I didn't share this anecdote first. First of all, when you came in with that picture of the bull behind you,
so good.
you look very much like my grandfather.
Oh,
The
God.
hairline, the
Handsome.
mustache.
So handsome.
Yeah. And my grandfather had a picture that he was taken with a bull. He was a Polish immigrant. He escaped Hitler's concentration camp, came to Chicago in his mid-20s, and became a Chicago cop. And there was a bull loose from the circus on the streets of Chicago, and it was all over the police radio, and the police were responding. My grandfather told the cops, "Don't worry, I got this. I'm on my way." What do you mean you got this? It's a bull. Don't worry, I got it. He grew up on a farm with bulls, by the way. He got to the scene. He got out of his car. He walked up to the bull and took it down in 2 seconds. And he had his picture on the page of the newspaper with a bull. And when you popped in, I'm like, it was meant to remind me of my grandfather. So thank you so much for taking me to that point. But my question is, the media that I've been a party of for decades, they hate the Constitution.
Yeah.
In his last years, remember Hannity and Combs? Alan Combs was Hannity's sidekick for a long time. And Alan Combs was holding some kind of town hall thing.
Right.
It was a radio. And it was all media people that were bashing the Constitution. Somebody told Combs, "There's this guy that wants to talk to you. Can he call in?" It was me. And I called in to defend the Constitution. His only answer was, I swear to God, "Scotty, do you take your Constitution to bed and make love to it?"
Yeah.
That's a pretty sick thing to say on the air, Alan. But
Yeah.
how does that address what I've just told you? My point is, the
doesn't.
media hates the Constitution. I want to ask you, we know the rank and file of law enforcement are legitimate people. The vast majority of them support the Constitution. But I want to know, from your perspective, do you think the elite, the people that really run law enforcement, state and local level, not federal, we know they're bought and paid for, do the state and local level law enforcement that run the show, do they support the Constitution?
Yeah, before I answer that, I just noticed my Substack name is actually FINCHEM, not UM.
Oh, look what I did. I'm gonna fix that right now.
People will go off into the ether.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna fix
And there
that
is
right
a
now.
Mark Fincham with an EM.
Yeah, that's me, the one with the EM. Yeah.
I mean, there is one with a UM. That's what I meant.
Yeah, that's not me. So let's talk about the law enforcement rank and file. President Trump has been endorsed by the National FOP, Fraternal Order of Police, the National Border Patrol Council. I don't know if he's been endorsed by the National Sheriff's Council or not. The sheriffs are a little bit different because they're elected, they're not appointed. So we got to be, because of that, there's a level of separation and respect there. But I know the vast majority of sheriffs in the United States support President Trump. So you've got the law enforcement community behind him. And I would even go as far as to say that many of the state level law enforcement officers, not necessarily the TBI,
Yeah.
but state and federal agents. So I'm talking about U.S. Marshals, rank and file, FBI. They should not be vilified for the corruption at the top.
Right.
Now, I think it's pretty much understood that the FBI, the top 40% of the FBI needs to go. And when I say go, I'm not talking about just out the door. Some of them need to go to Gitmo.
Yep.
But the law enforcement community writ large is very supportive of President Trump. Now, let me juxtapose that against people like Ruben Gallego, who's running for U.S. Senate here in Arizona, and Kamala Harris. These are defund the police people. So you have, and I used to visit San Francisco regularly because I had family there. They have absolutely destroyed that city by the bay that used to be home to the Pacific Fleet. Now it's basically run by the Chinese Communist Party. Notice, by the way, that Gavin Newsom, when the CCP was going to come visit California, suddenly
He cleaned it up.
They went from end to end, cleaned that bad boy up. You know, they got all the feces off the streets. They pulled up all the needles out of the grass.
Mm-hmm.
They moved the homeless out of the way so that the Chinese could stand there at the Embarcadero, look across the bay, and see all of the ships that are lined up for offloading of Chinese goods into the United States. I guess that was a moment for them. What we're looking at right now is, and this is a globalist takeover of the United States. It used to be that the southern border mattered. Well, now they don't even bother to have them come across the border. When I say they, I'm talking about the uniparty folks that want to see the United States collapse. Now they just use a plane and fly them over the border.
That's right. And,
So that's
and Mark, we had Eddie Cornell on. He leads our Canadian team. So he's your Veterans for Freedom. So Eddie shared that they've been doing that for 5 years in Canada, flying in the illegal immigrants. China set up shop.
Yeah. Yeah. So in fact, they've got PLA troops on the ground in Canada.
Jeez.
Joint
They're on
maneuvers.
our border. They're training on our border, right on the
Joint
border. They train.
maneuvers. Joint maneuvers with the Canadian military. Wait a minute. I thought those guys were our ally. Something is very amiss here. But then today's Substack article, and I would urge people, you can get the free version. If you want to get the paid version, that's like $5 a month. It basically covers my internet cost. So you have a DOJ statement that came out earlier this week that authorizes the military to take lethal force if necessary against American citizens. If people want to read it, they can go to my Substack. I've got the document, the number that you can use to go get the document, but also a story that's been written about it because it's a bit heady. So there's an analysis of that by an investigative journalist. His name escapes me for the time being. Leo, I think, is his first name.
Okay.
This is something that folks need to read and understand. Okay. Now it kind of goes back to what your question, I think, was, Scotty, or at least maybe the follow-up to that was, if things go south, will the American policing force turn on the people? I don't believe they will. And that is the genius of the construction of our nation, that civil policing, even if it's municipal and is directed by individuals, not necessarily elected like sheriffs are, that's your neighbors. That's the people you go to the grocery store. You walk into a restaurant or a donut shop.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to say something about a donut
You
shop.
did, didn't you? You had to drop that.
I went there. Shout out to Sweetwater's Donut Mill, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Lord. Drive. That used to be the place to go when you were on coffee break at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
But
Mark, what if We have illegal immigrants that are trained in law force right now. We've got people here in San Ysidro that are supposed to put their DARPA, they're supposed to put their guns back into their lockers every night when they leave, before they leave. But do you know that the police captains are not allowed to confirm that they're there? They're not allowed to even ask questions.
Not a surprise.
So you don't believe that the police at the ones who control the forces at the state and local level, if I'm a cop, I'm working my shift, I've got a boss. And then he's got a boss. The guy, the sheriff that runs that precinct, you think because they're our neighbors and they live amongst us, they will side with us? That's very encouraging to hear.
That is.
Yeah, because so an illegal order is an illegal order. And, here's an example which went the other way. You have FBI agents who engaged in an illegal search and seizure of President Trump's home.
That's right.
That was an illegal search and seizure.
Yeah.
And you had FBI agents that put together a search warrant based upon false information. It's now known that the GSA and the National Archives created a package of fake confidential documents, secret documents in an envelope. It was planted at President Trump's home by delivery. Now, one of the telltale signs, and Boone Cutler does a fabulous job with his book, Fifth Generation Warfare. And by the way, some of the other books that are follow on to that.
And let me drop this real quick, guys. You want to go to General Flynn. Go to flynnmovie.com/Kim, and all proceeds will go directly back to take our border back. flynnmovie.com/Kim. Not only will you access the Flynn movie, you can access Fifth Generation Warfare there. flynnmovie.com/Kim.
So that is a textbook for American patriots.
Right.
To understand, it's written. Basically, it's a warfighter's manual, but it's written for the civilian. Okay, it's taken a lot of the military jargon out of it, which they can really engage in some pretty hefty jargon. But it's bringing the concepts home that the battle, fifth generation warfare, is not a kinetic battle. Kinetic meaning bombs and bullets.
That's right.
It's for this. It's the battle over gray space. Gray space being the gray matter in your brain.
Mm-hmm. And
if you don't believe me, think back, and I think Boone would be proud of me for this. Think back. Well, you got to wear masks, and you got to stand 6 feet apart, and you don't touch the guardrails, which is probably a good idea. But all of these things. Oh, and you can't have hydroxychloroquine. You can't have ivermectin because that was all a psyop. 100% a psyop. In fact, I remember even commenting to some of my colleagues when they came out with the masks, and they at the House of Representatives, they put up plexiglass stations for you to sit at your desk. And I said, well, this kind of looks to me like one of those things that government would do just to make it look like they're doing something beneficial to the people, even though there's no benefit to it. All you had to do is read the side of the box for the mask, and you would know that mask was completely ineffective for what they were trying to tell people it would do. So in my view, Anthony Fauci is a war criminal. He should be tried for crimes against humanity. What he's done is he has engaged in not just a physical war by the release and the development. And let's be really clear, when you hear gain of function, that's called military weapons development. Okay? They try and put a fancy name on it. That's military weapons development. By the way, they did it offshore because it's illegal to do here. Go figure. And then when they have tabletop exercises long in advance of the release of COVID to test out, to game out game theory, think about what is the response going to be? How far can we push the people? What can we force them to do? This is all psychological shaping. This is the beginning of pushing people into what I'm going to call a lemming atmosphere.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember going through the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, and I had taken my mask off, and here's this long line of people wearing masks. And this idiot steps out of line and says, "Put your mask on there, cowboy." I said, "No, I'm not going to be one like you. Not going to." So they were all conditioned. They had to do this stuff. They had to. Who knows who came up with this? I'm sure Fauci didn't come up with it by himself. But all of this is about trying to get into that space where they control, with just a very few words, the actions and the attitudes of the people.
Mark, by the way, the masks and standing 6 feet apart come from a satanic ritual.
Oh,
It's
my
that
God.
You know, Mark, let me share a quote by John F. Kennedy. It says, "For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is printed. No secret is revealed."
Yep. And he ought to know. I mean, his uncle and his dad were murdered by the very same people that are engaged in it today. That's why I'm really urging your folks, Red Pill Drifter, that link, if you can put that out there,
I'm going to pull it up again.
watch that thing, because it is going to tell you why you are seeing the things that you are seeing now. And then share it with 10 people. That's called local action with national impact. Now, the last thing that I want to make sure that I get in before our time comes to an end, Dr. Jerome Corsi, who had a big hand in pulling together the evidence to show that our own CIA is behind the murder of President John F. Kennedy. He has been working with a fellow by the name of Dr. Andrew Paquette. And they have done some work on voter roll examinations.
Yeah.
In fact, the Election Fairness Institute, where I'm the executive director, we obtained on Thursday, we obtained the most recent Arizona statewide voter roll. So they're going to be working on that one. But they went through, Dr. Paquette went through and examined the Wisconsin state voter rolls. And in select counties, go figure, those that have significantly higher than the rest, their population centers, significantly higher populations, they found cryptologic algorithms that create people out of thin air. Fictitious people, fictitious voters. And they were able to isolate some of these algorithms. Now, that's in the voter rolls. Anytime you have an electronic system, you can move people around electronically. Let's just be frank about that. Okay.
Yep.
Well, they also found the same thing in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and Ohio.
Jeez.
Now they're looking at Texas. Pretty sure they're going to find the same thing. I'm hoping that we will have our voter rolls done by Tuesday or Wednesday this next week.
Yeah.
This should concern everyone. And I think I heard Dr. Frank say that it was either Washington State or Oregon. They shut down Motor Voter because it was polluting the voter rolls so bad.
Yeah, you said that.
Okay.
Are we surprised?
That's a Democrat-controlled state. All right. Now,
Wow.
if you've seen the map that one of our board members, Seth Keschel, who is with
Love
the
Seth. He's amazing. We've had him on our shows multiple times.
So Seth has presented a map that really does show we don't have any blue states. Every
Would
state
you
is
say
a red
that one
state.
more time?
We don't have any blue states. Every state is a red state. We have blue cities. And this is where the, I'm going to call it the Uniparty, because it's not just Democrats, okay? Look at people like Brad Raffensperger. That guy allegedly is a Republican, but he's done everything he can to screw Republicans in Georgia. In my view, a traitor. Okay. So you got guys like that who are interfering with the election system. What they're supposed to do is make sure that the election system runs efficiently and legally, transparently, securely, fairly. The reason Tina Peters is sitting in prison right now is because she outed an illegitimate regime within the state of Colorado. And yes, I'm going to call her out. Jenna Griswold, in my view, is a criminal.
Yeah,
because she
100%.
obliterated voting records that she is obligated to protect and maintain, that the counties are obligated to protect and maintain for 22 months after an election. Well, with this so-called trusted bill that Dr. Frank was talking about, they obliterated those records. They're gone. Well, except for Tina. She protected him. So now she's sitting in prison,
Yeah.
taking her duty seriously. I guess my question is not just Jenna Griswold. What about the other 62 counties in Colorado that didn't protect those records? Should they also be brought up on federal charges? Because each individual record is an offense under 52 CFR section 20701. Yeah, that's kind of like every Secretary of State, every candidate for Secretary of State knows that one by heart because it requires the curation of records for 22 months.
Yeah.
All right. So Tina tells me there were 20,000 records in their on their computer. And when the trusted build happened, those 20,000 records were gone. Okay. 20,000 records. Each one of those is a separate violation of federal law times 62 counties. And Mesa County is a fairly small county population-wise. I can only imagine what the county that Denver sits in, or the Boulder, or some of the larger cities. So what we have now, and I used to call it sovereign fraud, but actually the people are sovereign. So it's agency fraud. This is state actors who are knowingly engaged in managing elections beyond the point of seeing to it that the records are secure. They really are selections. Okay. Now, the only way that we can beat that is to have a massive turnout. And I'll close with this. In Maricopa,
And this is our call to action. This is our call to action. So guys, listen in. This is important.
Maricopa County had roughly 390,000 people, Republicans, that were registered to vote that didn't vote in the last election in 2022. Think about that. 320,000. Kerry Lake allegedly lost by 17,000. I allegedly lost by 120,000. Of course, we already know that many of the ballots that were counted against me never should have been counted because nobody signed off on them as required by state law. So if you're happy with your life the way it is, just stay home. But if you're upset about inflation that's at 28%, by the way, the real CPI, they keep dropping things off the CPI to try and manage that number. Okay. Pull out, if you have such things, pull out the receipt from last year when you went to get groceries and get the exact same things in your grocery basket and see the difference. Okay.
Oh, it's crazy right now.
So my point here is Arizona has 15 counties. Mostly because we're huge when it comes to land mass, but we don't have a lot of population. We're somewhere south of 7 million for the entire state. If you have 390,000 people in Maricopa County that didn't vote or that aren't going to vote, everyone who lives in a rural county, if you go out and vote and you have 95 to 100% voter turnout, you will actually make up for the voter apathy in Maricopa County. And the rural voice will finally be heard. That rings true for every state in the union, every county in the union. Because we have cities that are blue, we don't have counties that are all blue. We have a few. But they're managed by individuals who are so used to losing, they don't even pay attention. So it's going to be up to the people to watch very closely what's happening with their elections. So again, if people want to follow me, markfincham.substack.com. They can also go to goefi.org. That's our Election Fairness Institute. We operate on a shoestring, honestly, but we don't accept government contracts. We are 100% privately sponsored. And we've got some sponsors that give $5 a month. We've got them all the way up to people that have written us checks for $20,000 just because they like the work that we're doing. They like the fact that we're looking at voter rolls. They like the fact that we're looking at process. Because we're a 501c3, we can't advocate for people, parties, or positions.
Yeah.
But what we can do is identify defects and alert defects in the process and alert legislators to, okay, here's the outcome of what you just did. You might want to rethink your public policy. But thank you very much for having me on, Kim and Scotty. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Mark, an absolute honor. Thank you for
joining
being a
us.
fan.
Great information, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah, so good. And thank you for just empowering us today. I think that's the key. You didn't leave us high and dry. We know what we can do. For sure, we are going to be reading and implementing 5th Generation Warfare. You guys can access that at Flynn Movie, FLYNN movie.com/Kim. All proceeds will go back to Take Our Border Back. Mark, you guys know how to follow Mark. GoEFI.com. You saw his Substack.
.org.
Oh, gee whiz.
ORG.
I'm putting all this information in. Go to ERG guy, ORG.
GoEFI.org.
Oh gosh, love it. It takes a second, all right. I got that. I'm going to save that baby
Well,
right now.
we're a community. We're a community of help right here.
look, it's
There
there.
we go. Yeah.
EFI.org right there.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right.
So good. Mark, thank you. We love you. We'll be in communication. Thank you for being a stand for freedom. And to your friend Bull behind you, we say no more bull out there.
Roger that. Have a great day.
You
Keep
too.
fighting, Mark. Keep up the fight.
Come on and join us tonight. Tonight we are on. You have your VIP link, Mark, to join us for treason. That's What is Treason. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And it is on our Zoom link that was sent to you. #traffic. It's JJ Carroll's What is Treason. It's going to be extraordinary. So Mark Fincham, we love you. God bless you. Have an amazing day today.
You too.
Wow, Scotty. Warriors in the house today.
He's
warriors.
He's a very knowledgeable man. He shared a lot of great information and facts. And boy, I just appreciate the quality of the speakers that we've been blessed to have. Kim, I'm in San Diego visiting my daughter.
Yes, you
and
are.
I have to communicate with her right now. So if I can duck out for 10 minutes, you can carry the ball. Aren't we at a time where we have no speakers?
Well, what we have right now, Scotty, is we're getting ready for Commander Jay Furman. So what we're going to do is take a moment to thank a few people. And then I've got a couple of videos I'm going to pop in here that I think are
time to duck out then.
Will you go duck out and I'll
All
see
right.
you in a minute. And then I'll take a potty break after
All
you.
right.
I love it. We're on all day long. We are committed to this cause. And what do we get paid? Zero. What we're doing is invaluable, you guys. Absolutely invaluable. And your support makes the difference. So I want to encourage you today to go to givesendgo.com/take our border back. That's givesendgo.com/take our border back. This isn't about you paying us. This is about supporting Take Our Border Back in the movement of what we've been doing across America. Because things do cost money. That's just the reality. And I want to thank every single one of you that have been supporting us. It's because of you we've been able to have this platform and to give people all of the strategies, resources, and tools so that we the people can take our power back on a local level. So there's a few people I want to thank today. First of all, our Take Our Border Back team is absolutely extraordinary. So grateful for our team, our steering committee. I also want to say a big thank you to those behind the scenes. You don't see them, but we see them and we know they're there. We've got Guru, Dave, and Mel from Australia that have got this streamed all across Australia and their platforms. We also have with us today It's funny, my charger's like having a hard time charging on my phone. We've got Screw Big Gov, Lewis Herms, Bruce Poppy. Their teams are making, and they just did the Unity tour with us at Rescue the Republic. I'll share some of those videos with you in a minute. It was absolutely incredible. I want to acknowledge Screw Big Gov and their teams, the Unity tour, for being such a great support of Take Our Border Back and joining us when we took the reins at Rescue the Republic. I also want to thank two guys drinking coffee. They are also streaming today. I've got one of their coffee cups. Actually, I should have had that right here, right now. But to them, we would absolutely resonate with this one. America must put God first. I'll drink to that. Good old coffee. All right, we've got SDLD, San Diego Live Data, working behind the scenes. We absolutely love them. Big shout out to San Diego Live Data streaming for us. Eye of the Storm with Audra Morgan. Guys, we love Audra. Audra is a big part of our Take Our Elections Back when we were canvassing our counties, exposing voter fraud. Audra Morgan does the work of going to, she's like the activist, guys, the board of supervisors. She shows up. She's awesome. Now, J.J. Carroll's movie, What is Treason? #Traffic, you're going to be able to access tonight. Okay. That's our VIP showing. Down below, you're going to see the link. Go to givesendgo.com/Take Our Border Back. You will have access to a VIP link to this special showing with JJ Carroll. It's going to be intimate, you guys. It means you talk to JJ. Okay. And by you making a minimum $25 donation, it supports Take Our Border Back and what JJ is doing. Now, I shared that inserted with Audra Morgan because on the 24th, Audra Morgan has the red carpet showing of JJ Carroll's next movie. That's What is Treason? #Invasion. So you definitely want to go to at X Spaces and look up at Eye of the Storm, EYE of the Storm. You'll find the information there so that you can get your ticket. It's local here in San Diego, but they're also going to give you access like we are to a live stream VIP link. So go get that there. But this #trafficked, you want to see before you see that. Okay. So come to tonight's showing. It's going to be special. And you can find that at when you go to givesendgo.com/Take Our Border Back. We're going to send you a link. It'll distribute a link to you. Make a minimum $25 donation. Support us at Take Our Border Back as we support holding up the arms of we the people. I also want to give a shout out to Luke Skywalker. Luke in the house. Hey, Luke, thank you so much. Luke has a platform. He's spoken at our events before. Luke, thank you for sharing with us. We have CBLD sharing with us as well. CBLD is sharing. CBLD. J Data is sharing as well. J Data 172287 is sharing and streaming for us. Of course, Take Our Border Back is streaming everything. And the Take Your Power Back show on my end. And Sovereign Radio, Scotty and Mark Istertoff. Sovereign Radio, Jimmy, thank you for working that back end. They are, now guys, these guys are syndicating. They have a huge platform. They're amazing. So they have been working hard on getting out all of the information for Take Our Border Back. So we want to say thank you to all of you guys for streaming. And for my listeners, for you guys who are hearing my voice right now, thank you. You still have every opportunity to share this. If you're listening to this on X or Facebook or to social or Twitch or wherever you're listening to it, share. Copy the link and share. It's rumble.com/Take Our Border Back /live. Get this out there. We've got Commander Jay Furman coming up in just a moment. He is an absolute rock star. But before Jay comes into the room, what we're going to do is he just rogered that. Love my Commander Jay. He's amazing. And guys, the resources, I'm going to share my page with you. And I want to bring you to a really incredible resource page that you need to see. This is at Take Our Border Back. This is our resource page that was put together by all of our speakers. Because of our speakers, you guys, these are the guys that are bringing all of the resources, the tools, the strategies so that we, the people, can take our power back. So I want you to go here, takeourborderback.com. This is our resource page. This is the flyer to our event. We've got Chris Darlington coming into the room in just a bit with his new song, Hold That Line. Also, oh my gosh, you guys, he has a couple of songs that he's going to be sharing today that are extraordinary, and you will be in tears one of those songs, just so you know. So these are all of our events, but I want to take you to the resource page. So these are the flyers for all the events that are here. But when you scroll down, you're going to find the resource page, even Commander Jay Furman, who's going to be with us. This app is a game changer. You want to gather the evidence when the boats are showing up at the shore with illegal immigrants. Guess where to send it? Send it to where Congress can see it. Legislators can see it. Jay is in the fight for you. That app is a fabulous app. Now you have a bunch of other resources here. So when you heard Dr. Douglas G. Frank, what did he share with you? He shared how to take our elections back. You're going to find that here as well. The 5th Generation Warfare link is here. John Schrock ran into a snag today. He would have been here early with us, but you want to pay attention to these shares he has. Now, when we're talking community security and protection teams, let me say that again. Security protection teams or safety teams, guys, this is creating that in your community. Don't wait. Get started now. We have Steve Slepcevic, Disaster Prevention, who has spoken at our events. Guys, these resources, he's giving you the keys. The keys. Go utilize the keys. Get what you need to be shored up when stuff goes down. This is Dr. Douglas G. Frank's link, Take Back Our Elections. So I want you to know what's available to you because it is going to make the difference in the very near future. Now, before we bring Commander Jay Furman into the room, I want to remind you the importance of why we're doing what we're doing. We know that this trafficking has been going on for quite some time. Remember when you were a little boy and a little girl, and maybe you're young enough where you didn't see this, but there were milk cartons that you received at school with a picture of a child that was lost, a teenager that was lost. I remember as a little girl looking at that picture, right? Looking at that picture on my milk carton. And I remember, Father, please help them. Father, please be with them. God, please rescue them in Jesus' name. Amen. As a little girl at school. Guys, I never knew the work that I would be doing. But in this space, we stand for truth. We expose the truth. We bring it into the light and we provide those resources and solutions. You got to see tonight's movie. What is treason? Hashtag trafficked. Try to say that 10 times each. I'm going to play that movie right now because I want you, actually, I'm going to play the intro to that movie to give you a little bit of a sense of what you're going to see tonight. Guys, you are in for a treat right now. I say you're in for a treat. That was a heavy load, what we just saw. But you have got to see this movie. Is it doable? If you're somebody like me, like I don't watch scary movies. I can't, I don't. I protect my heart. I guard my heart, for it's the wellspring of life, right? But this is the kind of stories. There's some material in here. You know, JJ's really shrewd in how he put this together. It is for us. It is for the viewer. So it's not overwhelming, but it's the kind of thing you must see and you must start talking about. And you're going to have tools and resources as to what you can do by the end of today to take your power back in this area and rescue these kids and provide those resources and support those resources. So without further ado, we have a very, very special person coming up. He led us today in the Pledge of Allegiance. He certainly did. His name is Commander Jay Furman. Commander Jay Furman has been with us for quite some time with the Take Our Border Back movement. He had his whole community today breaking bread together, table talk and prayer, which has been the mission of Take Our Border Back. And he is not afraid to bring the truth into the light. Commander Jay Furman is a whistleblower, was a whistleblower in the military when it came to the vaccines. Thank God he stood up. Many were saved from getting that toxic shot because of him. And he's been the whistleblower for the border. So Jay is going to bring to light, border safety, local security, national impact. He's got a lot to share today. But what you're going to hear is going to move the needle. Jay, Commander Jay, it is an honor to have you back in the room. Welcome.
Howdy. How y'all doing?
Such a cowboy. I love it. Look at us on the ranch. See, we can't do that if we were in Arizona, but we get to see you in your element.
That's right. We're down here next to the King Ranch, down here in Texas, South Texas. Can you hear me okay? I've got a little road.
Loud and clear, Jay. Loud and clear.
Good. Love it. Love it. Awesome. Well, I just have to do a shout out to you, Kim, and the entire Take Our Border Back movement. This is the heart and soul, the heartbeat of the people. Doing essential people's business. And you know what? It's about time. It's about time. We always act in crises, right? All right. So, and we move and we activate and we're doing the essential thing that, well, honestly, if we've been doing this all along, we didn't know we had to, by the way, but if we were doing this all along, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. And we're an extremist. Your other speakers, talk to that very well. So, yeah, I'm very excited to be here with you in beautiful, South Texas ranch country here.
It is gorgeous. And you hit the nail on the head. We're here because we know that we're about to lose this republic. We are about to lose our republic. And listen, we can keep working. We still need to work. We still need to provide for our families. But if we do not take a stand right now, we're going to lose this country. We have been riding on the coattails of our forefathers for way too long. They died for this country. It's now time for us to put a stake in the ground, to show up, stand up, and speak up. So thank you, Commander Jay Furman, for doing just that.
Yes, ma'am. It's my honor, really. I was thinking as I was driving, I just replaced my transmission, so I'm always driving. But as I was driving to this spot, I thought, what do we learn about in history? What do we learn about? What are we studying? What are the marks that we pass on to our children? Well, those moments are 1776. Those moments are World War I, World War II. Those seminal moments when Americans moved. Well, guys, no one's going to write about this moment unless we move. No one's going to remember this moment unless we move. But for a time such as this, it's the peacemakers who are called the sons of God. And we have to, though, actively do that in this moment. And this is a 1776 moment if we move as a people in group. So it's time to saddle up and get out and do everything we can. I've operated environments overseas, and I can tell you, and I've seen democracies die around me, or supposed democracies, anyways. The heart of a people first dies, they become calloused, and then they let everything kind of go around them. Well, we've done that, and we maybe trusted that our leaders, were doing the right thing. We just didn't show up for, say, the last 70 years since we had to truly activate World War II in that great American moment. Well, the war is here, guys, and I retired home from the Navy not too long ago, and maybe it took the vaccine mandate thing waking me up. And my organization kind of turned on me, and I thought, wow, and that was good. God used that to kind of shake the ground underneath me and said, Jay, what are you standing on? Yeah, you wear the nation's cloth, but you're wearing my cloth. You need to shed that identity. And it was a great check on me. So here we are. Just show up. We need to show up. Everybody that's plugged in today, American or not. Now, we're having an American moment, and World War III is upon us. I'm sorry to say, guys, it's here. It's not coming and it's not a kinetic war yet, but this is definitely a war underground or underfoot that is a cultural war to stun us. That's the shock and awe effect for the main line flanking maneuvers, the near enemies at the gate or inside the gate, and that's at our border, and that's at our dollar. And both undermine our security in a very significant sense, and it's coming to a head this fall. And again, we've allowed that to happen. So information is power. That's why they try to control it. That's why they try to throttle us. And we have to share all this stuff with our friends, neighbors, family, and get out and just foot stomp the pavement and get out and move. When 70% of Americans don't vote in our national elections, come on, it's time to look up from the phone and take care of your kids and your grandkids and all of our futures. If not, this little or very large democratic experiment that's risen the watermark for the entire world, we won't have the next greatest generation. We still talk about the last one. Let's do this now. It's time to answer the mantle and the call.
I love it. So let me ask you, Commander, what can we, the people, do right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing, we need to be linked up. And that's why, we try to pull everybody and use this campaign really as a rallying cry to galvanize and pull people together. So that first thing, in war, communication, is strength, right? And so if you can't communicate if you can't move a troop, a group of people, you can't do that unless you can talk. In this activism war or this activism army, we have to communicate. So we have to make sure we're plugged in and get away from all the other distraction.
That's right.
Be informed, but get away from the distraction.
Yeah, those distractions. So, in the book, 5G Warfare, right? 5th Generation Warfare by General Boone Cutler, General Flynn. What's important about this is that is one of the tactics they use is distraction, isn't it?
Yes. Well, and it's just, we're whatever the term is. We're just absolutely, jaws dropped at, the girls and the boys in the girls' bathrooms and the boys in the girls' sports and all of that stuff, which is horrible. And they're hitting at our heart and they're hitting at the families. But that does keep us stunned. So we're missing, they've already sent in the foreign army. Any time in history when a king is unpopular, this happened, multiple times. That's why weaponized mass migration is so dangerous. The king invites in a foreign army because his own people don't accept what he's doing. He's not popular with his population, so he has to bring in invaders who don't care and are happy to invade given better circumstances. Well, of course, everybody that came over here is not that. Texas has a beautiful story of Mexico and Texas kind of flowing back and forth. And we've managed that for better or worse over the years. California and other agricultural states have that, and they really depend on each other. This is not that. And warfare and other warfare tactics, we're talking that 5G and all that, is a hide in plain sight. That's one of the best camouflages. And so they've used our beautiful American immigration story as camouflage for a Trojan horse attack into the heartland and everywhere, and have fielded an enemy all through the country. So, okay, what do we do with that, America? Well, America, we have to vote the right leaders in right now, and we have to override the cheat, because the system is completely stacked against us. This is globalist versus American populist and worldwide populist, for that matter. I love the populist movements in Western Europe. I love the populist movements in Scandinavia. I love the populist movements that are happening everywhere when it's the people trying to assert their lost influence in government again. And so here too, we have to communicate. That's the biggest thing I would say. That's why we've got this app. I think I heard you talking about it.
Yeah, so that is extraordinary. My husband was just asking me about you the other day. He's like, hey, how's Commander Jay? How's that app? I need to start using that app. My husband just said that.
Well, can you imagine? We've been a little bit throttled at the iTunes store. So we created the app.
Yeah.
And we can't, they won't upload it into the iTunes store. So we've done a workaround, and it kind of, I think it's called WPA, but it's basically you load it and it works like a browser, and it accesses the app technology, but you just have to go through your browser to do it and do a different kind of download. You can create an icon and do all that sort of stuff. It's just 2 or 3 steps instead of the one click download. So we've got that, and we'll send that to you. And so that
And
we
you know
can
what
get
I'm going to
pulled
do,
in.
Jay? Why don't you do this? Tell us about that app. And what I'm going to do is I am going to show them the link right now. So everybody, you have access. Here is the QR code. Tell us about what this app is and the benefits and how it can support us and taking our power back.
So yeah, so that app right there, that will take you to where I'm talking about as of today. And so that's my campaign app right there. And that's what we're using to pull and enfranchise South Texas. And then really we're on the front line of we are the most illicit border. So let me get a little background. I kind of just ran into this interview, but so I'm running for Congress, and I know you did a beautiful job, but where I'm running for Congress is Congressional District 28, and that's Texas or South Texas. And it's the second longest southwest border district. It runs from Laredo. The border runs from just north of Laredo, Texas, all the way to Rio Grande City, where I was this morning and during the pledge. And that traditionally, since it's so close to Mexico and has such clean logistics lines from Mexico, is really where most of the illicit traffic comes through. In fact, 40% of America's commerce comes through my district. It's the lifeline to our country as far as the imported commerce. That's more than the Port of LA, that's more than the Port of Virginia or any of the others. And so, of course, if you have that much throughput of international trade, you're going to have the drugs on board. You can have the money on board. All the illicit travel. Now, Governor Abbott's done a fantastic job to push a lot of the people crossing. Now, they're still coming, but much of that traffic's been pushed to the west a little bit, to the other states who are doing less of a job. And so we have stronger.
Yeah, hello, California. We're welcoming them in. We're giving them housing loans. They can buy a house. They can serve in the police department. Would you like some caviar with that?
It's insane. Again, unpopular king. Elon Musk pointed something on X the other day, and I thought it was something everybody needs to look at that's instructive. I think it's 1986 when California, and you Californians are going to have to tell me, enfranchised the illegal voters. They basically gave asylum and said, okay, come on in to the big California tent.
We're a sanctuary state.
Is it true? Yeah, is it true that you haven't had a contested election since? I mean,
we have people that have been fighting. We have warriors here in California, Jay, that have been fighting. Okay, we have taken, we had Ruth Weiss, Election Integrity Project California, and Judicial Watch take LA to court to clean up the voter rolls. And guess what, Jay? They won. And guess what happened a year later? All those people went back on the rolls.
It's insanity is defined that way. So and you can't. There's so the Californication of America is happening. So there's going to be no Texas for the ones fleeing California, or if it goes so far, there's going to be no sanctuary states for the righteous and the right-minded. So we've got to fix this very quickly, because if we don't get this right November 5th, and you can start voting in Texas as of Monday, by the way, and go vote. Don't wait. You don't know what's going to happen between Monday and in the actual election day. So, but if we don't get it right, then we're never going to. I'll predict we'll never have another contested election. Well, we're going to have chain migration like we haven't seen. It's going to be off the chain, and so it's going to be this I don't know this dreamland that's it marches towards communism, which marches towards death and desolation. So the genocide that is abortion is a warm up for where we're headed. Every time a mass population has been pressed into Pilgrim version communism, it always trends in that way. When man moves from God, then we do our nasty stuff as men.
Right.
And women. So so get to know your neighbors. And I know you're doing a whole little thing on this, and that's great. But and then plug in. I think but for the alternate news or the Twitter news about Appalachia, we wouldn't know about Appalachia. and
Yeah.
all of the patriots that ran there to go help, they have a way to do a feedback loop and communicate what's going on. Did you know we're actually connected to that story in Appalachia here in South Texas?
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to own this right now for South Texans.
Come on, South Texas. Come on. Continuing to
We
bring
helped
it.
create that. Well, we have elected for 20 years the incumbent who I'm running against, Henry Cuellar, who actually signed, he's chairman of Homeland Security Appropriations. And so he actually conceived and then keeps on giving money, FEMA money, to shelter illegals. Gives them cash every month. And this is actually here in San Antonio. This is on the news yesterday on Fox Friends. This is, so we've had a pop-up at Tren de Aragua here, TDA. All right, and we had we went in and we had to go and extricate them from this one apartment complex. It was really bad. 300 out of 500 apartments had been used for every den of evil you can imagine. And we only got like 19 of them, and they dispersed as they do, ran for cover like roaches. But my point is, they were living off our dime through FEMA dollars that are meant to be set aside for U.S. disaster assistance in a shelter and it's called a shelter and services program that was conceived by Henry Cuellar. And that just, what do you know, 2 months ago, he gave $26 million just in San Antonio area to house these people. So this is going on everywhere. So no wonder we don't have any money besides, Ukraine, but specifically taking the money that is, I guess grounded FEMA. I don't know. I don't see much willpower for them to do anything there in Appalachia.
Well,
The veterans tell me it's
Jay, you make a point that I really want to stress for people. You said, Kim, you're probably going to talk about this today, the importance of people coming together, the importance of people networking, being in communication now, because when things go down, if they do, it's going to be imperative that we already have these relationships formed and we have a plan in place. That's going to be key. I got off the phone the past couple of days. I've had people reach out to me that lead rescue teams in 30 countries, right? And in 19 states here in the USA. And they know that FEMA is shutting down the regular average people, we the people who want to show up and help. So he's providing the paper resource that you need to say, smack dab, I got the proof in the pudding to say, I can serve my community. Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty awesome. So we're going to be, we have a show with him this week. We're going to be connecting people,
Right.
but that only happens because we're sowing the seeds right now. Now's the time. Don't wait. Sow the seeds. So Commander, your call to action for we the people.
Yes, ma'am. Step up now or just lay down. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lot easier to get out the vote, load up the car, to go and poll watch. A lot easier to wave signs, a lot easier to do all the activism you can, peaceful activism you can around election time than it is to crawl in the trench. And the trench I speak of is no kidding, combative trenches. So, I'll say it, win, lose, or draw, there's gonna be social unrest between November and January. But Lord willing, it stops then. Okay.
That's right.
We have to keep our wits about us. So yes, communicate. Yes, stockpile, have resources for yourself. Be prickly as hell at home and defend that castle. But be careful, because I think we're on a trend or a timeline, win, lose, or draw, to a gun grab with this government that's sucking, trying to still grasp for oxygen as they're falling below the waterline. So, and I think we're going to see some chicanery, some chaos here that is going to be capitalizing. So
Interesting that you say that. So we're going to drop this right now.
Okay.
Stay away from malls. Stay away from big events. Stay away from malls right now. We know what they've done before. We know what they're planning to do again. It's imperative that you stay away from malls right now.
Yep. Yeah. God love, young Mr. Rittenhouse. I applaud him. But they're waiting for us all to run in the streets with our ARs to have the excuse to do that. And so let's just be wise and not,
Yes.
be reactionary as we have been
Yes.
for the last too long as conservatives, and know our rights, and to communicate those. And so and stay in touch. So that's the call to action. Sign up for my app. This app, sign up for my campaign. We will keep you informed. Go in there and sign up, and please connect with us, and then we will send you the resources for this. It's called the app that we're going to send out. It's an additional app. Is called Operation Border Lights. Okay, and so Border Lights is everybody being a light to the situation, and this is because this border is everywhere. We've squeezed the balloon, or they've run into the country, and they've popped out everywhere in the country. We're all the eyes and ears, just like Twitter's been a light. Okay, we need to be those, no kidding, like human lights, taking pictures. This is my border experience and what have you. That's coming. Sign up to my campaign app right there, and then we will push this other stuff to you, and so that we can all kind of have power to the people and enfranchise everybody. So we're going to do this, and we're going to do it with prayer, and we're going to do it with faith, and we're going to believe that God still has providence for men on earth. And for this country as a big part of that story, and we're going to hold on to that with 2 fists of faith.
Come on, yes, and yes, with 2 fists, if not 3, of faith in Jesus' name.
There it is.
Commander Jay Furman, you are a rock star. We just love you so much. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for your partnership. I'm so excited about what's ahead. So we're going to continue to share those resources on our takeourborderback.com page, the resource page. You can find that. So Commander Jay, keep on riding. I'll talk to you soon. God bless you.
Hey, let me plug one last thing, Kim, if I could.
Sure.
So I am in a campaign here. This is a people power campaign. So if you find it in your heart or your resources, this could be the congressional seat that gives Trump the majority he needs in Congress. Texas 28 is a surprise pickup. But let me just say this. The National Republican Congressional Committee just did a poll in Texas 28.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the big news story. Trump is sweeping LBJ's South Texas. Trump was 7 points under Biden last time down here. Now he's 7 points over Harris. That's a massive 14-point shift. Hardly precedented. And then with my race against Henry Cuellar, if we can just get a few more resources in, we will absolutely unseat him. That's what the poll says. He's under his favorable to unfavorables. He's under by 10%. It's just ours for the taking. And I just need some more resources to get the reach out and tell that story. And with one voter contact, with a contrast message, I jumped to double digits above him. But we got to get that message out. And this could be the seat. We're slated on Cook right now. The U.S. Congress is slated to have a 1-member majority right now. That is danger close. If we don't have a majority in Congress, all bets are off. It doesn't matter who's in the White House. We have to give the power of the person to the president. And here's what I believe, Kim. I believe that the Republican Party is going to come to Jesus. We're going to find religion in this chaos that's coming between November and January.
Come on.
There's going to be a popular mandate that's going to just scream at everybody's representatives, say, you know what? Get together and fix this country. And with President Trump at the lead, we're going to be lockstep, consolidated as a party to have a credible conservative pushback, and we're going to right this national ship before she sinks, because she's almost below waterline right now. So that's what I believe. This seat could actually do it. That's not hyperbole. That's not just campaign speak. This is something nobody was tracking. Texas 28. We had a calling to this. We couldn't figure out why. And this is Henry Cuellar is a 20-year incumbent. He's a giant down here. He's very, very senior, and he wasn't even indicted at the time we started doing this. But this is where we're called, and it was a strange journey that was just following the Lord. And then here we are. He gets indicted by the DOJ for representing Azerbaijan, a Muslim country, for perpetuating a genocide on Armenia, a Christian country. He was running interference for them in D.C. so the international community wouldn't, charge them with war crimes for not demining and all the other crazy stuff they're doing. That's what this little South Texas congressman was doing. And we've been running at this, and now this poll confirms. And every day it's been kind of like this. So I need everybody's help. $5 helps, whatever. So we can get the reach out, grab this seat, and back the president, save this country to then get back on the light on the hill where we need to be. Yeah. And when we're in that power strength, with the Lord under our feet, then
That's
we can
right.
reach across borders and help folks, because there's a lot of people hurting in this world.
That's right. That's
But
right. And that's
right now, we gotta take care of ourselves.
CommanderFurman.com.
Yes, ma'am.
CommanderFurman.com. You guys go and support him. You know, Commander Furman on his own dime has been he has been available for almost every single one of our events. So, Commander, you're amazing. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for standing up. Thank you for speaking up. We just love you so much. And vote for Commander Jay Furman. You have my vote, just so you know. And
Thank you,
Scotty
Kim.
Platt.
All right.
All right,
I
love
appreciate
you.
that.
God bless you, and
All
to all your friends that prayed with us this morning or did the Pledge of Allegiance, give them a great big hug and thank them. Tell them that Take Our Border Back is so grateful for all they're doing, and we love you. We will continue to hold up the arms of we the people.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that. Y'all take care.
God
Love you.
bless, Jay. Guys, Commander Jay Furman, absolutely incredible. I'm going to bring Scotty Sachs back into the room. Scotty, I know you heard that on the back end. Is he are we so blessed to have gotten a word from him today?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd bring me in while he was still on because I had a question and an offer for him. Now he's gone. So you'll have to connect me with
Well, I
him.
couldn't do that. You weren't there in the beginning. We were like, Scotty, you're missing your cue. Where are you?
I told you I was going to
So
cut
no,
out
and
to
then-
go talk with my daughter.
Yes. Well, we've got Chris in the back room waiting for us right now.
Bring him in.
So we're glad you're here. But before we do, before we bring Chris in, we're going to actually do a quick little showing again of what is treason #traffic. Before we bring Chris into the room, this is J.J. Carroll's movie. It's being shown this evening at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. That movie is going to be absolutely extraordinary, you guys. I want you to be able to get your tickets to this movie. How you get your VIP tickets is to actually go to, actually, I have the wrong one up. Hold on one second. Get your VIP tickets. Let me show that one here. All right. So you want to go to givesendgo.com/take our border back. With a minimum $25 donation, you can access your link to the VIP ticket. So JJ has been working Border Patrol for years. He's seen it all. He was willing, after being retired, to go into the trenches and bring you the lowdown, give you the lowdown, show you what really happens behind the scenes. So let me share this with you guys right now. This is what you have to look forward to. This is a little bit of a taste of what is treason #traffic. Wow, you guys, that movie, I'm telling you, I have not seen the movie yet. I'm going to be seeing it for the first time. Scotty and I both with you. Scotty, we're in for a treat tonight with J.J. Carroll speaking and sharing with us and what he saw and then the unfolding of this movie. And this movie, I would highly recommend people see before they see Invaded. Invaded will be out on the 24th. People can access tickets to Invaded. When you go to Twitter, for example, go to @I4TheStorm, EYE. Audra Morgan is actually creating a red carpet event. She is in this film with J.J. Carroll, Invaded. But before you go to that, you've got to join us tonight. It's going to be incredible. Down below, you can see how to access tickets. It is at 7:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Mountain, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. I know it's late, but it will be worth it. Go to givesendgo.com/take our border back for your tickets. This goes to support the Take Our Border Back movement, as well as everything we're doing with bringing the truth into the light and giving people the strategies, resources to take their power back at a local level. So Scott, Chris Darlington next.
One
Hold
more
that line.
note
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
JJ
tell me.
Carroll. We are so fortunate to have people like JJ,
Yes.
Victor Avila, Mark Anthony, and all of those guys around Mark that have been on the border, been fighting the border,
Yes.
been over the border on the other side. As we know, Victor Avila lost his partner, Jaime Zapata, on the other side of the border.
Yeah.
And it's all about fighting the human trafficking that has been going on for many years.
Mm-hmm.
As I said earlier, 800,000 kids in the U.S. alone go missing. What better priority, what greater priority, I should say, do we have in this country but to stop the human trafficking in the kids? And we're so
That's
fortunate that this movie is going to show the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, and equip us so that we know what to do. We're going to find later on in the day today, we've got Pastor Dave, who has created his communities from Glad Tidings Church, have created a piece of heaven. This is a facility they've bought out of jail. They're raising money for it, $4 million by the end of the month, to completely transform that into a space that is a safe place, a piece of heaven for those that have been trafficked. Do you know General Flynn says he can send 1,000 people, 1,000 kids there a day? General Flynn, Mary Flynn, they know what's going on behind the scenes. So let's do this. We have got Chris Darlington, who has been a stand for those children that have been trafficked. We're going to be playing one of his songs today. But before you hear that song, there is a song I'm going to share with you right now. Hold that line. He is an absolute warrior. This is one of those guys that has who has worked in law enforcement. He is a sheriff. He is a rock star, and he continues to use his God-given talent to show up, to speak up and stand up. We just absolutely love him. We're going to have him in the room in just a moment, but let's listen into the song. Chris Darlington's Hold That Line.
Lacing up those boots, strapping on that vest, spin that radio on, pin a star in the chest. Just doing what we love and doing what we do. We kiss our family goodbye before we go. Crazy world out there, only the good Lord knows. If we take that last call, the Calvary will be there. Hold that line. Where we fall, we're holding that thin blue line. 'Cause that's what we do. We don't do it for the glory, we do it for you. No matter the price, we'll sacrifice. We will. We'll hold that line. Hold that line. Yeah. Love us or hate us, we'll always be there. No matter the call, anytime and where. Just do what we love, yeah, do what we do. Blue lights and sirens, yeah, it's time to go. No time to defund us. You should know that we're not perfect. We're human, we're flawed. Just save us some grace for the sake of us all. We're holding that thin blue line, 'cause that's what we do. We don't do it for the glory, we do it for you. No matter the price, we'll sacrifice. We will. We'll hold that line. We're holding that thin blue line. That's what we do. We don't do it for the glory, we do it for you. We're holding that bamboo line. That's what we do. We don't do it for the glory, we do it for you. No matter the price, we'll sacrifice. We will. We'll hold that line. We'll hold that line. We'll hold that line.
Chris Darlington holding that line. 24-year board, 24-year. Hold on, I want to make sure I get this right. Chris Darlington, actually, Scotty, we know that he has been in the police field for quite some time. And I want to get the lowdown because I feel like I'm missing some pieces about Chris that we got to bring into the light. He's a music artist, but he has been holding the line. He has fought the good fight with us. So let's bring him in. Let's get the lowdown.
How does the guy get so much talent? I mean, blessed with so much talent. He's done so many
And the
things. in
good
his life.
looks. He's got it all. Chris, welcome to the Take Our Border Back Summit.
Chris, you had my head bopping there, man. That's
I
great.
know.
Great tune.
Absolutely incredible. Chris, can you hear us okay? Chris, are you able to hear us? Stinker winker. So, all right, he's going to go back in and pop back out. So we're going to give him a second.
I thought he was
And,
just being stoic, being stone-faced on us.
I
but he
know.
couldn't hear
but
us.
I think he can't hear us.
Yeah, obviously.
Chris is amazing. He has actually, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. I was going crazy. I was looking through my material. So Chris is an independent county music artist. He hails from the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, where his musical roots run as deep as the red oaks of the Shenandoah Valley. He's influenced by legends like Garth Brooks, Vince Gill, and Chris Stapleton. Chris blends gritty vocals with smooth lyrics reminiscent of Carolina Shine. His musical journey began in childhood with a toy keyboard and a musically inclined father, Frank Darlington of Frankie and the Dynamics. Venturing to Nashville, Tennessee, Chris graced stages like the second fiddle in Tootsie's, later writing and recording tracks produced by Ken Royster, known for Luke Combs' hit Hurricane. In 2021, Chris made waves on Spotify with over 200,000 streams and 93,000 listeners across 124 countries. Oh my gosh, you guys. His singles, including Like Tomorrow's Gone, gained tractions on editorial playlists and radio stations nationwide. Balancing a career as a deputy sheriff. Thank you. I had to confirm that. In my head, he was a sheriff. And then I was looking for my bio to read. I'm like, he's a sheriff, isn't he? So, deputy sheriff with his musical pursuits, Chris released Hold That Line. In 2021, inspired by his 18 years of law enforcement service, the track garnered attention from Police One magazine and Law Enforcement Today, culminating in a performance at the National Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony in D.C. His faith single, Let Him In, top #1 on the Cross Country USA Hot 100 and earned a nomination for the 2023 Dove Awards. Chris is an absolute rock star. Now, Scotty, I don't know where he went. Either his Wi-Fi went down, but Chris was in the back room ready to go. Hold on. I can't hear anything. Check your settings. Check your settings in audio and hop back on. Hop back on. I mean, I could always call him, but I don't know if you're going to be able to hear him. So let's do this. Guys, there's always a way to skin a cat. Scotty, can you hear that ring?
Yep.
All right, let's just see. We got Tom DeWeese in the house for the next up. American policy.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
okay, listen, I've got you on speaker right now on my phone.
Okay.
So
There you go.
let's get you right here. Talk loud, get close. I got you close to the mic. Scotty, can you hear him?
Yeah, I hear him. Tom, how you doing? We just listened to your song. Way to go, man. You really had my head bopping, and I'm thinking, who is this guy? Because I've not heard your music before, but you can bet I'll be downloading that tune immediately.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
You
You're
betcha.
amazing.
Sorry, I couldn't get the when I piped in, I can see everything and the mic's on, everything's on, but I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's the audio, it's your speaker settings. So you have to go to settings, and then if you go to settings, you're still in there. You can test the speaker. There's a little test. So there's a drop down. Pick the speaker that works. You'll figure out which one is yours, and then just make sure that your speakers are turned on.
Okay, usually I've done StreamYard before. I've never had that issue.
Pop in again. Just pop in again. See what happens. But while you're playing with that, so listen. You didn't have to do any of this. You could have just been a sheriff, but you said, we're going to hold that line, baby. So why? What inspired you to do this?
Well, I tell you, I mean, I've been doing it for a little while. I've been playing music and law enforcement officer for a while. So, right around 2019, 2020, it was a big tide, tables turning came in, just where I felt like as law enforcement as a whole, we were being demonized for a political agenda at the end of the day. And I felt like, a lot of the good guys and the good women of law enforcement were being demonized just to, make, distraction for other things that were going on with the election and everything else. And I felt like we needed a song to lift the men and women of law enforcement back up and keep them going. But I felt like 2020 was a rough year.
Hey, Chris, how do your fellow officers and fellow peers react to that song? Obviously, you put a whole cast of characters around you that were in law enforcement, but how do they respond to this? They must really like the music, but what kind of feedback do you get from your peers?
I mean, as far as the peers that I work, with closely at my office, I mean, I'm just another deputy, right?
Right.
They'll come to local shows because, they know me, on a face and name basis. But, I think, as far as like reaching out of the area, when I go perform the song other places or other events, I mean, I think that, people that don't know me find it more, cool that, hey, it's a deputy sheriff. He's singing, he's writing songs, he's in Nashville recording. And I think, it's more attractive to other people that don't, actually know me is what I've kind of learned.
Yeah, so you're not a one-trick pony at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely not. Now we're going to be listening to another song a little bit later today that you created. You Are Not for Sale. That, oh my gosh, what an amazing song. So General Flynn is in that video. So what was it like to work with General Flynn?
Well, it's absolutely amazing to have a man of that caliber to have anything to do with any of my music or a video or whatever. I mean, I'm honored. I'm blessed to have him be a part of that. I've met General Flynn just this past weekend at an event, and he's a humble, down to earth man. And he, let me tell you something. I've seen some younger guys that they do a show and then hey, they got to get on the bus and they got to go. General Flynn, he'll do his thing and then he'll get out and he'll stand there 2 hours and sign autographs, take pictures, and I think he's a real champion.
We love him. We absolutely love him. He's a big inspiration for us, Chris, with Take Our Border Back. We're all about local action equals national impact. So the way, we've been in small, intimate rooms with him where he's leaned forward and just spoke deep inside of each one of us that were in this room. And he just said to us, take care of your families right now, be present, and keep standing. Hold that line.
I'll tell you, I've watched probably 3/4 of the movie. So I sang for an event this past weekend in PA, a Freedom Fest down in Greeley, Pennsylvania, and he did his movie night there. And just to see his movie and see some of the stuff that he's been through and what the government's put him through, and see that he's still out here, getting his message across is just amazing. It's just a shame that
he's one of those generals they couldn't bribe or blackmail, so they went after him hard.
Oh, absolutely. They don't want to hear they know he knows the truth, and they don't want people to know the truth, and that's the problem.
Yeah, that is 100% the problem. Chris, we have your song. Before I actually say that, let me ask you this. You have something special that's coming up on the horizon, don't you?
I believe I do.
Well, tell us about that.
So, I love music. I love making music, and I've always enjoyed playing music growing up. And here recently, I felt like I needed to do a collab, and I wanted to do something different other than just country music. So I wanted to do and when I write music, obviously you can write about anything, but I like to write stuff that people can relate to and that actually makes a difference and it means something to someone. So the next song we're about ready to drop, I reached out to a homicide detective out in California. He's also a social media influencer. He does rap on the side, and I wanted to know if he'd be interested in collaborating on a track that I was writing. And ever since Trump got shot at, up here in Pennsylvania, I said, you know what, there's no sense in that. This is how we do in this country now. If we can't beat them, we got to take them out, right? And then, there was another temp in Florida, the golf course. So I said, you know what? So just start, write some things down on a piece of paper and came up with a song called Still Standing. And I actually didn't go to Nashville. I had my Nashville guys. I gave them a work tape and had them do the music in Nashville. They sent it up here. I did my vocals here. Then I had my guy in California do his rap in California, and we sent it all back to Nashville and had it mixed, and it's done, and we're just waiting on the release date.
So good. So do we get a sneak peek or a sneak sound of that today? Do we get to share that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So, all right, let's do this. I want people to see you because we have a lot of visual people right now. They're seeing me and Scotty. I mean, we're all good and all, but we got you. Let's have you pop on that StreamYard link. Don't worry about the sound. I'll keep you here on the phone. Let's have so that way we have the visual. And then, guys, while he's hopping on the streamline, I'm going to queue up Still Standing. We have the privilege at the Take Our Border Back Summit to launch his new song, Still Standing. You guys, it's incredible. He is such a warrior. I'm not going to play it until he pops back in the space. When he pops back in the space, I want his face to be on the screen. He gets all the recognition for this. Scotty and I don't get the recognition. He gets the recognition.
The ladies may be tired of looking at me, so bring this handsome gentleman back in.
Exactly. They're like, oh, there he is. There he is. I mean, come on, a constitutional sheriff. I mean, these are the people that we absolutely love. All right, Chris, should I press go? Here we go.
Been through the fire, walked through the rain. Faced all my demons, I felt the pain. Almost taken by darkness, saved by the light. Here I am now, I'm so ready to fight. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Unshaken, unbroken, and I'm still here. And God, I trust you, I have no fear. I'm still standing. Yeah. I'm still standing. A spark ignites the flame.
flame. A flame fuels the fire that burns inside my soul. Failure is in the pyre. I hear them tell me to quit, but there's still a dog in this fight. It's like the harder things get, I'm clenching more on the fight. You can topple the towers, the foundation's intact. This nation is ours, we'll fight back when we're attacked. Give them hell, never miss. Take a shot, pump your fists. Hope we can't abandon, been knocked down, but I'm still standing.
I'm still standing. Unshaken, unbroken, and I'm still here. In God I trust, yeah, I have no fear. I'm still standing. Yeah, I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Unshaken, unbroken, I'm still here. In God I trust, yeah, I have no fear. I'm still standing. Yeah, I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
Dang, I'm still standing. Chris Darlington, ChrisDarlington.com. Oh my gosh, it wants to play again, but I want it to play again. It's so good. Hold on. Let's pause that, baby. Chris. Wow.
Chris, what's the rapper's name?
He goes by Forensic.
Okay.
Forensic.
I don't know if he wants me to put his real name out there or not.
Gotcha. Fair enough. That's his showbiz name. But is he in law enforcement too, you said?
He is. He's a homicide detective in California.
How cool is that?
Amazing.
Well, you guys, I don't know if the industry, because I've worked within the music industry, I don't know if they'd give you accolades because of what you represent, but boy, that song should win some pretty, for crossover or whatever the awards are, that song should win a lot of awards. That is brilliant work.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's unfortunate that everything's censored. You can't talk about certain things without unfortunately, that's the way social media is. That's the way Nashville is. That's the way record labels are.
Yeah. That's why we've got to take a stand. So as soon as you get this out, we're going to work with all of our broadcasters, our podcasters. We're going to help you get this out. Now, I am expecting to be at Mar-a-Lago when you're there performing this of President Trump, just so you know. Chris Darlington, we just love you. Thank you so much. And Chris, with your experience and what you're seeing in America and through the world right now, what's your call to action for we the people?
What was the question again?
With what you're seeing right here in America, with all of your experience as a sheriff and supporting law enforcement, what's your call to action right now for we the people?
We the people, we just need to get back to law and order. We need to seal the border up like Trump started, and we need to get back to law and order. It's to the point where law enforcement has to walk on eggshells because they're afraid to do their job. It's almost like to the point where I have to be able to see the bullet coming at me before I can react. And I think we need to get back to active instead of reactive, because we definitely need law and order in this country, and we need support all the way up to the White House to do our jobs. So.
That's right. That's right. Thank you for standing. Thank you for giving us that call to action. We have got to keep standing. Thank you to all law enforcement. Thank you for all Border Patrol. No more these guys being hamstrung. You guys have been trained to do your job, and by golly, we are going to stand by you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, CD. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, we're going to be in touch. We love you, Chris Darlington. God bless you. May God continue to use you powerfully.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. God bless, guys. Chris Darlington. What an absolute honor. He is We're
That
blessed.
is
We are
not
blessed.
to take away from Tom Kaz's music, because I'm not. I love that song,
Yeah.
but
Tom's
that
got his own
song,
gift, right?
that song is really cool.
You know, wait until you hear You Are Not for Sale later today. But what we're going to do right now, Scotty, we've got Tom DeWeese from the American Policy Center. So we've got him in the room right now. I'm going to bring him in because he's got some incredible information to share with us today. So tell us a little bit about
introduction for Tom.
Yeah, come on.
Tom DeWeese in 1984 founded the American Policy Center. Today it's supported by We the People, 100,000 citizens and more across the United States. It's all about activism at the local level. Wow, where have we heard local level? We've already said that word like 20 times, 30 times today.
Yep.
The American Policy Center, it is as it's known today, has one of the largest and most detailed archives of articles on property rights. Now, how apropos is that, since Klaus Schwab has said, we will own nothing and be happy. He's got it all down when it comes to the property rights.
Right.
He is responsible in part, certainly there's a lot of people working against the diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. It is falling apart. It is crumbling in part thanks to the work of American Policy Center.
We are blessed to bring in Tom DeWeese. Tom, welcome to the Take Our Border Back Summit. I'm so excited to meet you in person.
Well, thank you so much, Kim, Scotty. It's good to be with you. I appreciate it.
Good to see you, Tom.
There's a lot going on right now. And it's funny because when you and I had a conversation about some of the things that are going on with property rights and the geopolitical shifting, really the mass corruption when it comes to fraudulent mortgages, we were having this conversation in regards to Assistant Chief Sean Taylor. And you were so knowledgeable about so many of these things that were kind of right up your alley. So we thought, wow, what a great time to bring you into the room because you're all about local action. Let's do it. Let's bring it into the light. Let's provide people with those resources and tools so that we, the people, can take our power back.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. I know that a lot of your speakers today are already talking about the major details of illegal immigration and how it's being enforced and all that. I thought maybe what I would do is kind of build on that. I want to provide some of the details as to why a lot of this is being done. What's the forces behind it? And a brief outline of some of the other policies that are being put in place that go along with illegal immigration, how it all fits together. What we literally are facing here is a very specific agenda. And since about 1992, they have been very forceful in putting that agenda together. It started out with Agenda 21 that was put together at the UN's Earth Summit. And they said at that time that Agenda 21 is a comprehensive blueprint for the reorganization of human society. I mean, can it get any clearer what they're up about?
Oh, yeah.
And that private property, free enterprise, and national sovereignty were the targets. We're talking about global control, global governance, and taking away national sovereignty and having us all working together. Maurice Strong, who was the Earth Summit chairman, proclaimed at that conference in 1992, he said, quote, "Current lifestyles and consumption patterns of the affluent middle class involving high meat intake, use of fossil fuels, appliances, air conditioning, and suburban housing are not sustainable." They were saying it clear back then, as clearly as they could possibly do it. And then I have known since the beginning that one of the major pieces and parts of goals of Agenda 21 was population control. Jacques Cousteau declared, quote, "In order to stabilize world populations, we must eliminate 350,000 people per day." I mean, think of that. What we are looking at a mix of all kinds of things, whether it's control of the existing populations or keeping the populations down. We've got families now who are not producing new children. We're looking at a lot of shortages of people. We're looking at the whole push for abortion. We're looking at the whole transgender thing. All of that goes into getting the population to begin to reduce one thing after another. Now, those two things, what Maurice Strong said about not sustainable and 350,000 people per day, those two details lead us to the purpose behind the massive invasion of the borders on the Western nations. Those Western nations around the world that grew prosperous through the free enterprise system and private property ownership, unlike third world nations where they're wallowing in poverty and growing populations. The idea that they have now is to bring those people out of those nations into here. One of the big debates they've had in the environmental movement, Sierra Club, the Nature Conservancy, and so forth, was whether allowing the massive numbers to come over here hurt the population, hurt the environment, or help the environment. And they came to the conclusion that the United States was better at keeping the environment cleaner. So instead of them being in Africa and Asia and all that, bring them here. That's one of the purposes behind the border. And of course, the other thing is that it helps destroy our entire society, which now we won't be able to help the environment so much.
Well, you know what's funny, Tom? I keep saying over and over, listen, everyone's like, well, Ken, there's so many other things to focus on right now besides the border. I said, you don't understand. The border is a bleeding over of the bigger agenda. We need to talk about the bigger agenda. And that's exactly why you're here.
Exactly. Yeah. The global forces moved to, grab control of our society. They also needed to control that population growth worldwide. And bringing them here, the developed, the richer Western nations are, as I said, better equipped to take care of them. But how to control those in those first world nations? How do we control them, even if we bring the population here? Well, what they did was declare an environmental crisis, and the tactic that they used to enforce that is fear. Fear of what? Fear of environmental Armageddon. And this was the birth of the environmental movement. And the mantra is, I've had environmentalists get in my face over and over again and tell me very arrogantly, it doesn't matter how many rights you think you have if you don't have a planet to stand on. And so that fear of that frightened people really into giving up their liberties voluntarily. Well, we've got to do this because we have a crisis. And they use that crisis over and over and over again. And the reason that they focus on the environment as the tactic to do this, even though we have proven time and time again that we don't have a man-made climate crisis, that we're not seeing any facts behind that at all. But why don't they ever give it up? The reason they don't give it up is because the environment does not recognize national borders. It doesn't recognize state borders, county borders, city borders, or the border around your backyard. That gives them the opportunity to take these policies and push them across all of those borders because we have a crisis using the environment. That's why they don't give it up. And what we're looking at here, climate change, became that mantra. But in short, we're experiencing a global climate colonialism. They are taking away our independent national nations and having it, global governance. And they are dictating to us what we can think. They actually, in our education system, completely changing the way we're allowed to think, taking away our knowledge. They call it, there actually is a UN organization that calls this globally acceptable truth. And I can't believe they tell this stuff with a straight face. But the main weapon that they use to push this plan is sustainable development. And it's not, they're landing. If it's not sustainable, then it must be stopped. Sustainable is really the trigger word designed to get you to voluntarily surrender your liberties. They start saying sustainable, and people kind of get like zombies and go, we must give up these things for the planet. And every time you hear the word sustainable, understand that it has nothing to do with protecting the environment, but it's the main tool to subvert our current government and under global control. And to fully understand what a massive threat this is to everything in your life, I think the very best description of sustainable development was provided by one of its most powerful opponents, a friend of mine, the late Rosa Koire. She was the head of Democrats against Agenda 21. They didn't know what to do with Rosa. She was liberal in a lot of policies, but she understood this. And this was her definition of sustainable. UN Agenda 21, sustainable development, is the action plan to inventory and control all land, all water, all minerals, all plants, all animals, all construction, all means of production, all information, all energy, and all human beings in the world. Inventory and control. And I think that hits it pretty well.
Tom, that will include all of our food, because they want to control the food supply 100%.
Oh, absolutely. That is a major target right now. And this is interesting what they're doing with the farmers and taking property and using easements to have wind and solar put on their land and so forth. And we're growing less and less food. How many times have you heard people say to you, they want me to eat bugs, and there's no way I'm doing that?
I hear that all the time. Yes.
Right? Well, what happens when that is the only thing produced, and that is your only choice? And this is what the entire economy, they have Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum talking about things like we're only going to be able to buy like 3 different outfits a year. You're only going to be able to take 1 short plane trip a year. We're, Bill Gates moving towards fake meat and bugs and all of that. What happens when that is the entire economy? That is the entire product that is on the market. What choice will you have then? You will have no choices in it. And this is what people have to understand. Klaus Schwab said that the Great Reset is a means of addressing the weaknesses of capitalism that were purportedly exposed by the COVID pandemic. And he wrote this. He said, no industry or business will be spared from the impact of these challenges. Millions of companies risk disappearing, and many industries face an uncertain future. A few will thrive. Which ones are those? The ones that go along with them, And now you say, well, how can they grab hold of a powerful free market such as we've had? The answer is they target Wall Street.
Yeah.
Schwab wrote this. Within a year, 77% of institutional investors intend to stop buying into companies that aren't in some way sustainable. If it's not done by following sustainable rules, it will not be financed. So we're already feeling the effects of Biden shutting down our oil supply. The first day in office, he did that.
Yeah,
He blamed it on
that's
Trump,
right.
of course. But he also signed an executive order to lock away a massive amount of land in this country. The plan is called 30 by 30. They actually are looking to lock away 50% of the land in the country and all of our resources by the year 2030. And this means land that there literally is no human activity. Even in national parks that are in it, they will start blocking people from coming into those parks. And, and the food, the production, everything that goes underneath there, imagine the economy of the entire United States when 50% of it is just blackened out, not there. And this is one of the things they have to do here. If you are one of these people pushing for globalism and you're looking at the entire world, you look at what's going to stand in your way. The United States of America was created with one of the only countries in the world created where the government was created to protect the rights you were born with. Almost every other country in the world, the government is to grant you your rights. But here was this country that said, you're already born with these rights, and it's our job to protect them. That is a roadblock to globalism. And so they had to change the entire culture of the United States to get rid of those horrible ideas of our founding fathers to accept this globalist idea. And, that's what we're facing with.
Excellent, Tom. Of course, we know that Joe Biden never had an original thought. His puppet masters told him everything he did was, probably Obama in the basement talking into his earpiece, and the people above Obama tell Obama what to do. So, but that was a great characterization of the globalist agenda. It is simply about the New World Order, one world government that we heard every president prior to Trump. Every president in our lifetime had used the term New World Order. And this is what it's about. The sustainability thing is really unfortunate how many really bright people fell into the trap of that. And do you have any suggestions of how we can convince people on this specific issue of sustainability, how not to buy into that bull crap?
It's good.
Well, we've got a lot of information out there, that backs it up. And I think I'm seeing a lot of people starting to grasp that. I used to talk to a lot of empty rooms. People didn't understand. And if they weren't affected by these policies, they didn't care. That today, everybody's affected by them. And that is having a big change on it. I'm really seeing a lot of people starting to grasp it. They're desperate for information on it. The biggest thing that I am finding is that in your local city councils, your county commissions, this is where most of this stuff is being put into place. Yeah, there's federal policies, and you've got federal agencies that are pushing it, but you have local elected county commissioners, city councils, and state legislatures. They have a lot more power than they understand. And we're finding that a lot of these city councilmen, county commissioners don't know anything about these policies. One thing people have to understand is that there are these non-governmental organizations. They're trained by Klaus Schwab and his bunch. They're trained by the UN. NGOs, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And they surround your local elected officials. Every one of these policies has at least an NGO behind whatever that policy may be. They're the experts. They know how to put in sample legislation. They know what grant programs to apply for because they helped write them at the federal level. And your community maybe just wants a grant to help pave Main Street or something like that. And they end up getting a grant that says it's going to dictate to them how much transportation they can use, what kind of development programs they can put in place, all of that kind of thing. They don't understand that they're doing that. And worst of all is local officials elected by the people to represent them and their rights and protect them. They are answering to non-elected appointed boards and federal agencies saying, you've got to do this. Oh, well, we have to do it, I guess. That's just the way it's done now. We hear it over and over again. And this is what I'm screaming at. You were elected to represent the people. I went across Iowa fighting the carbon capture pipeline, and I was hearing county commissioners tell me this kind of thing. And I said, you are cowards to stand there and not represent your people who are having their property destroyed by this. It actually took hold, and a lot of them started to change their attitude. We got it out there. But we're finding these county commissioners and city councilmen who are, when a few people from our side show up and they're just crushed. I've always joked, if you're standing there and they give you those 3 minutes to say something,
Board of
Supervisors over a trap door at that point, you're gone if you mention these things. And so, we've got to organize. Our people are real excited about getting involved in presidential campaigns, but locally, going to city council meeting every week, give me a headache.
Yeah, Tom, let me interject real quick. You such an important point. If people want to support, these presidential campaigns, great, that's awesome. But I'm telling you, It all goes back to local, because let's say Trump gets into office, God willing, right? What's going to happen in the state of California?
Yeah. And this is key, because if he gets in office, he can't change all of this.
Exactly.
He's one guy. He has got to have support from the people demanding that this stuff be done.
Yes. Yes.
And what I hear people say, well, we had 100 people show up at city council meeting. And I said, great, what happened? Well, nothing. They didn't listen to us. And I'll ask them, what did you do the next day? And they'll say, well, nothing, because it didn't work. I said, they were looking at their watches expecting you to do that. That you've got to be there. I have created, I coined the term building a freedom pod. The idea is in your community. Don't worry about the next communities. Worry about yours.
Yes.
You do research. Find out who you're up against. Who are the people putting these policies in place? What are those policies? And be there every single meeting. They've got to feel pressure from you. They've got to know, with all these NGOs surrounding them,
yes,
and one or two of us shows up, that means nothing. If you can get 15, 25 people who are beginning to work on this, you will start to have an effect. They have got to feel pressure from you. Here's what victory looks like. The next time the NGO brings in the plan and says, hey, got it all right here in a box for you, got the plan, got the money for you too. And your elected official looks at him and says, are you nuts? Do you know what my people will do to me if we try to do this? That's what we have to achieve. We've got to change the debate, make the debate about protecting our liberties, protecting our property rights. Property rights is the key to this. If property rights are protected, sustainable development policies cannot be put in place. We can turn this around. I want to tell you real quick, I have an organization in Maine. They called me yesterday, and they have a victory on their hands. These are people who I have worked with over the years. It's called Maine Stands Up, and I've had several meetings with them and talked about how to organize locally. And in the state of Maine, the governor is pushing a plan. I'll note here. They let me see here. Where did I go? Hang on, I'm sorry.
You're doing great.
They have a plan in the state of Maine to bring 75,000 illegal immigrants into the state by 2030. And the governor signed an executive order to create the Office of New Americans. And they say
wicked.
New Americans. Yeah. ONA. They say each city and each town must be prepared for an influx of LEPs, limited English person.
Oh my gosh. Hey, you know what, Tom? Yeah. This is why we at Take Our Border Back said, you know what? We're going to give the Declaration of North America, which you'll find at whitehouse.gov, guys, a swift kick. That's the DEI, Climate Control and Open Border Policy. It was an agreement between USA, Canada, and Mexico. Right? They tell you what they're going to do. This is the agenda. And this corrupt governor is buying into the agenda. And we've got to stand up and show up, just like you said, show up to the Board of Supervisors meeting, show up to your county offices, show up in groves and keep showing up. And honestly, that 3 minutes, if everybody was finishing one another's sentence in that 3 minutes and they didn't leave, they stayed, they stood firm. That's what we have to do over and over until we win.
Yeah. And name the names of the people who are blocking you. Those elected officials who play these games, get their name out there and get, if the media won't do it for you, report on what you're telling them, then get flyers together. I have people who are creating their own local newspapers that are being successful in getting this information out. People are desperate for it. But what they had there in Maine was the plan was to bring illegals into the community, bringing them housing, food, and other needs, and to pay for it was going to be partly paid for by an increase in local property taxes. And
and I just laugh. Wicked.
Every single city council in the state had basically just automatically signed approval for this. There was a deadline of this week to do this. And the other night, 2 days ago, these guys in this community I'm working with in Maine, they brought all this information in about why this was going to be dangerous. They had 2 members of the council who were going to vote for the plan, change their vote, and they got a result of a 3-2 no vote on this. Now they know that the governor's going to come at them. They're alone there. I suggested to them that what they needed to do was get their own. They have other activists in other communities that have already passed this. They need to start to organize to put pressure on to repeal what they have already voted on. We can build a movement this way. And that I've seen these people, they're cowards that we're up against when they know that we're fighting back. So
Tom, we have a friend, Terry Raposa from Shasta County. We love Terry. He's amazing. He's in our communities of Take Our Election Back. And Shasta is one of those communities that have done this. They've taken action just like we're talking about. Because of that, they went to paper vote. Because of that, illegal immigrants didn't come into their community. They basically sent them out. So they are, because they're unified, they're taking a stand together and they're calling out the names and they're showing up at these board of supervisor meetings in grows and following one another's sentence until there's a change and a shift. People literally have resigned.
Yeah, that's what happens, and that is what we're working for here. We have to understand we are not outnumbered; we're out organized, and that's what we've got to change.
When we go on the offense and they have to play defense, they're not very good on defense. They're no Bill Belichick's when they go on defense. They're not
used to it.
They're not used to it. That's right. So, we got to stand together and stand up. We know there's billions of more of us than them. And when we stand up to them, they cower and they back down.
Yeah. Their slogan is always think globally and act locally. My slogan is act locally and stop globally.
Excellent.
Very good. Very good. All right. So you have given us so much today. You brought so much value. Have you connected with Dr. Douglas G. Frank yet?
No, I sent him an email, but I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to make that connection. Scotty, can you make a note? Let's make that connection.
And
because
Tom,
I think that's going to be a beautiful
I'd like to have you on Sovereign Radio, so I'll be in touch.
Anytime. Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So grateful for you, Tom DeWeese. You are an absolute blessing. People can find you at oh gosh, did I really?
AmericanPolicy.org.
Yeah, let's go back and find what I wrote here.
As you mentioned, I've got a 30-year archive of information on all this background information. We have created a local activist handbook for the local activists to use, and I have some people using it as a they're studying
I'd like to personally deliver that to Klaus Schwab and tell him what he can do with his "You'll own nothing and be happy."
Yeah. Can I go with you?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's join together. Well, guys, we are in for some very interesting times. So I think that right now, this is tactical. This is providing the real resources and strategies and tools. So thank you so much, Tom, for bringing that to the table today. I'm excited about some of the connections we've already made, and such a blessing. God's timing is always so perfect when he brings us together, because we're all united in taking this republic back.
Absolutely. And the republic is not dead. The Constitution and that helped create it, the republic, they're just suffering from neglect. So
that's right. The republic is not dead. It is alive. No more neglect. We're going to feed it and take care of it and restore it. Tom DeWeese, AmericanPolicy.org. We love you. God bless you. Thank you for the gift that you gave us today at Take Our Border Back. And we're going to have you back again and reach out to you personally.
Anytime. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Tom, for your time.
Wow, Scotty, pretty amazing. We're pretty blessed today to have this lineup of speakers. And we've got one speaker who's sitting in the back room, and she just popped off. There she is. I see her. Scott, we have been talking about a lot of head knowledge. Okay, so this is a lot of information, right? And there are things we can do tactically. We can put these into place. But our next speaker is all about heart. She's amazing. When we're talking about the cartels, the fentanyl crisis, when you're looking at the cities right now where people are walking around like zombies, one of my dear friend's son died from a fentanyl overdose. He relapsed into drugs, had no idea that the drug of his choice was laced with fentanyl. Shook up the entire family, shook up our entire community. That's the reality of what's happening out there. Our next speaker, Sandra Martinez, knows exactly what that's like. She is a speaker, an author, a naturopath, a grandma. She took on her 2 grandbabies when her own daughter died from fentanyl. We're going to get to hear in just a moment. She's awesome. Here she comes.
Our next 2 speakers, Sandra and Elvia Davila.
Yeah.
They both have these personal, very impactful stories. One's daughter died, one's husband was murdered. So I encourage people to get out of the cerebral part of your brain right now and get into the emotional heart space, because these next 2 speakers really have an amazing, heartfelt story.
So good and so well said. Sandra Martinez, welcome to the Take Our Border Back Summit. I see beautiful you and your beautiful daughter.
Yes. Hello, Kim and Scotty. How are you?
Hi, Sandra. Great to see you.
So great to see you.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I wanted to piggyback off what your last speaker just said, because this has been my mission ever since my daughter got sick with gastrophoresis and pyloric spasms and was a patient of Loma Linda Community Hospital, which is a teaching hospital. And typically you expect a teaching hospital to do all their best research and help a person. Unfortunately, when you have less than perfect insurance, you don't have a PPO, you are a guinea pig. You are unfortunately left in limbo. And so I started my fight back then when she was still alive. I started reaching out to politicians. I was that thorn in their side. I was the one that was calling them, emailing them, telling them that we need change. We need change with insurance policies. We need change with treatment facilities. We need a change. But once my daughter got to the point of detox treatment protocols in the facilities we have in California, it was a big eye-opener on how this can happen to anyone. Because my daughter, beautiful, regular girl, 3 kids, one she lost when she was pregnant, 7 months pregnant, the 2 she was currently raising. Normal girl, normal athlete, like any of our kids would be. All it took was an illness and doctors prescribing opioids for 5 years and not treating her. And it created an addiction. And we see President Trump has talked about this. JD Vance has talked about this. So many people have had this experience. And as a parent, when you have a child that's an adult and you're trying to help them, there's no help that comes. You are on your own, and society expects the person to take action for themselves. But when their brain doesn't work that way because they're under an addiction, they are forced to almost be on the streets because they become a danger to themselves and a danger to their home. So as a parent, you watch your child leave your home, out of your nest. As a mom, you're protecting them. And they leave your protective nest and you're just praying. I mean, I had a 1.5 years of calls and messages every night. I saw your daughter. She was beaten up. I saw your daughter. She was drug muled. I know your daughter can't tell you, but because the gangs are telling her she can't come to you, there's a potential retaliation for you and our children. So she was literally left to fend for herself out on the street. And it didn't matter the contacts I made with our local officials and our people that are in Congress. You have to keep on them and just drive them nuts almost, because it's not personal to them until it happens to them. It's not personal for change unless they have a family member or, God forbid, their child that they've lost. So fentanyl is not forgiving. And what is in almost every drug that is on the street now is fentanyl. And unfortunately, they start doing micro doses in the drugs that you're taking, and your body becomes addicted. And that's what happened to my daughter. She didn't know why she was so addicted. We saw the pattern change from her being out of it and then okay a few hours later.
Yeah.
But with fentanyl, it's one of those things that they start administering in very tiny microdoses, and your muscles become dependent, your breathing, everything about it, you become dependent. And they say it's almost impossible to become free of it. It's a death sentence. And so when we, utilize these detox facilities, we didn't get the treatment that she should have gotten. Had she had a PPO, and people don't understand this, if you have a PPO, you can walk into any facility and get treatment. If you have an HMO or a state-funded insurance, you are left at the helm of whatever your city offers you. So in my city, it's called SU Cares. And you have to make a call. They never answer the phone. And when you have someone that's dealing with addiction, they're ready at that moment, or they're not ready until their next reality, like state of consciousness, right? So they don't answer the phone. And when they do, they say, we'll get back to you in 72 hours. So when you're really struggling, it truly is a death sentence for our generation. These drugs that are coming in, manufactured in China, now with our open borders, we are getting thousands of people coming over the border. And some of these people, I found out, are chemists, and they have set up shop in our current labs here, making the drugs.
That's
and
right.
we have enough drugs here that can kill every American several times over. So we have them here. We have them making the drugs here. We have it spreading throughout our streets here. We have over 300 plus kids dying every day. It's like a 747.
So crazy.
Yeah, it's like a 747 crashing every single day. And if that happened in the US every single day, I know there would be action. But the problem is, and this is my big issue that I try and tell parents, this happens in the church, this happens to anybody out there. I tell them, don't be worried or so afraid of your appearance, of how you are seen to the outside world. If your child needs help, put it out there and get help. But unfortunately, everybody has the stigmatism of addiction, and they almost feel dirty when they talk about addiction, right?
Yeah.
They don't understand how to help a person that is in dire need. And it's almost like they're worried about their appearance versus getting real help for their child. And so when I tell people that get stuck in that place when I'm counseling with them now, because once you go through something like this, you have the tools to help them. And now that's what I do. I help people on the other side if their child is struggling.
You do.
And I tell them, look, if you're not going to do what I'm telling you to do, what I'm suggesting you to do, then what I need you to do is I need you to get a lock of their hair, have a conversation with them, and ask your child, whether they're intoxicated or not, to tell you, I love you, Mom. I love you, Dad, because you're never going to hear that again if they get a dose of fentanyl. It's going to be it. You're going to walk up into their room. They're going to be slumped over and cold. You're going to get the call that they were found in some home on the street. Or like me, I got the call 3 months later, and she had been eroding in the coroner's office for 3 months. And she didn't have any ID on her because somebody robbed her of her ID. Somebody gave her a lethal dose of fentanyl, carfentanil, norfentanil, meth, Norco, penicillin, Vicodin, and the elephant tranquilizer was in there. And we got a call that night that I got the call on September 24th. Now, she was killed June 28th, 2020.
Oh my gosh.
We got the call September 24th. And I couldn't figure out what was going on because, again, I created a fake social media page to almost cyber stalk the drug dealers and the human traffickers because I knew what was happening. And I was putting the dots together, connecting people to find out, where do I find my child? And they all were sending me places to look for her, and it didn't make any sense. So when I got the call, I'm thinking, this is not real. And I hung up on the coroner's who was talking, and I said, this is a lie. This can't be true. And when I called back, she confirmed and sent me some pictures of, some body parts of her to tell me that it was her. But the crazy thing is, there was so much failure in her case. And I recently was working with a DEA agent because I gave them a lot of information. And what doesn't reflect our numbers with fentanyl is that unless they have fentanyl in their system and they can prove that they purchased it from someone, they don't call that a homicide. They don't call it suicide. They call it accident. So there's a lot of quote unquote accidents that were from fentanyl that our numbers should be way higher, because that's my daughter's category. Is she was given a lethal dose, placed on the train tracks. Someone saw her, called 911. Air One was sent out. They didn't see her. I don't know how a helicopter doesn't see a human stumbling on the train tracks. They didn't see her. And then 40 minutes later, the conductor called 911. But for a mile, he tried to stop this train, a double load, extra wide train. And in the video, I did watch the video because I forced myself to watch it. As a mom, you want to know every detail. And I watched the video, and I wanted to make sure nobody pushed her, that nobody was there with her. And I did see her in the middle of the track, turn her shoulder, glance at the train, and stumble to get off, and didn't make it far enough. So she was placed in that coroner's fridge for 3 months, and I never got that closure to hug her body, hold her, ID her by touching her head. Moms, we know the shape of our child. We know the shape of their head when we embrace them. We know the feel of their hands. We know all these things. And I never got to do that because they said I probably would have had a heart attack or died if I would have seen her, because there was so much decay. So I had to just trust this journey. And this journey led me first and foremost to think, what do I need to do next? Next is protect her children from being taken out of my home, protect her children from the bio dad, because he was not very good. He had been out of the picture for 6 years. So we immediately went into fight mode. I never really truly got to grieve. I went right into fighting the system, proving that we were a good home, and proving that they were safe because they had lived with us for 6 years. And what a lot of people don't know in this is that if a person hasn't paid into the Social Security system, IRS, do you know that our children, my grandchildren, they don't get death benefits from my daughter? A lot of people say, oh, Sandra, you should be fine. They should at least get $4,800 a month. And I tell them, no, they get zero, because my daughter only worked 3 quarters. But and yet the IRS lady said that every person that's coming here over the border is getting $490,000 in a pool of money, illegal immigrants, $490,000 to use, 10% toward the down on a home, for their medical, food. They get all this, and it just doesn't make any sense to me how that is even a thing, right? So there's that. There's so many aspects of it, but what I try to encourage people, especially with this election, is definitely vote yes on Prop 36, because when we voted Prop 47 in, there was a lot of hidden innuendos in there, and there was a lot of people that didn't get the help they needed. They decriminalized drug sales. They decriminalized thieves, and unfortunately, if my daughter would have been around and Prop 36 would have been around, she would have gotten the opportunity to get treatment. And that was not the case for her. So Prop 36 is key because if someone has substance on them, they're under the influence, it's jail or rehab. And give them that choice, but they're going somewhere. They're not just going to get their next fix and die on the street. So that's really, in my mind, that's key for our generation and helping them with fentanyl, because I don't see that fentanyl slowing down. And again, I think this will help stop the sales because it's going to criminalize the drug dealers. But the amount of drug dealers that are here in our city, and I know they're in every town, but in our city, that are preying on our young children.
Yeah, that's the truth.
From young children up, they're putting it in candy. So Halloween is a scary time for kids.
Oh my gosh, Sandra, that's intense that you just said that. The reality of that, we would go through our candy as kids. Remember?
Yeah.
Our parents would say back then, "Let's make sure there's no needles in it." It was needles back then. Now fentanyl, and you, like, how much do you even need to for it to kill you?
Yeah. So remember this: everybody's body, everybody's anatomy, everybody's breakdown cycle, it's different. So if you were to see, they call them M30s. It's a blue pill. It has a perforated line in it, and it's 1 grain, like 1 grain of salt, 1 grain of sugar is what is enough to kill a person, right? That could be in 1/2 of the pill. So even if you have a test strip that's testing for fentanyl, it doesn't mean that it's going to test the other half. It's just going to test where that fentanyl is. And people say, oh, it's fine, I'll take the other half. Well, that could be where the fentanyl is. So that 1 little grain can kill at least 1 person. That's 0.2 milligrams, 0.2. My daughter was given 14,800 milligrams of fentanyl. So 0.2 is a lethal dose. Somebody gave my daughter 14,800. And the DEA agent said to me the other day, I'm sorry, there's nothing we could do for your case. We really can't even build a case, because ultimately her death was the train, not the fentanyl. Even though she had enough, even though she had an elephant tranquilizer given to her, even though she had enough to kill 15 men that are at least 300 pounds, enough to kill all men, they can't prosecute. So what I tell my granddaughters, we don't do Halloween. I don't like the day anyway.
I get it. Yeah.
But the candy that comes from people's homes that they bring to the school that are put in little bags, you don't know what is in it. You don't know the intentions of these people. Not to say, and this is my granddaughters always say this, why would my friends want to hurt me? And I say, it's not your friends wanting to hurt them. I believe, not as a weird conspiracy person, I almost believe we're getting to the point where it's so demonic that it could be candy manufacturing companies that have ties from someone that could potentially be making bulk candy and having fentanyl in it. Or it could be created and made in labs on conveyor belts where the fentanyl is being made. So many things that can happen, So I carry double packs of Narcan in my purse.
Oh, so smart. So smart. You actually had some information about how to access that, which I think is so important. Let's share that.
Yes. So people think you have to pay cash for Narcan. No, it's not true. You can take your insurance card, go to CVS or Rite Aid, speak directly to the pharmacist, and tell the pharmacist you need a prescription for Narcan. That will be covered under your insurance. Once you set that up, every month you can go and get a box of Narcan for everyone who's 18 and older, and keep those in your purse. I always tell people it's not going to save you, but it can save a loved one, or it can save someone on the street. I've had to use mine for people on the street.
Wow.
Luckily, I had it. You know, I've had to Narcan someone, call 911, Narcan them again, wait for the fire department to get there. If I had not had that, they would be gone. So it really is important to have it on you. I did ask the pharmacist if it's okay for children to give to children.
Yeah.
And he did say, sorry, I'm having to plug into my battery. He did say, yes, you can give it to children, but you need to call 911. It's very important. The other thing is there was a 2-year-old that OD'd from fentanyl at a park in San Francisco on a playground. So how did that get there? Obviously, it got there from somebody that was using, and then they started playing around on the jungle gym equipment, and they had it on their hands, touched it, and the 2-year-old touched it and OD'd. So that, you know, we need to have it for every age, for every situation, and just be ready. That's what we need to do for that. But the only thing I can say is my purpose is to teach people, when your child's struggling, first and foremost, be their advocate in their medical treatments, be their advocate for everything. If you question why they're taking something, you know, ask and ask and ask again. If your child is in a place of addiction and you're really struggling, my biggest regret was listening to the therapists, counselors, when they said tough love. Tough love is not the answer, not with fentanyl out there. You need to love them unconditionally. And I tell moms all the time, and it's helped a handful of moms when I've said, love your child. I don't care how tired you are, sleep later. Right now, your mission is to love your child, because they can't love themselves at that moment. And when a child is under the influence of addiction and you turn your back on them and you do tough love, they're hopeless. They have no reason to fight. And then that drug on the street becomes their best friend. And then that's their death sentence. So sorry, I can't hear you.
That's my fault. I muted by accident.
Oh.
Hey, what you just shared are wise words for every single one of us parents, whether our kids are little or whether they are young adults or even older adults right now. You know, we've got to get these drugs off the street. We've got to close these borders. Most importantly, we have to deal with what is right now, and to be able to have Narcan available and access that. What you just gave us today is such a gift. So thank you for turning your mess into your message, your pain into your purpose, your test into your testimony. You're such a blessing. You've got a book that you've written. So how can people access you? What's the best way for them to follow you?
There's several ways. They can go to some of my social media pages. They can go to my website, gardenrootswellness.com. They can go to my business Facebook page, which is also gardenrootswellness.com. I have my author's page, which is Dr. Sandra Martinez. They can find me there. And any of those have ability to email my telephone number for those that need counseling. You can either share it below, or I can give it 951-335-1787. And I wanted to show the book. This is really poignant for this time. I'm a Murderer Saved by Grace. Keys to Healing After an Abortion.
Great book, you guys.
Yeah. And I want to share this too. This, actually, I handed it to President Trump.
You did. Oh, you did hand it to him.
I got to give it to him. I got to take a picture
put that
with
picture
him.
up one more time, because I have a copy of it. So when I saw President Trump, that I would get that to him, but I have not, been face to face with him yet. So that is extraordinary.
And he's so amazing. And I've been telling everybody this. I said, if I didn't love him the way I loved him before, I love him so much more now. He was so humble, and he just stood there, and I talked to him about my daughter, and he said, I'm so sorry. And he looked me in the eyes with this genuine look. And when he saw the painting, and I was like a little kid, I said, I've been trying to get this to you since 2016. And he said, he goes like this with his fingers. You know, he does that. He goes,
Yeah.
I like it. And I was like, can I give it to you? And he's, because, you know, Secret Service is like, you can't touch. No, you can't give him anything. And he goes, yes, you can. So he got it.
Wow.
But you know, this fentanyl thing is really, if you're not awake to it now, and you
Yeah.
haven't understood the impact of what it is on our nation, can I share one thing with you? I want to share this with you. I just found this yesterday. I'm gonna bring it real close to your camera and see if you can see it. Do you see that? Do you see that?
Yeah, the little picture of I
The
can't
little
read all the
picture.
words,
So
but
the
yes.
one, I'll read it to you. See the one in the blue?
Yes, the girl
And then the white
crying.
dress and the
Yeah.
little one?
Oh, are those your
This-
granddaughters?
My granddaughters, my youngest granddaughter. I just found this yesterday.
Aw.
I'm gonna read to you what it says because this will rock every person. The one in the blue right here.
Yes.
This is supposed to be their mom, and this is their mom talking to them. I'm sorry, I have to leave. Then my older granddaughter in the little quote says, no, don't leave us. And my youngest granddaughter says, no, please don't leave us. Don't die. Don't leave us. No, Mom, no. That's what she drew.
Wow. Oh my
Because
gosh.
because for so many years they watched their mom suffer in her illness with her
Yeah.
stomach. And my daughter did not like how they had to be in the ER with her all the time. And she was really like saddened by that. Like that was their youth. But these little girls would take that any day to have their mom here.
That's right.
So when we can get change with our insurance, with our politicians, with our laws, with our votes,
Yes.
and we can get real help for people. I believe that if my daughter would have got her help, she would still be here because she
That's
was
right.
not the kind of girl that would be an addict. You see how beautiful she is. A very homegrown California girl, very simple, loved to be at home with her kids. So
Beautiful.
it can happen to any home. That's why we need change.
Sandra Martinez, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for being so courageous and bold. You are an amazing mama and grandma. Thank you for all you do. And thank you for being a mom to so many of us. GardenRootsWellness.com. That's GardenRootsWellness.com. You can reach out to her there. You can access her book there. And Sandra, I love you. Keep fighting, my sister. Keep
Love
fighting.
you too.
Thank you for being an incredible support to take our border back.
Awesome. Have a good day.
You too. Love you guys.
Love
That's
you.
Sandra
Bye.
Martinez, an absolute warrior for freedom. Scotty, we are so blessed. We've got Elvia in the back room right now who's coming on. We've only got a couple minutes with her. It's going to be short, but I think it's so important that she gets her story to us right away. She's running for office in Georgia right now. She's somebody just like Sandra Martinez who's made taken her mess and made it into her message, her pain into purpose, and her test, man, which we don't ever want to go through, has become her testimony. So she stands for every single child who has been trafficked.
Kim, I wrote a little blurb about her because she's inspiring.
Yes.
So let me read it very
Yes.
quickly. And I apologize. I got locked
Yes.
out of my hotel room. We've all experienced the key,
Scotty, read your blurb.
the key that
Comedy
doesn't
of
work,
errors.
right? She's a mother and business owner on a mission to turn her absolute pain into a tragic story. It's a very tragic story. She wants to turn it into positive change for her community. Her husband was murdered in 2021. She has definitely uncovered some rogue DAs. This is the real kicker about Elvia.
Yep.
She's uncovered rogue DAs
Amazing. Yeah.
that give violent criminals a slap on the wrist instead of harsh prison sentences. It's no wonder these criminals have a recidivism rate. They go in for a couple of months, they get a slap on the wrist, and they come out.
Mhm.
She is a beautiful woman, in my opinion. She looks like she could have been a
Stunning.
beauty queen.
Stunning.
And she's running for state house as a Republican for the Georgia State House.
Yeah. Yeah. So good. Elvia Davila, welcome to Take Our Border Back. You led us in prayer this morning. Wait, where'd you go? Where'd you go? I see you here, but you're not here. So let me see. Let me remove her again. Let's try that again. For some reason, she's frozen. It may be her Wi-Fi. So what I might do is call her. Oh, there you are. We're going to try it again. Add to the stage. Ah, you're back. Okay, fantastic. Elvia, you led us in prayer.
Okay.
this morning.
Hello.
Hello. You led us in prayer. You led us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We've got a couple minutes with you today. You're a stand for every child that has been trafficked. And you're a stand that we, the people, take our power back. So you have a word for us today of your personal experience with human trafficking.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Elvia Davila, and I'm running for Georgia State House in District 108 to be the voice of victims of crime, violent crime, and for kids that are trafficked, women that are trafficked. I'm committed to fight for justice and providing support for the countless children and individuals who are vulnerable and deserve a champion for their rights and safety. I didn't get never to receive that help myself when I needed it the most. And now that I have lost so much here to be the voice. So I personally experienced a devastating impact of crime. December 18, 2021, my life changed forever when my husband, Juan Carlos Davila, was murdered during a Christmas family gathering at our home, a tradition that we always cherish. Unfortunately, it was done, the murder by my brother. My father sent them. They are part of a criminal organization in Jalisco. And, it's very hard when, you feel that you really need the help. You reach out to all kinds of federal authorities, but you just don't get the help that you need. So now I'm running, and I really want to get to the bottom of where we can have justice and just seal the gaps. And I'll tell you something, having the borders open is the worst thing America can have. It's just the worst tragic thing. I mean, when the borders were closed, horrible things were happening. And this is not a culture thing. If the American people don't see that having a fentanyl crisis of over 100,000 deaths, and we don't see that as war against our country, then we have a serious problem. I understand that we can legislate, we can change so many laws for positive, but when we don't have the basic, which is security, then nothing else matters. If we're not going to be alive, if our kids are going to be in danger, if our husbands are going to be dying, men that stand for God, family, country, that are true conservatives, that really love a family, their kids, their wife, and that's what they live for. And having to live through this is just so painful. Not only that, not only what happens, is just how big of a network there is, dealing with rogue DAs, dealing with rogue sheriff departments. This crime could have been avoided if the TPO that I tried to put against them, a protective temporary order against them, would have been filed. But, these organizations are big, and it's true, and there has to be a stop to them. Definitely, I was born in Oakland, California. It's a really hard place to be at since I was like 4 years old. And you just get to see so many things that are horrible you don't understand as a child. And got to experience be jumping and hopping from school to school. 6 months in the US, 6 months in Mexico when I was a little kid. Then later on, my father, just getting to know, he was living in Oakland. There's a head of a criminal organization in Mexico that was around San Francisco area and Sacramento area. And, they know each other since late 1980s. I was born in 84, so they got to know each other since 1986. So as a kid, you just don't understand. And yeah, criminal violence is true. It's horrible.
So Elvia,
Cartels,
just to set a little bit,
specifically.
if you can hear me okay, I want to set a little bit of background for our listeners. So the reality
Yes,
is Elvia grew up in a home of, her dad was very much connected to the cartels and her family. And so in Elvia's story, and I know this is your story, Elvia, but I want to set a little bit of background for our listeners. You shared with me this morning, Elvia, that you were trafficked by
Yeah,
your dad.
my father, yeah, he trafficked me once and he wanted to keep going. I was 10 years old and he did that and nothing ever got done. As a kid, you can't do anything. When you try to speak about it, they take you away from the US, take you to the mountains and just give you a horrible life. Thank God I had a grandma that always tried to keep me safe as much as I can. I got to be blessed by marrying young and to the right family, a Christian family that pretty much knew that I needed the love that I never received. And I got to experience having a beautiful family for 23 years, a Christian family, learn all the values, all the Christian values, conservative values. So my life is not just about tragedy. I got to experience life for, I'm 40 years now. I got to experience 23 years of happiness. And unfortunately, there's criminal organizations, instead of, as they get older, you think they might change. That's what they tell you. But no, it just gets, you can't really never get away from them.
And so
I moved to Georgia 17 years ago.
Hang on 1 second, Elvia, and I'm only interrupting because you have such a rich story. It's so rich, and we have such a little bit amount of time. But when you say you hope these organizations would change, Elvia, I know that you hope that your dad and your brothers would change and they wouldn't want to traffic you. They wouldn't want to be involved with the cartel. You would hope they'd change. Even your husband, who loved you and loved your family, but you guys were staying away from them because you knew getting involved with them was going to put you in not a good place. It just took that one time where your husband was like, you know what? Maybe they've changed.
He died.
That's so us as Americans. We're like, oh,
but no,
there are these immigrants are coming over. They're probably good, right? Go on.
Yeah, you feel in a very secure neighborhood, a beautiful neighborhood. Nothing can go wrong. And unfortunately, they're here to destroy and to kill and to tamper with the security of all the United States. Whoever stands in their way, you don't stand a chance. My husband died for God, family, and country. He said, give me death or give me liberty. There's no way ever. And he died for it. And trying to save us, we were all going to die. His 3 kids and myself. This people is ruthless. They do not respect blood. My kids, they tried to take him as babies against their own daughter. And my husband was a brave man. He really tried to stand against them.
Elvia, you're such a warrior.
And
you are
it's
such
hard.
a warrior.
It's hard to know.
I know.
Kim, I have a question for Elvia.
Hang on, Scotty. Hang on 1 second. Just hang on 1 second.
It's hard to know that. It's hard to know that the United States of America, it's like the government, it's naive and they don't see it. And it's not just my situation. It's hundreds of thousands of people. And it's not just a culture problem. This is against the American people. I am running for office. Do you guys realize how many doors I knock in a day? And I just hear like, oh, white, beautiful girls, cheerleaders, 20 years old, smoking a cigarette or something, and they're laced with fentanyl. They die right there in the spot. It's one pill can kill you. One smoke can kill you. So this is dangerous. And I've been patient waiting for over 30 some years, and they get away with murder. They get away with everything.
Yeah. And we're here to stand with you. Elvia, we are standing with you. You represent every single child and woman who has been trafficked. You represent those that couldn't speak for themselves.
I've been to the border. I've been to the border. I know. I've seen the crisis. I knew when the law of stay in Mexico was in place, and now when the border is open, I got threats like to my house. It's like, we're here already, because I moved from Oregon. That's where I grew up. It was a beautiful state, a family state where you can raise your kids. When the agenda of the Chinese people and the cartels started in 2008, the states, Oregon, Washington, just went down the hill. So my youngest one was 4 months old. My husband said, you know what? Your family and just the state, it's just messed up. We're going to move to the opposite way, the farthest way we can get out, which it was all the way to Georgia from Oregon, our beautiful Republican state. We felt safe. We had the laws in place. We have 287G. I didn't even know what 287G was back in the day, but I would hear the bad people not wanting to come here, or they were always everywhere, but they couldn't flourish. Once 3.5 years or almost 4 years ago, Governor Democrat almost win. My husband was like, okay, if they switch it to Democrat, we're moving somewhere else, because your family is going to come here. Being 17 years away, I was like, we just built our house, beautiful home. Why, if the Democrats win, it's like, because your family is going to come this state. They're going to come. They're going to thrive. And I'm like, wow. Well, the governor, thank God, the Democrat didn't win, but the county did flip to Democrat. And the crime has risen. We supposed to be working with 2,400 deputies, law enforcement in the county. We have 643. We have murders. We have fentanyl. We have all kinds of things, and they're defunding the police. It's just on purpose making this.
Yes.
And
Elvia,
the DA
this is a warning. This is the warning to the people. Elvia's story is a warning. It is a warning. This really happens. There is no intent on the other side. There's no intent for the cartel to stop. There's no intent for the global agenda to stop. We must make it stop. Elvia, thank you for being courageous. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, just vote conservative, and know that the agenda that they work under, it's they get funded by them, Democrats, and it's just crazy. And you cannot allow this, because once that you allow this, the fentanyl, the crime, and everything just follows through. So it's up to we the people to stand for a safe and family.
Come on, Elvia. Well, we've got in the back room right now JJ Carroll on standby, and JJ Carroll's movie is going to be shown tonight.
Yeah, no, I'm running for state house. I really want to change policy, and I want to wake up people. I want to wake up the American people to understand what can happen, how they work. And being from Oregon, California, and being here, I can help other legislators and just wake them up, because passing laws, they're naive to how they work. That's how they work. They go through the state legislative and start changing all the radical left. And then they start all this LLCs and nonprofit organizations and just funding them. And
Elvia,
that's how they move.
Amazing.
And we have to
Scotty, look at this. She could stop right now. She could never do another thing. She could
with
just
our
focus
vote,
on
we can
protecting
change
her family. But she is fighting and standing right now for our freedom and our country. Does that say everything? You are such an example.
When Trump says that they're not after him, he happens to be between the people. That's exactly where he's saying they're not after Trump. They're after every single American. He happens to be in the way. I literally believe it. It's not just a rhetoric or a thing that's just you hear it. It's true. Yeah. It's true. Yeah. This people is here. They allow them on purpose to be here. They're enriching out of our property taxes. We are paying for this. We are paying for all this traffic, kids, for all that crime and we don't realize, but that's what it happens when you vote not for God, family, and country.
That's right. Elvia Davila, thank you so much
just
for
stand
being
up.
a stand for truth. We love you. ElviaForhouse.com. Guys, please support her. You are a rock star. We love you. And I just pray in the name of Jesus that God continues to use you powerfully, that he continues to protect you and your babies, that he continues to let you shine so brightly that people will see him through you. Just bless you, Elvia. Love you so much. Thank you for being an incredible support for Take
Thank
Our
you.
Border Back and for us.
Love you
taking
guys
our
too.
country
Thank
back.
you.
We love you.
Thank you, Elvia.
Scotty, she was about to cry, like that moment that you were going to ask that question. And I didn't want to miss that because she hit some deep, deep, deep emotion in that moment. And I wanted to let her fulfill on what she needed to say in that moment. And I can't imagine what that's like.
No comment, Kim.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that's like. We're going to bring in JJ Carroll right now. And JJ Carroll has been waiting on standby for 12 minutes. JJ, you are a rock star. I was moving things along, and Elvia was in a different platform, so we had to get her on this platform and get her set up for success. So our timing was a little bit off, but I'm so excited that JJ's here. Before JJ comes into the room, what we're going to do is we are going to play the upcoming movie that we're showing tonight. It's JJ's movie, guys. This movie is What is Treason? #trafficked. What is treason? #trafficked. JJ Carroll, and you guys go get your tickets. Go to givesendgo.com/take our border back. With a minimum $25 donation, you can access your VIP tickets. We want you to be there. JJ is going to be there as well. So here we go. Let's give you a little taste of what is treason. Carol's What is Treason? JJ, welcome to Take Our Border Back. Gosh, JJ, you are such an inspiration to Scotty, to me, to the Take Our Border Back team, to so many Border Patrol agents that have been afraid to stand up. They felt hamstrung, that they couldn't stand up. You are really leading by example. Thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I think this is a great event, and I'm glad that you're allowing me to show my and Ryan Matta's documentary, What is Treason? #traffic. So I appreciate that. It's a dark subject, but it has to be discussed because you see, your last guest, you see the implications and you see the manifestation of evil and how it affects, it just takes your life and puts it on a completely different track. You're going down this road and all of a sudden you've been turned around. Now you're going down another road and you have like, how did I get here? But your prior guest said, and then what's in my film, we're talking about 500,000 children, 500,000 children gone. They don't know where they are. We're not even talking about our USC children, United States citizen children that are lost at 1,000 to 2,000 a day. That's like a high school. Every day a high school or a middle school just goes missing, just gone, poof, into another atmosphere, gone. These are very dark times in the world, but specifically in America.
JJ, what was it for you where you said, okay, I'm seeing our borders completely overrun, 160 different nations crossing this border. You were our protector, and then you see this happen. What was that like for you?
Well, it was incredibly frustrating because my whole career, I felt like I was on a losing team, not not because we had bad players. We had great players. We had bad owners. Our owners were the federal government and the corrupt politicians, both Democrat and Republican. The only president that actually did something, not only did something, but had the border almost completely secure. Like within the next 6 months of his next term, the border would have been absolutely shut down. That's Donald Trump. But my last year in the Border Patrol, I was a deputy patrol agent in charge, was Joe Biden's first year. And I lived probably 6-7 months of that first year, and I knew I couldn't stay. There's no way I can continue to do unconstitutional orders and commit treason against my country. So I did what I had to do and I left. I had enough time and I retired. It is beyond frustrating for people to understand. And I'm not being dramatic when I say this. There was no activity on the border under Donald Trump. It almost ceased. Like morale was off the chart in Border Patrol and ICE because we had someone that had our back and we were actually winning. And then Joe Biden came, and within the first day, actually, I'll tell you, before the first day, we began to see all the caravans with "I love Joe Biden." And the moment that he became in office, we averaged 5,000 to 20,000 arrests every day to present day. Try to imagine what that is. They're touting right now that they have the border is much better under control. They're claiming 150,000 arrests in September.
Oh my God.
That's 5,000 a day. I just came off a interview with Chief Scott, he was Trump's last chief of the Border Patrol. And he said it correctly. If the Border Patrol catches 1,000 a day, just 1,000, it's complete chaos. Complete chaos. We don't have the infrastructure to handle that many people. Now imagine doing that 5 to 20,000 a day, every single day, and you release 95 to 97% of them. Almost 3% get removed. They're not even deported. That's bad language. They get removed. They're mainly Mexicans. Mexican nationals get pushed back across the border. But 97% of the other 180 nations that have come into America are released into America. We've never done that before. I want your audience to understand. It's called the Immigration Nationality Act. It's the INA. That is our Bible of immigration law. It is against the law to release an illegal alien into America. I don't care what Mayorkas reclassifies them as, parolees, asylum, whatever he comes up with, whatever mumbo jumbo. I'm telling you, it is illegal. It's unconstitutional. But we live in a country where it's a uniparty. Where are the Republicans? Where are they? Honestly, tell me someone that is fighting for us on the invasion. Nobody. Maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene, maybe
Right.
the Wyoming Congresswoman Harriet Hagerton, I think her name is. She's wonderful.
Yeah.
Out of that, Chip Roy, no one else. Speaker Johnson definitely is not doing that.
They're all complicit.
They're all
When we turn a blind eye, we are complicit.
Well, and that's what I say when you watch my documentary. What I decided when Ryan and I decided to do the child sex trafficking documentary, we believe that we have proven in my law enforcement experience, I can't make an arrest unless I have probable cause and evidence. We have provided the evidence to America and said, here, we've connected all the dots. We believe our federal government is child sex trafficking. We believe our government is the world's largest child sex trafficking organization in modern history, and we prove it. So when you watch my documentary and Ryan Matta's documentary, I believe when you see it, you're never going to be able to unsee it. And our documentary is not, it's different than you've ever seen artistically. The way that Ryan Matta created this documentary is completely, you're not going to yawn. You're not going to feel like, oh, should I watch this tomorrow? You are literally going to sit there. And I predicted this, and I've seen this happen by being in theaters and watching the audience and then having little one-on-one conversations with the audience. I believe when you get done watching this for the hour and 46 minutes, you're going to feel as if you forgot to exhale. Really. And that's what people tell me. I could not move. I could not stop watching it. And I can't believe it's true, but I know it's true.
Hey, JJ, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
James O'Keefe just made a documentary. Haven't seen it yet. And he obviously went face to face with the cartel. got right up in their face. He said he was fearful for his life. Take us behind the scenes of your production. What did you see, and did you encounter the bad hombres while you were producing this movie? What was the atmosphere like?
So Ryan Matt and I did something very different. So, and I like James O'Keefe, and he's obviously a patriot. And I haven't seen his film. Ryan Matta went and saw a premiere and said it was excellent. All that getting nervous about on the border wall and all that. I mean, I laugh at that because I lived it. I lived on the border. I got up on the fence. I got in fights and spit on and people trying to kill me. And that's, to me, maybe I'm desensitized and I'm very flippant about it because I just don't care. It was part of going to work. So when people say that, or like James O'Keefe or whoever gets, or investigative journalists get scared on the border, I understand because they've never seen it. I lived it. So I'm not afraid. They're savages, but in my mind, I'm a badder savage than them. Whatever they bring to the table, I'm going to one up them. And I did it throughout my career. But what Ryan Matt and I did, which was very unique, is everyone focuses on the border. No one talks about the manifestation of treason.
Right.
So we took the camera, if you will, and turned it north and said, I want to show you what it looks like when you have open borders, intentional treason. I want to show you New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Diego, Texas border. I want to show you Colorado. I want to show you the small towns and cities. And when we bring you that next documentary on Thursday, we premiere our second documentary called Invaded. You're going to see that. You're going to see, we're going to prove to you once again, the federal government did this on purpose. This isn't bad policy. This isn't their failing. No, they intentionally and strategically did this, and they're winning. They're successful. They're not failing. They did this on purpose. I watched it. Why I think that our documentaries are unique, and when I can speak to it in a very different way, is because I'm an expert on policy and law and immigration. I wasn't just an agent that just did it, got through my career and got my pension. I knew exactly what was going on. I understand the policies. I was high up, senior leader in the Border Patrol. So I saw all the policies and how they contradicted us with law and how they try to maneuver and make us do things that are against the law. I have a very unique perspective where other people are like trying to guess like what's going on. No, I know what's going on. I know the illegality of everything that they are trying to do. So when you see our documentaries, I really believe you're not going to be able to see it. And it's going to be jarring. The one that you're going to see tonight, Trafficked, it's gonna reach out, it's gonna grab you, it's not gonna let you go, and you're gonna watch it, and the whole time you're gonna be thinking, there's no way this is true. There's no way. But what Ryan Matta and I did, which is brilliant, it's not me and Ryan Matta talking to you, pounding away, this is treason. Nope. We just say our government's child sex trafficking. And then we let all of the whistleblowers, all the experts that we interviewed tell you the story with news clips from politicians telling you under congressional oath, yes, this is happening. And we prove it without a shadow of a doubt.
Great job. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard. I just didn't know you actually let government officials and others tell your story and give you the evidence, in other words.
Yes, so Ryan Matt and I went across if you have a minute, let me tell you the backstory of this because
please.
Yeah, please. We'd love to hear.
Ryan Matt and I he found me on doing a podcast, and he reached out to me and said, I want to do a documentary. And I said, I've always wanted to do one too, Ryan. However, people that tried to align with me wanted to do very soft stuff, and it's Maria's coming from a bad place in Guatemala and she's a great worker, blah blah blah, which there are people like that. However, that's not what's happening. We have 60 to 70% military age adult men coming in out of everyone being arrested from terrorist nations. So I told Ryan it has to be this way, like I'm not going to budge. And he says, I don't want to budge. That's why I called you, because this is exactly what I want to do. So Ryan and Matt and I go for 5 months, 5 or almost 6 months filming nonstop. And about a third of the way, he and I, we knew we were going to have to talk about the who, what, why, and how, the invasion, treason, human trafficking. We knew we were going to touch on child sex trafficking. We knew it. I knew it from my background. But never, never in my wildest dreams did I know what I was embarking on. I had a very defined idea of what our documentary was going to be. And it's like God just took it and just threw it and said, nope, you're not doing that. And about a third way through, Ryan and I looked at each other and we were like, dude, everything that we're talking about is about child sex trafficking and pedophilia. That's everything keeps going back. So Ryan, Matt, and I made an agreement. If God will allow us to sell enough copies, download DVDs of what is treason invaded, we'll come back and film some more. We knew we had a lot of footage, but we'll go back and film some more experts on child sex trafficking and create a child sex trafficking documentary. And that would have meant that Ryan and I would have gone back in like December and started filming, find more money, edit, and it wouldn't be for 6-9 months, right? We get home from filming all of the stuff. Ryan starts going through the editing process of hundreds of hours. And he calls me and says, you're not going to believe this. First off, he goes, I can't put the child sex trafficking in the invaded documentary. It's so big, JG. It's so enormous. He says, I have enough footage that I can make 3 documentaries on child sex trafficking.
Oh my gosh.
I said, Caden, we prove our belief, what we were trying to prove in a court of law. And he goes, yes. And I said, then we made a decision. Well, we can't sit on it. We can't do invaded and then say, hey, everybody, it's a very important topic, child sex trafficking, but we're going to release it in 9 months. Morally, you can't do that. So we said, we're just going to rush it and we're going to make this documentary first. And then we decided, well, we're going to charge people for this. No, what we're going to do is you go to our website, thisistrreason.com. Thisistrreason.com. And for $9.99, which gets you the invaded documentary, you get both documentaries. You just get them because we want to get this out and get a reach. And that's how Ryan, Matt, and I came. I wrote a book. I had a 24-year career in the Border Patrol. I wrote a best-selling book on Amazon. And now I really thought I was going to be premiering my documentary, What is Treason Invaded, this week. I didn't know that I was going to have 2 documentaries. I didn't know that this was what's going to happen. So we had no idea what we had until we got all the way back and saw our footage. And we were just like, oh my God, I can't. And it's amazing, right? Because God, I'm a Christian, and it always blows my mind is, I don't know this country song. I don't know the title of it, but the one of the lyrics is, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans. And so I had a very robust plan of what I was going to do. And it was as if God said, buckle up, JJ, this is not going, you're not doing that plan. You're going to do this. You're going to do this. And I want to see how you react to it. And Ryan, Matt, and I just buckled down and did it. And I think, and I would love, once this is over and we do a Q&A, I want to hear the audience, because I want to hear, because I'm going to tell you what I hear. About 1,000 people have reached out to me, more or less, people in the documentary business, people in Hollywood media, high-level media, and just people that are just purchasing and watching it. And they're telling me the greatest documentary I've ever seen. Period, hands down.
That's pretty big.
Pretty big. And then this is what blows me away. Almost 75-80% of everyone that I talk to tells me I've watched it twice. And the first time I heard that, I was like, what? You watched it? What? Yep, I watched it twice. I knew that I missed stuff and I had to go back and I was like, God, I've never watched anything. I rarely ever watch a movie twice, never a documentary. And they were like, no, that's how good it is. That's how powerful it is. And I knew that my brain I could not keep up what you guys were saying, because it is so damning. It is so controversial. It is so mind-blowing that there were times where I was like, okay, pause. There's no way they just said that, and go back. And they're like, oh my God, they're proving it. And I challenge anyone, because I believe what's going to happen, 2 things. And I predicted this before it was released. You are going to feel as if you did not exhale after 90 minutes. And then the second thing you're going to say to yourself, I don't believe it. There's no way that is true. And then you are going to find out through, if you have any intellectual curiosity, and you're going to go out and you're going to go, dear God, those 2 guys are right. Everything that they said is true.
Yeah.
And when you know that, and you know your government is trafficking children,
Yeah.
the inspector general came out and said they've lost 320,000 of the 470, almost 500,000 children.
How do you lose children?
I have a son. I have never lost him. I
Yeah.
talk to my friends and have you ever lost your children? No, dude.
No, we don't lose
No.
our kids. You know, JJ, Kim's Take Your Power Back, my show, Sovereign Radio, many hundreds of podcasters have been talking about human trafficking for many years. I've talked about it since 2020 when I started my radio show. We don't have a Tucker Carlson platform, so it doesn't get out there in a big way. It does go viral sometimes. Then Jim Caviezel comes along with Sound of Freedom. And human trafficking makes the radar screen in the conscience of America. But it was soft. It was very impactful. Hits you right in the heart when this man closes the curtains at a room and there's a little girl on the bed. You know what's going to happen next, right? But now you've come along and you've really kind of nailed this issue home. And do you think we can really wake up the sleepers? Cognitive dissonance is such a powerful thing.
Yes.
Like you just said, people are going to say, I don't believe it. Yet you've put all the facts out with other people telling it. I assume they're politicians, maybe NGO business people, whoever you've used. And again, I haven't seen it yet. Can we together collectively nail this thing down and how do we get it through to the minds of the average citizen who's still sleeping on the issue?
I think the only way, do I think America's going to wake up? You're talking to a guy that is almost a stone cold realist. And I just look at data and I look at experience and I say no. But I also know I say that from the frailty and the very limited intellectual capacity I have as a human, that this is, if it's going to change, it's not going to be me or someone else. What they say, it's going to be God's going to change it.
That's
Will
right.
he
point.
work through me? Maybe he is choosing me as flawed as I am. So, but the way that it gets done is we have to talk about it. And we are talking about it, because if you remain silent, because everyone hates this topic, they hate it. It makes them uncomfortable. I go and give speeches across America, and people, I can see them. They just want to run away. And I'm telling them, you can't run away. You have to listen to what I'm saying, because no matter how bad you feel, I'm telling you the probability, statistical probability of thousands, not a few children, thousands of children are being raped right now in America. And what they're going through makes what you're going through right now seem insignificant, absolutely insignificant. So the way that I believe, Scotty, is I believe that you have to talk about it, and then you have to be active. And do you have to go invest 6 figures and do a documentary and do no, but you have to talk about it.
Yeah.
And you have to go to your local police and sheriff and ask them, how many people do you have on a task force about human smuggling? And just be ready to be absolutely shocked. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. Versus how many people do you have on your narcotics task force?
Oh,
Well, I got 50 officers. What? But you have nothing in child sex trafficking or human trafficking? What?
I think that's by design. Don't you think that's by design, JJ?
I think in law enforcement, I think you're facing 2 major hurdles, or 3. People have no idea what's going on. 2, there's no funding. And 3, there's not enough officers or agents that want to do it, because it is so sickening and it destroys your soul. However, if we're going to combat it, all law enforcement officers are going to have to pick up their big boy britches, tighten them up, and get to work. And the idea that you have ATF for guns and tobacco, you have DEA for drugs, you have Border Patrol for illegal aliens, or used to be ICE, same thing, DHS, FBI. FBI has a little bit of scattering of child sex trafficking. Have you asked yourself, why is there not anything to combat child sex trafficking, child abuse, or child welfare in America? There is none. Why?
That's right.
Because the people who run the system at the highest levels are pedophiles themselves. That's my 2 cents.
And when you see this documentary, we tie that all the way in. And because we say, why is it? And what we discovered from people that are inside this beast of child sex
Yeah.
trafficking told me, JJ, do you understand? There are congressmen, plural, senators with an S, vice presidents, presidents past and current that are pedophiles.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So JJ, we've had, Dr. Douglas G. Frank was on earlier. He's exposed election fraud in 46 states. He sat down with a, let's just say a big guy in a state that was in a political position who could actually shift things in his state. And he showed him the election fraud. And the guy said, you cannot listen. I get what you're showing me, but our systems are so solid. You can never break into our Dominion machines. Dr. Frank, after 3 hours of pleading with this guy, said, okay, do you want me to show you? He says, yeah. Within 3 minutes, they had full access to all of his machines. Okay. So when this guy saw that, he turned gray. And Dr. Frank said, now do you believe me? And Dr. Frank said, are you ready to represent your state? Are you ready to stand up? And you know what he said? Doug, I can't. What do you mean you can't? They got stuff on me. What do you mean they got stuff on me? They got stuff on me with kids.
Right. You're right, Kim, because the ones who are not
with kids,
the ones who are not pedophiles, are blackmailed or bribed to keep their mouth shut, right? So, this is not the issue you bring to your family and friends that are sleeping first. You don't run at somebody and red pill them about human trafficking. You got to start with the Federal Reserve or a lighter subject. But JJ, you gave me the answer I was looking for. Thank you. It's to keep talking about the issue. We can't stop talking about it till the world's awake.
Come on. Well said, Scotty. Well said. JJ, we are so excited. Tonight, we get to have a private showing with you. So a private showing, and people can access this. And guys, this is going to set the stage for his next piece, Invaded. So for us to see this first, it is What is Treason? #trafficked. JJ is going to be there. It's at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. If you don't already have your VIP tickets to this showing, we will send you your link. JJ has been so generous. We've been able to share the movie. He's been able to say, hey, let's support Take Our Border Back. So the proceeds, if you do a minimum donation of $25, it goes to support Take Our Border Back. You guys can go to Give, Send, Go right down at the bottom of the screen, givesendgo.com/Take Our Border Back. Go lock in your VIP ticket. You're going to be able to have the conversation. Remember what Scotty and JJ just said. You've got to have the conversation. It's not just walk in and view the movie, but let's actually talk about it and what we can do to take our power back in this area and protect those children. JJ Carroll, thank you so much. And we're so excited tonight. 7:30 p.m. Any final words for us before we see you tonight?
No, I can't wait to show it to you. And I cannot wait to after, because I want to hear your true feelings on the documentary artistically, as well as information. And was it impactful or was it not? I want to hear it. I love to have that feedback. So I'm very excited about that. So I'll see you back in a couple hours before you show it, correct?
Yes,
JJ, thanks so much for allowing us to use the movie tonight to support Take Your Power Back, and really looking forward to hitting you up after the movie.
Oh, that's great. And I see the next guest is Mr. Sawyer, who is an incredible gentleman. Yes, and a fighter. And it won't be, I'm a man that does not do anything but shoot you directly. And this guy, Mr. Sawyer, does the same. So I find him to be a brother in arms in this. So thank you very much. I'll see you very soon. Okay.
We love you, JJ. We'll see
right.
you tonight. We look
All
forward
right.
to it. 7:30 p.m. JJ Carroll. So 7:30 Pacific, 8:30 Mountain, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. You can go to givesendgo.com/Take Our Border Back. Make a minimum $25 donation, and we will send you an email with that link to join us tonight. Craig Sawman Sawyer. Scotty, Craig's in the house.
Hey, Craig, good to see you again, brother. So, everybody, Craig grew up near Houston, and he got his tactical start in the U.S. Marine Corps. Semper Fi, brother. He quickly transitioned to the U.S. Navy to pursue high-level special operations as a U.S. Navy SEAL. You think this guy is pretty well trained, folks? He served as a SEAL Team 1, then went on to the Naval Special Warfare Development Group. God only knows what he learned there. He was a federal air marshal and served as a supervisor in that capacity. After 5 years in federal law enforcement, Craig served in high threat mobility security, contracting film and television tech, advising in personal security, and training for the public. I've had Craig Sawyer on Sovereign Radio several times. One of the best radio shows I've ever done was listening to Craig Sawyer and Sasha Stone wax poetic on human trafficking, because they come from opposite ends of the world, but we're on the same page. Craig, you are, as JJ said, nobody can talk more straight about human trafficking. You and your family, your daughter, you've been right in the middle of it, haven't you?
We have, and I didn't want my family to be in it, but we were drug into it by wicked people. So, but I do have to be in the fight for our Creator and for His most precious little ones. I have to. That's just how I'm wired. I can't exist on this planet without fighting what I see that is so utterly wicked and unacceptable. So it's a privilege to do something, to stand up and combat that which is so utterly wrong and ruining everything. And it is evil. And we see it up close, and it turns our stomach. And, half the battle is really getting the rest of the populace to face it, because I hadn't realized how utterly soft and fragile our American populace has really become. I mean, I would have lost big money betting on what the people would tolerate. And so it's a process. It's not just facing the bad guys and putting a stop to their rampage. It's motivating 340 million citizens to stand up and exercise their authority to any degree and help us beat this back. Dude, we could end child trafficking very, very quickly if all of our people stood up and said, oh, heck no, this is not acceptable, but they won't. And so look, we can unpack that and have that conversation, but it is a privilege. It is a privilege.
Oh, it's such a privilege to have you here, Craig. We just love you so much. You were with us in Texas. You were with us in San Ysidro. You have been such an incredible support. We're on the same mission. And we know your organization, Veterans for Child Rescue, makes the real difference. One of the thoughts I had today was, when you were a SEAL, when was that first exposure to you as to what was really, like, when the dots connected as to what was really happening with human trafficking right here in this country?
I had no idea when I was a Navy SEAL. I had no idea when I was a Federal Air Marshal.
Wow.
I had no idea when I was in high threat mobile security for the Department of State and our intelligence agencies overseas in war zones. I had a TSSCI clearance for over 3 decades. I was rated on some special programs. I went to 60 countries around the world. I was a part of high-level counter-terrorist and other special operations in our national security realm, and I had no idea. No idea.
Oh my
I had
God.
a concept of child trafficking. I'd heard the term, and I, grew up knowing about kidnappers and that kind of thing, but it wasn't until a friend of mine from the CIA unpacked it a little bit. We were sitting in Montgomery County, just north of Houston, Texas, burning cigars together. Several of us guys from several agencies that were friends. And my friend basically gave me an intel brief, like, here's what's going on with child sex trafficking. And this area is the hottest epicenter for it in the continental United States. And I was like, what are you talking about? Show me, like, where? And he started letting me know, here's how it's run. Here's some of the ways that it's run, but it's big. And I realized, coming from a covert background and high-level special operations, that you can't run a covert operation when it gets really compromised, when it gets exposed in hostile territory. And so that's what I realized child trafficking was. The more he started laying it out, and the more I saw that the other agents were giving their input, I began to see that child sex trafficking in the United States is a covert operation run domestically here with a lot of top cover at industrial scale. Industrial scale, I'm talking about more criminal revenue than all pro sports combined. How is it run here? Look, if anybody wants to make any money at all in the United States, IRS is going to find you. Follow the money. The FBI has very powerful search engine investigations, tech, and capability, and IRS does too. And you're not going to hide very long moving any money of significance around. So I realized there's a lot of corruption to allow this, a lot of top cover. And so this is happening. The border's wide open. I'm like, oh, great. Now the border's wide open. So I founded Vets for Child Rescue in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And it was bad. And we were working the border and we were showing what was going on. And we spent 3 years filming Contraland that aired to 90 million households in US and Canada on Daystar television network. Thank God. And it's now still viable. It's very informative still about Alfred Kinsey and how child sex trafficking has been normalized in our culture.
Yes.
So you can watch that on ContralandMovie.com. I encourage you to watch that too and share it with everybody, because that thing was under attack from the moment we started to found the organization, because the opposition realized they were going to have to silence this because it was going to ruin everything. Hundreds of billions of dollars were going to be out of their pockets, and their power was going to be ruined if Contraland informed everybody to the degree that it could or should. So
they came after you very hard and fast, Craig, after Contraland. There's in the mainstream media started to appear articles. Craig Sawyer is not who he appears. There were even what I'd call patriot podcasters saying Craig works for the Clintons and he's really a shill in our movement. I said, that's when I knew he's the real deal, because as we said about Dr. Frank, you're over the target when they come after you.
Yeah, it continues that level of defamation. And it is painful for me to see that people with, my precious American flag on their social media profile, of course, it's free to them. They haven't served or sacrificed anything.
Right.
And for them to have Jesus all over their profile, which I love and literally serve and live for. But it's free for them because they just put it on a fake social media profile. And then they talk trash about somebody who's 100% service disabled veteran. I'm decorated for literally heroic service in wartime. And I don't really claim that. That's in my record. Those were the awards that we got after combat and all that. I know guys have given 1,000 times more than I have. So, but that's fact. I've given, I've served, I've given my entire life, and I've never worked for Hillary. But these people, for whatever reason, they're eager to post that. Why? That's been a weird thing. It was painful for me in the beginning to see that people who claim to be, as I really am, defaming me. But once we beat a few of them in court and the rest of them, are exposed, it's okay. But yeah, it's a real thing. And so that's what the left does, is they put banners all over their stuff, trying to pretend to be one of you, but really trying to defame you and remove your support for your operation, because your operation is sitting right at that very demonic aorta of their beast, which is preying upon children, destroying and traumatizing the most precious and innocent among us, that it's an abomination before God Almighty. Those are the vile demonic souls and the cowards that attack me. So I've gotten the victory over that long ago in prayer. God's like, I'm handling them. You just focus on your mission.
So good. I've gotten the victory over them in prayer. God says, I got this. Oh,
it's
so good.
Literally, I was in deep prayer and I was praying against, the censorship and some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
And it just came, not an audible voice, but just an understanding, like a thought, as though someone had just told you, it comes. Don't worry about it. I've given you the victory over that. And there was one name in particular. I'm not even going to give him the satisfaction of saying his name, but God's like, I've just given you the victory over this guy. Don't worry. He's going to continue to wash out, and just focus on the mission. Be obedient, be humble, be in love, and fight for the children. and follow my direction, son, and,
Yeah.
and it'll continue to grow. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, Roger that. Now we're good.
So
Craig, one
Scotty,
of the most interesting parts of Contraland involved your daughter. I find
mm,
that always to be worthy of
mhm,
talking
that's good.
about because it really hits home for I've got a 17-year-old daughter, and your daughter was about that age when she did that, right?
She had just turned 18 when she was abducted.
Yeah.
And it was deeply traumatizing. It rattled her. It was deeply harmful to her.
Yeah.
And thank God she did survive it. But this guy had a knife to her throat and did things that we'll probably never fully know. But it was enough to get him 68 years, I think,
Gosh.
in prison.
Yeah.
So she's been healing. She
Yeah.
serves in our joint sting operations
That's the
very
part that I
valiantly,
find
and
so
she
cool.
is a hunter of pedophiles and predators. And man, she's gotten good at it. And law enforcement go, dude, you're okay, Saul, man. You know, your Navy SEAL stuff. You're kind of cool, but your daughter, bro, like,
That's awesome.
she's a champion. I'm like, I
Warrior
know.
princess.
I
Come
feel the
on.
same way, man. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like everything I've done, what you would expect it, you know.
So cool that
But
she
when
turned
a
her
petite
adversity
little
into fight.
female, yeah,
Right.
dude, and when she's working, like, she doesn't eat, she doesn't drink. We have to bring her water. And make, hey, are you hydrating? She's like, what are you talking about? Do you have a headache? Yeah, you're not drinking. Here, drink water. We have to bring and the chatters get that way because they get focused and they see how vile and how vulgar and how aggressive and abusive the predators are.
Yeah.
So much so that when we show the chats to the law enforcement are brought to tears. And I don't
Yeah.
blame them because it's that disturbing. It's not normal. It's not natural for
Yeah.
humans to prey on their own offspring like this. This is supernatural. This is
Yeah.
an evil thing that comes from a very, very dark and
Yeah.
twisted place.
Craig, when you before you got here today, we had Elvia Davila share her story, and she grew up in a home where her dad and her family was part of cartel. So they had begun trafficking her. She was basically rescued by her grandmother, but her experience was it basically led to her husband's death. Her brother killed her dad. So nothing. I'm sorry, her brother killed her husband. So just the stories are so crazy. And here's my question for you. I just wanted to kind of share you a little bit of background of what our listeners have been seeing before you hopped on.
Yeah.
There are those that are living life right now. They've got children, they're going to school, their kids are playing sports, and their kids are on their phones, and they've got their friends, and they're going over to sleepovers, and they're part of different groups, and they're teenagers, they're going out on their own, they're taking the car. What are some insights that you can give right now to all the parents, to just those of us that do have kids, because it seems like it's so separate from anything we'd all experience. And here it took place in your own home.
Yeah. Well, you have to love your child enough to invade their privacy. And too many parents now want to be their child's friend rather than their parent because they don't want that confrontation. It's not comfortable. But I would encourage you, if you're struggling with that, imagine that you've already lost your child to an unspeakable harm. Your child's dead or abducted, never to be found again, and is subjected to unspeakable horrors for the rest of their probably short life. If that had already happened, what would you give to go back and have a do-over? Yeah. Put yourself in that, because this happens all day, every day, and all night, every night, all around the world. So we are not immune here. This is a very active country for child sex trafficking and abduction. And so there's grooming at every level on all social media devices, all video games and apps. So we have to care enough to get in there and say, hey, sweetie, who are you hanging out with over there? at another place physically. What apps are you running? Let me look at Vets for Child Rescue's website and see if these are problem apps, if they're dangerous. Let me
Yes.
make sure you're okay. Invade their space. Make sure that they're okay. Children don't know whether or not they're safe. They don't know what's prudent, what's right, what's wrong, what's careful. They don't comprehend. They don't have all of their faculties in their cognition yet. The brain's not fully developed until 23 to 25 years of age. So their problem solving, their executive functions are not developed yet. So we have to parent them. We have to intervene. So look for any weird stuff. If they're hiding things or being covert about it, especially if your child is outgoing and they suddenly become withdrawn, that's a glaring indicator. Get in, find out, make sure you can talk to your kid. Your kid knows and trusts you that they can talk to you and you can find out what's really going on, because they'll say nothing when they are devastated.
Yeah.
What's wrong, sweetie? Nothing. We have to pull it out of them, but they have to trust us. So we already have to have that relationship with them so that they'll open up. And we can't freak out if they tell us something that we want to freak out over, because then they'll clam up and they'll never tell us anything else. So we have to be very
So much wisdom.
graceful. And well, I'm learning. Trust me, I've stumbled into about every obstacle there is, but I am learning, and we work with people all the time and experts and survivors, and it's a journey. So, but we're learning that this is how it's done, man. You really have to have that open door of communication and that trust and that ethic of getting into your child's devices and in their lives, and knowing who they're hanging out with and that they are in fact okay, because they can slip away so quickly. Some of the apps will do geolocating. So it's making a ping on the map of wherever your child is, and the predators can literally follow your child home from the bus stop and grab your child right there, or on the park, or the playground at school. I mean, there's stuff that's very, very dangerous. So we have to know.
Yeah. You know what, Craig, let me ask you this. I was in the airport bathroom, actually in an airplane, and I saw the sign, if you're here not at your own volition, your own will, please contact the stewardess or call this number. And then there's some airports, Scott and I have seen it as we've traveled, we see these airports where they have these huge signs for those that are being trafficked, call this number. But I've heard from people that have been trafficked, I'm not calling those numbers. This is what happens. You get put back out there when you call those numbers. Is that true?
I don't know that that's true, but there are some concerning pieces of information about some child trafficking families that are believed to be quite corrupt, who have access and control over things that are advertised to be about child rescue and child safety. So we have to be very, very wise. But I would like to think that these agencies or helplines are legitimate, at least to some degree. And one thing that I intend to do through my connections that you're well aware of, Kim, is ensure that if we can get somebody in the White House here in a couple weeks, who will act in good faith, we will go and we will ransack every entity that is not doing what it's supposed to, and we will purge the corruption, and we will either delete that whole agency or entity or fix it and repair it, because we have to have legitimacy. We have to return it. Our nation has slid into the abyss of complete dysfunction and evil, and it is utterly demoralizing for good people who care. And it is completely destructive. So we have a major swamp to drain, but the good news is it's all opportunity, and we can and will restore our beloved USA.
Craig,
there are demons hanging on and clawing, saying, we're not going back. Well, you're not going back to legitimacy and enforcement of the law and honesty and all that. Well, sorry, we're gonna build it back anyway. We're gonna make it legitimate. We're gonna make it honorable. We're gonna make it right.
Come on,
because we can. So,
Craig, what's your biggest takeaway from this career in special ops and human trafficking and most recently, a few years, you started this great organization, Vets for Child Rescue. What's your biggest takeaway from all your years in this horrendous operational? It's been hoisted upon us very intentionally by the globalist agenda. It's part of their agenda. And what's your biggest takeaway from all this?
Scotty, my biggest takeaway is the American populace have no earthly clue what's happening. We have an unwitting populace. You cannot go into combat without a thorough intelligence briefing or the proper weaponry. The average American citizen right now has no intelligence briefing. They have no weapons, and I'm talking about figuratively, and we could unpack this a little bit more, but you cannot fight a war that you don't even comprehend exists. You can't defend against an attack that you're not even aware of. That's why the weapon of the sniper, the military sniper, is so effective. People can't defend themselves against it. You can reach out from afar and put somebody nighty-night, right?
The training that people have is the training we the people have gotten. See something, say something. That's the training.
Yeah,
that's
what the hell
not
are they
enough.
talking about?
That's what it should be.
Yeah, we are spirit beings. We were born on a battlefield.
That's right.
That is what the American citizen needs to comprehend.
Yes.
We are spirit beings. And from the moment we were born, and I would say before that, while still in the womb,
that's right.
We are under attack.
A moment of conception, Craig.
Yes, ma'am. So God's most precious and innocent are the little children. And they are the prime target of those who are wicked. And they're making war on the little ones. And there's a lot to be learned about. It goes all the way back to ancient deities that the people ritually sacrifice the children and all of this. And there's a lot of that behind what's going on with the death of so many millions of children in the United States. That's probably longer than we want to have for this conversation, but we need to realize it is spiritual. There's a reason the wicked make war on the children. They'll spin it. They'll put it under the excuse or the banner of anything but what it is. They'll even call it care. But they're out to destroy the children. They're out to murder them if possible, torture them to death if possible, but at least traumatize them and shake their psyche into such a destructed state that they live the rest of their lives fearful, bitter, and angry, and never find their salvation, never find their rescue, and that hopefully make them, this is what the wicked want to do. They want to traumatize that child so badly that they create a monster out of her or him who grow up to be an exponential math equation that create more monsters because they do it to other children.
Yes.
So if you raise up one child in love and we are good stewards of that child, and that child is well secure and knows that they matter and knows that they're loved, they will raise up their other children. They will look after other children in like manner. So that's an exponential equation as well. So we have to choose very, very wisely how we treat the little ones. And so it is an attack on our nation, is ideological subversion to minimize the value of human life, or to call a child anything other than the precious and innocent soul that they are.
That's right. Craig, I want to share this scripture, Luke 4:18. The Spirit of the Lord is on me, because he has appointed me, he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He's sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of the sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, to set the oppressed free, to set the oppressed free. That is a calling for every single one of us. And I love that you're doing God's work.
Look, our Creator is love. We are to give love, that he's called us. Expose evil and give love. Love your neighbor as yourself. That is our commandment, man. We, more than anything, are to care for each other. And we have one side of our society completely, they have it backwards. Take, stomp on your neighbor, hoard for yourself. It's every man for himself, like a sinking ship, and turn on each other. Well, that's utterly destructive thinking and behavior. That's what leads to devastation and societies that are entirely dysfunctional. Nothing works right in a society that thinks that way. So we have to listen to people like Yuri Bezmenov, the Russian KGB defector, who warned us so powerfully about the ideological subversion that the communists and the Marxists, the global Marxists, wanted to bring against our nation. They decided long ago, before I was born, they couldn't beat us with tanks, planes, and guns. So they're not coming that way. They're coming through deceit. Satan is the father of lies. When he lies, he speaks his native tongue. So we have one half of our population subscribe to Marxist ideals, which means you lie, cheat, steal, and just take whatever you want. And there's no God, and that the state needs to be God, and there needs to be no more family unit, no more unity, no more national pride. Everything that makes the nation strong, we have half of our political system trying to destroy. So we have to just wake up and realize that. We have to have a situational awareness and calibrate ourselves through the Word of God.
That's right.
And your awareness, you'll begin to comprehend exactly what's going on. The more you read it, the more you see what's happening now, and you can decipher, you can discern the difference between what is good and bad very, very quickly. So anybody that's lying to you is not your friend. I mean, that should be pretty clear. So many things that we've been told by politicians and others have been disproven now. We know that they've been lying to us. So why would we vote for them any further or empower them any further? We need to be very effective and unified in our boycotting now, like we were once. Long before I was born in this nation, we were very powerful at boycotting. Up to 40% of the entire population would act in unison and say no to big corporations and entities that were betraying us, and we forced their hand. We could force them straight out of business. They could go bankrupt. Nobody could save them if we would stand in unison to that degree. But we first have to be aware of what's happening and what the nature of this attack against us is.
Yes.
So we
Craig,
can't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to say we are so blessed to have you share today. I'm so grateful for the work you put in. So grateful that you don't give up no matter what is thrown at you. And I know there's been a lot thrown your way, but Satan has thrown at you, God is using for your good. You continue to be that stand for truth. Thank you so much for being with us today at the Take Our Border Back Summit. You know, we have a song I'm going to play right after we release you, but stay in the back room because you want to hear this song. It's a song by Chris Darlington, and it's called You Are Not for Sale. I think that this is really going to hit home. And I want our people to go to vetsforchildrescue.org. I want you guys to really support Craig, what they're up to. When you go to the website, vetsforchildrescue.org, you'll see that right down the bottom. You're going to have access to very key things that will help you to shore up your family. If you are a mom, a dad, a grandparent, you want to know how to be most effective to protect the children around you. Then you also want to know how to see this human trafficking that may be going on in your neighborhood. Let me back up. Not may. It is going on. So, Craig, any final words for us today before we release you?
Well, Chris Darlington is awesome. I love his song. He's a true brother. And I would say pray without ceasing, Americans. Most Americans do not comprehend the power of prayer. Man, do we ever need that. In addition to draining the swamp, pray like there's no tomorrow. And we're better in gratitude, no matter what we're experiencing in this world. We're better.
Greg, would you pray for us right now?
Kim,
I will. Father,
more thing,
God Almighty. Go ahead, Scotty.
Yeah. You really hit home something that doesn't ever get talked about. It's generational. Those who survive this go on to do the same things to their children and their grandchildren, and it just is a generational thing. There's very few Kathy O'Briens who come out of this human trafficking game that go on to live a somewhat as normal life as you can. So it's so important. If we can stop one kid from being trafficked, we may have stopped 10 or 12.
Yeah. Yep. It is. It's important. It's exponential. So thanks for having me on, folks. So Father, God Almighty, Jesus Christ, my King, my everything. I lift up our nation to you, Father. I thank you for J.J. Carroll. I thank you for this new film. Bless it, Father. Let it reach people who need to hear it.
Yeah.
Multiply its reach. And I denounce and I rebuke the censorship of it, Father. As we went through with Contraland, I rebuke it, Father. Release the brakes so that it get to the people, the minds and the hearts that need to hear it and learn from it, Father, so that we can understand, we can comprehend the war being made on your most precious, your most innocent, your purest little children, Father.
Yeah.
Let us gain a heart for them. Let us grow closer to you, Father, so that we have strong faith and we can each find our moral courage to stand up and say, no, you will not attack the little ones. We will not stand for it. You will not groom them. You will not bully us into silence or bending the knee to allow you to have our children. We will stand up like fierce mama bears and warrior men to say heck no.
Yeah.
And mean it and back it up in unison. Father, lead us. Let us have a restoration of true leadership in our nation, Father, in this election. Give us a leader and let him be radically saved, Father, grow close to you so that we can be led into true repentance in this nation so that we can turn. We can turn from this evil at industrial scale that it is abomination before you so that we can repent and turn so that you can heal our land, my King.
Amen. Craig Salmon Sawyer, vetsforchildrescue.org. Craig, we love you. God bless you. And we are so honored to partner in this journey together. Let's bring these kids home.
Semper Fi, brother. Semper Fi.
God bless you all.
God bless you too, Craig. We love you.
Thank you.
And Chris Darlington's, hold on. You are not for sale.
My name is General Mike Flynn, and my message today is that every child deserves a safe and secure future. So join us in the fight against child trafficking. Join the movement to end child trafficking. Together we can make a difference. Together, let's shine a light on the darkness of child trafficking and make a difference. Let's protect and defend every child. God bless you, and God bless America.
In the heart of this land, where the innocence flows, there's children dreaming of shadows they don't know. Where there's hope, there lies pain. Their innocence stripped by evil they sustain. We'll never stop searching. We hear you cry. Through the darkest of the darkness, we'll be alive. When the odds are stacked against you, the hope is out of sight. Hidden, but you're not lost. We'll give it our best fight. Yeah, we'll save you. Yeah, we'll save you. You are not for sale. Through the storm, we'll be a shield and guardian angels on this battlefield. In every little town, in every dark street, protecting God's children will be our peace. When the odds are stacked against you, your hope is out of sight. Hidden, but you're not lost. We'll give it our best fight. Yeah, we'll save you. Yeah, we'll save you. You are not for sale. When the odds are stacked against you, hope is out of sight. Hidden, but you're not lost. We'll give it our best fight. When the odds are stacked against you, hope is out of sight. Hidden, but you're not lost. We'll give it our best fight. We'll save you. Yeah, we'll save you. You are not for sale. God's kids are not for sale.
Wow. Gave me chills, Kim.
Oh my gosh, absolutely
Gave me
incredible.
chills.
So intense. What
You know,
an
Kim, we
Mhm.
have radio shows that run on the same network.
Yeah, yeah.
Town Square Radio, they own about 300 stations. And I remember before I did my first broadcast, the station manager called me. He said, you know, I wasn't for this show being put on our station, but 3 other guys at the station outvoted me. It was 3-1. He said, but I just want to know, what's the worst thing you're going to talk about? Because I hear you talk about things like the Federal Reserve and how it's not America's bank, and you talk about things that go on in Hollywood and media that you say you've seen, and I just want to know, what's the worst thing you're going to talk about? So I told him 4 words: human trafficking, pedophilia, satanic rituals. That may be 5 words, by the way. Human trafficking, pedophilia, satanic rituals. He laughed. He said, yeah, like that's a big problem in the United States. Like that really exists to any extent. And I said, well, why don't you just listen to shows and listen to my guests? And I had people like Craig Sawman Sawyer on and Victor
Mhm. Yeah,
Avila, guys
yeah.
who see it up close and personal. You know what? He called me and he said, wow, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to be heard on the job talking about this, but wow.
Wow. Come on, Scotty. This is the
Unbelievable.
unbelievable. You know, we've got to keep speaking. We've got to keep showing up because we are providing the real information for people. This is such a privilege to be able to share what we're sharing today, to have Elvia on here. She represents all of those children that have been trafficked. Chris standing for the children. Craig standing for the children. We have Mark Anthony here from 11th Hour Child Rescue right now. Mark is one of our dear friends. He is one of the co-founders of Take Our Border Back on the steering committee. And Mark knows a lot about child trafficking. He knows what it is to give these children hope. He knows what it is to speak for those who can't speak. He is one of my dearest friends. He is my brother from another mother and the same father. I love him so much. We're so excited to have him here in our space with us today. What's up, Mark Anthony?
Hey, brother Mark.
Hey, my service has been really great, and then everything started splotching just as you were saying that. I said, "Oh, it's those demonic spirits."
Of course, we're going to cancel those demonic spirits right now in the name of Jesus. We pray for
That's
protection
right.
over the airways in Jesus' name. Your voice to be
How are
heard.
you and Scotty doing today?
We've had a great day. It's
We've
been
had a
very,
Scotty doing well?
very informative. Our speakers have over-delivered.
Yes.
Way exceeded my expectations today, Mark. To be honest, I'm not just saying that to make it sound like, you know, we've spent our time well today. I really am blown away by the over-delivery. They've outdone themselves. I think this is one of the best, although it wasn't live, I think it's one of the best events we've had in terms of the content.
Yeah. And you know what, Scotty, it's live streamed, which is kind of cool. It's all over the world.
Right.
Which is pretty amazing. It's just not physically live and in person. So, you know, we know what it is to do live events, but wow, this This is so special. Now, we still want to do live events. We still want to connect and break bread together. That's important. But there's going to come a time where we've got to be able to navigate in this arena as well. So to be able to be here today and to have all of our listeners with us and all of our guests, Mark, it's been amazing. I have to tell you, working the back end at the same time, pulling up the brand, the banners, the music. I am like, Lord, give me wisdom and discernment and strength. I still haven't gone to the bathroom yet. It's been 6 hours and 50 minutes. So on our break, I am going to go to the bathroom. But Mark, why don't you tell us a little bit about why child trafficking, human trafficking, rescuing these children is so dear to your heart. Let's touch on that today. Then also the importance of all of our listeners to be shored up right now in their communities for such a time as this.
Well, first, let me start off saying Craig is one of my dearest friends, and we work together from time to time. I lean on him, he leans on me, and it's a beautiful relationship. And I know there's been, like you said, there's been a couple of challenging people out there that like to make things difficult. And I will tell you that I would walk through fire with that man any day of the week, because I know where his heart is. I know what he does. But, a lot of things can't be distributed out where people can actually see it. But I know where his heart is. I'm in, constant contact with him. I advocate on stage with him. I do, some investigation stuff with him. But he is absolutely A-OK. Just in every category, he's just got this stigma about him that just it's beautiful. He's just I call him the A-OK guy. I mean, to me that's a perfect, because I never give anybody that greater than Jesus itself, but he's my A-OK guy. Like, he's my go-to. So I love him, and he's my brother. But I just got through talking about this a couple of weeks ago with someone. What kind of got me like into this whole thing, and it was and I was young. I was in my late 20s. And I had a friend of mine that came to me and he goes, my daughter's in a trap house. I've called the sheriff. He won't do anything, X, Y, and Z. And they wouldn't do anything. So he kept calling and I said, why are you asking me? I don't know anything about this. I mean, what does this look like? So it got to a point when you watch a grown man cry that it started pulling on my heartstrings. And I got a mindset. And I've always been kind of that guy who, has this straight directive. And so I got my mindset I was going to go get her. It didn't matter what the cost was. I was going to kick the door in. I was going to go in there and grab her. I was going to get her out, and anybody that moved was in trouble. And I thought, oh God, I'm going to be in prison for the rest of my life. And I got up to the door, and the guy opened the door, and I told him what I wanted. He actually said, I'll go get her. He gave her to me.
Wow.
She was strung out. And but I was prepared mentally to go and do what I needed to do. And I got her back. She reunited her with her dad. She got some help, and she lived for 10 years. She had a twin sister that died. I think it was in a car wreck. And then in 10 years, she fell over dead in the bed from the drug use. But she was a beautiful person who got caught up in the moment. And I think a lot maybe had to do with her sister dying and stuff, and got in the wrong crowd. And the next thing you know, boom, she was in this place that she shouldn't have been. And God knows we don't know, because I never asked what actually happened when it went on. But that kind of struck the nerve. And then, growing up, we didn't hear about child trafficking. It wasn't an everyday thing for all of us to hear about these things. Right. And then it started trickling, and I started hearing it behind the scenes. And I'm like, what kind of mental person would do this to a child? And then the studies came, and then I started studying the psychology part of it, to what actually occurs. And there's so many platforms across the whole entire thing, but it's so important because, if the devil could kill Jesus, he would. Okay. So the closest thing they can do is desecrate a child, the closest thing to God. So every time they harm a child, they're doing it directly to God. And so, with that being said, it was that moment in time I said, you know what? It's time for me to take a directive. Now, I kind of knew growing up that we would be in this pattern where we are now, like, 4 foreseen things coming and knew that God would have me in a place that he wanted me. And this is the place that he wanted me. The doors, as you guys know, were just slinging over. And every time I go somewhere, the door would just sling open and people were telling me to come aboard, come aboard, come aboard. And then God was giving me these downloads. And every time we reached out to do it, we were getting blessed every single time. And so anyway, I started working with a girl who's like my sister. And I got in with her doing what we do. And I don't want to get into too much because I don't want to let it out there how and what we do. But we started helping, but on another side of it, we were actually helping women and children that were being sexually abused by their family member, their husband, or beaten. And we were taking them and facilitating and getting them out away from that whole scene and keeping them, keeping them safe. And then, then things led in with Craig and through a really good friend of ours who's like a brother to me. And then next thing I know, I was helping Craig and this kind of just did a whirlwind. And I had people calling me, as you know, from Honduras, and I made contacts all over Mexico and everywhere else. And then it just turned into this great thing where I could facilitate, as well as, as like, we had an incident with your daughter for a second, and we were on it.
Horrible. That was horrible. Let's back up for a second, just to clarify that. Our first round of Take Our Border Back, we were getting ready for the convoy. So it was our first convoy, and it wasn't even the first convoy. We had 3 rallies happening all on the same day. This was 4 days prior to launch day. So we were all working 18 hours a day, like working so hard in 4 weeks. And I got news my daughter was on a workaway in Mexico, deep in Mexico. She went missing for 4 days, you guys. 4 days went completely missing. Nothing. And this was a girl, we had her location on her phone. She was in communication with us. She was 24 years old at the time. And it was the freakiest experience. And my husband's calling the FBI. I'm like, don't call the FBI. They already don't like what we're doing. Take our border back. That's going to make the situation worse, because what if she shows up? And oh my gosh, Mark, I was like praying through this at the same time, getting everything ready for Take Our Border Back. And what was so cool was you and your teams were there to support every step of the way and ready to get her. Now she's found. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. And those 4 days, she decided to check out when she got to her next location and said, I don't want to get on Wi-Fi again. This is a pain in the butt. Well, she's now forever connected to Wi-Fi. Go on.
It's and that's what I'm saying. We made contact. I mean, just in a small example, calling the Mexican embassy, you can't get through. But I had a number that was direct, got me right in, and we were ready to rock and roll. And so that's what I'm saying. I made so many contacts, and I want to touch on a couple of different things. People don't understand. It's not just, I don't worry about them here. I worry about them everywhere else too. They're God's children everywhere, across the whole entire world. And so when you break this down, every case is different. Every single case that you work is different. The circumstantials are different, where they came from. I mean, can you imagine a mother selling her child for sex trafficking? And then let's just say 4 or 5 years later, the child's rescued. They don't know who their parents are. They don't know if they ever had a family. The people that are with them that are getting ready to sex traffic them or have sex traffic them are their family.
Yeah.
They don't know where they're from. They don't know where they were born. They had nothing. So every case is different in its own category. But even the ones that are stolen don't even sometimes know where they're from, who their parents are, or where they came from. So it's just every case is different, and it's heart jerking to a point where it fuels me to reach out and to create and try to put things together where I can put things in perspective. So when I'm up on stage or I'm talking to people that I can advocate for them as to what we're doing behind the scenes and give them a general idea, because like I said, a lot of things we can't put out in general public.
Sure.
But for the most part, I'm going to say this. Craig's my hero.
We
know he
love
don't want to
him.
be called that, but yeah, he's my hero. So let me just tell you this. He's been attacked so many times, Kim,
Yeah.
Scotty. And let me tell you why, what God showed me why he was being attacked. Because they know that if they ever unleash him and let him go full-fledged after these guys, our teams will tear it through this whole country, and we'll find every place. We will not stop until everything is done. And they're terrified of him because he has the skills to get it done.
That's right.
That's why they attack him. That's why they say what they say. That's when they've done what they've done. But God has anointed him. I promise you. He has laid his hands on him and has anointed him. Listen, I you know, there's you know, Scotty, Mark, you know, we're all brothers. Like I said, I don't have friends. I have brothers and sisters, and I have acquaintances. That's the way my category works. Okay. And I'll tell you, I couldn't be more proud to have a brother like him. He is so just on point. He's taught me things, you know, my sisters taught me things. You know, it's just so vast and you so big that you think, hey, you know, just when you think you got it all summed up, there's a whole nother leg that you knew nothing about. You got to learn, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you've been going down these angles, and it's like, wow, never even thought about that, but it makes total sense. I mean, just, you know, I just want to give credit where credit's due.
Oh, I got that.
There's people out here that the general public will never know their names. And I want to just say thank you to all those people that work behind the scenes that nobody ever knows who they are. We know you. And we love you, and we thank you for all that you do. I know people come up to me and, you know, say, well, thank you for all that you're doing. You know what? I'm just an old country boy that God's put in place. And they feel the same way. I don't want any credit. We're just doing what God directs us to do. And we love our country. We love, you know, our children. We love the world's children. I mean, like Craig said, God's love. Everything's love.
Yeah.
It's our responsibility to look over those little ones.
That's right. It is.
Amen,
That's
brother.
right, it is. Yeah.
And so that's kind of my thing. And, you know, I get like Chris's song, Kim, won't ever forget it. We had a dear friend, Ken Collis, and I love Chris to death as well. He's part of our family, and played that song. And I think me and you both were in tears.
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh.
I think you were snotting. That's a better word for you.
Yeah.
Kim. You were snotting.
Mark, it's pretty amazing to watch you. As many times as I've heard you talk about this, you get emotional, and I think your head and your heart are in it. But you know, and I agree with you that Craig Sawyer's anointed. The only person I've used the word anointed for, because I saw it firsthand, was President Trump. I think he was anointed by God. And now that you say Craig Sawyer's anointed, I believe you're right. But I want to ask you a question, because all the hours we've spoke, I've never been able to ask this, came to me today, really. So we've got the spectrum, not just in the U.S. and the world, of people who are completely unaware of human trafficking. People are aware who won't speak the words, like this guy at the radio network that finally told me, wow, it really does exist, but he wouldn't talk about it. And we've got people like you that are living and breathing human trafficking. You're in the trenches rescuing kids. What do we do going forward? I think it's critical. However this plays out the next few years, Trump and Kamala, I think we know how it's going to play out, but however it plays out, what do we do going forward to educate
first of all,
every person, to educate every person on earth that this is real? I have some thoughts, but I want to hear yours first.
So, you know, we go back to General Flynn and what General Flynn has put in into play, and looking at, you know, fifth generational warfare, national impact stuff, and the awareness, and people are waking up. That's kind of the thing, is, you know, is people are starting to wake up to see all this and what's going on, and they're taking mental notes. People have learned to become their own detectives, their own investigators, and they dig down now, Scotty. They dig down and they're looking, they're watching, and it's in all the neighborhoods, and it's starting to the tentacles are reaching out and they're starting to grab this person, that person, and they're going to this person, that person. So the tentacles are going out and they're starting to grab, and eventually we'll all be so aware that we won't let it happen. There'll be that one person in the neighborhood that says, "Oh no, not on my watch."
That's right.
Yeah, I want to get
Do you know how many veterans are in America? Do you know how many people that work for law enforcement or ex-law enforcement in America? You put all this, I mean, there's a vast amount. We're not going to take it anymore.
Yeah,
If we go ahead.
No, go ahead. You finish, Mark, and then I'll come back.
No, I just said if we're educating the way we have, and there's been so much awareness that's been brought in from this movement, and not just ours, I'm talking about the whole entire movement, then those tentacles can reach out and grab, and people can become aware, and we won't let it happen on our dime. And then the ones that are hiding, you leave that up to me, Craig, Doc, and the other people. We'll find them. Okay, but the ones that are doing it flat out and where they think they're sneaky in the neighborhoods and in the communities, these people are going to wake up because they're getting educated, going, not on my watch.
That's right,
honey, get the gun.
Right. That's right. And those mama bears in the neighborhoods are saying, "Not on
That's
my
right.
watch." I was one of those mama bears, knowing who's in my neighborhood, knowing what houses we don't go to for Halloween years ago when the kids were little. I mean, now I wouldn't take my kids around the neighborhood, period, during Halloween. But wow, go ahead, Scotty. You have a thought.
Yeah, here's my thought. I want to bounce it off both of you guys.
Yeah.
You know, we had mandatory classes in school. And I'm going to propose, I don't know what age, but I'm thinking high school, that as part of history or as a separate class, this ought to be taught to high school kids using tools like Craig Sawyer. He can't be everywhere. So we start using the tools we have now, from your tools, Mark, to Craig's movies, to Contraland, to JJ's movie. We just start using the tools to educate kids at a young age. We should make it a mandatory class in high school. What do you think about that?
I think it's great. I mean, you know, like I said, the more awareness, the more that people educate each other, the more the neighbors between them, everybody gets educated with this. And that's the whole purpose of this whole movement, is to wake America up and say, it's in your back door. It's in your front door.
Yeah.
It's out your window. Wake up.
Yeah.
Pay attention and watch your children. Look, I tell everybody, do not let your child out of sight for not even 2 seconds. It only takes a predator 30 seconds. And it's changed that child for the rest of its life. And listen, I did a study on certain states. I'm not going to go into it like to criticize those states. There's second, third, and fourth offenders, sex offenders out there. I'm for the death penalty. First time, whack.
Castration is not enough.
No, it's not enough. If you get caught doing it, you're done. The first thing that we need to do is get Jesus back in our homes and in our schools. That's the first thing. The second thing is we got to get rid of porn.
Yeah. Yes. Kim, you're a mom. What do you think about if your kids were in a classroom, were being taught about the history of human trafficking and pedophilia, not only in America, but worldwide? What would you say as a mother to that?
Well, first of all, I would love my children to be in that classroom that is coming from a biblical perspective. That way they're getting real truth, right? I think it's incredible. I think that everything from teaching them as to, the way things are being taught right now, I personally don't like. I think that these kids need to be taught in a way, especially kids that are kinesthetic. It can't be information overload. It has to be something where they, it impacts them in some way, like something where they're enmeshed. They're learning, and not just information being read to them or the visual of the movie. So there's got to be communication occurring, because you know what's happening, Scotty? Behind closed doors, children are being molested. Yeah. That's what's happening behind closed doors. You see, there was stuff that was happening to me when I was a little girl behind closed doors. Now, had somebody at school, had we had a conversation, I might have felt safe to talk about those things if there was a safe space. But we weren't having conversations like
Yeah,
that.
it's
All we saw were the milk cartons. That's all we
mum's
saw.
the word, right? Mum's the word.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think our next movement has been born today. We had TOEB, take our elections back. Then we had
Take our border back.
TOBB, take our border back. Now we're going to have TOCB, take our classrooms back.
Oh, I love it, Scotty. I love it, man. Isn't that the truth? Take our classrooms back. Come on, moms. That's exactly what we need to
You
do.
know, Kim, people don't understand this. When like your situation, kids grow up, and when they're being fondled by a family member, and it becomes just an everyday event for them. They don't think anything about it. We know it's wrong, right? That child doesn't know it's wrong, so it keeps on going. And as it gets up through life, it starts these things. They start to look at things and go, "What's really going on here?" But they still can't speak out, right?
Right.
So
Right.
there's a lot of homework everybody's got to get together and do, especially on certain topics, because, like I said, each one of them has its own individual identity and markers that we have to look at. Every case is different. If you talk to Craig, every case that's involved is different. Every person that shows up to molest a child, thought process is a whole different from each one of them. The end result's the same, but how they're going to do it, where they're going to get it, what's involved. Is it duct tape? Is it this? Is it that? I mean, there's so many things psychological, and this goes back to porn.
Which is depravity, Mark, which is depravity. That comes
Right.
from Satan's goal is to divide. His goal is discord. His goal is to destroy, okay, what is pure. He is everything opposite what is pure, what is noble, what is holy, what is trustworthy, and what is pure, right? So that's where that comes from. And how do we, that's a whole other epidemic when you're dealing with porn, because there's a lot of pastors, there's a lot of dads that love their kids, that they get sucked in. There's something unmet because God is not meeting that deep need for them, something unmet from childhood, some inner story that's incomplete, some inner messaging, and they're filling those things with porn. It's the dopamine dump, it's the serotonin, right? That feeds that. So we need to do a lot of education, but we got to create these safe spaces where men can talk about it, women can talk about it, children can talk about it, come up with solutions, but they cannot be spaces that are literally condone it and patting you in the back. I struggle with that too. I know I struggle with that too. Stop. We've got to nip this in the bud, and we need Jesus is what we need.
Yeah, I want to share a
Absolutely.
quick story. Before we're done, I want to share a quick story because I want to make a point here. So I was about 40 years old. I was invited to a party by a nuclear physicist, and he said, all my science buddies are going to be there. I said, oh, great. I'm going to really get it. And I'm going to really get along. I had no idea what I was walking into. But as I was talking to two people, one was working for Northrop Grumman on a project that was military gear they were developing where when a U.S. soldier's attacked, within a millisecond, they can track where the bullets are coming from or where the fire is coming from and respond immediately. The woman was working on a project that had something to do with sugar, the effect of sugar on children. And as I sat there, and then they asked me what I did, and I said, well, I'm in radio and TV. But here's my point. I went home that night and said, God, what I do is not significant compared to these other people. And it really put my life in perspective. And here's my point. Mark, I don't say this because you're here and I'm blowing smoke. You and Craig, what you guys do, there couldn't be anything more important right now in this world than what you guys are doing. You have the most important role. And then what needs to trickle down to the education. But I tell you, you and Craig and all you guys fighting the pedophilia, the satanic rituals, you guys have the most important work in the world, and I don't think you'll ever be getting enough praise for it. So I just want to praise you guys for the amazing work you do. And I know you're all humble guys. You don't need the praise. You don't do it for praise, but I think praise is well due.
Well, thank you, Scotty. And you know, we don't. I mean, we look at it, get up in the morning, we're doing God's work, and it's glorifying, and it's giving us what we need to glorify Him, and He put us in these positions. Look, each person has their own roles, and I'm so thankful that I was called upon. I mean, my father called upon me to do certain things within this movement, and as well as you guys know, I've got my hands in a lot of different things that I do that we don't talk about. And it's not, and I never want the praise for those things. I just want to do them. I want to change our country. I want to bring Jesus back into our lives, into the schools and the homes. And I want to change this world for the better for my grandkids and their grandkids and so forth, so on. I do it because, you know, God's love. And if we look as though we're looking through God's eyes and love everything out there, you see it in a whole different manner. You know, I'm just thankful to have such a great family, because I've gained a lot of family here on earth that I wouldn't trade them for nothing.
My warrior brother from another mother and the same papa. Love it.
Isn't it amazing, Kim, that he has gratitude?
Yeah.
For the role he's playing. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, I just love him. Hey, Mark, you know, what I want to do right now is I don't want to miss this opportunity. You know, right now there's a lot of people listening throughout the entire world. We are at a very integral time in history. We're days away from an election. It is a very biblical, significant time to be alive. I want our communities to be shored up. I want our communities, no matter what happens, to be able to survive, to be able to support one another. What is your words of advice and input here to we the people right now?
Well, you know, the last thing I want to do is create any kind of fear mongering, you know, but we have to look at the facts. Whether Donald Trump gets in or Kamala Harris gets in, there's going to be unrest in both sides. Okay. So you need to prepare for that. That means to fill your cars up, have some candles, have food in your freezers, have backup generator, whatever you think. Ask the Lord to guide you. He'll guide you. Ask Him to lift the veil up where you can see and see what's coming. And I think we all that are probably listening to this, we're pretty well awake, and we know what our hearts are. And follow your heart. You know, that's what I tell everybody. Just follow your heart. You know, people. I just had this conversation with you, Kim, about traveling.
Yeah, you did.
I'm going to lock it down. You know, come election day, I'm locking it down. I'm not traveling. I'm not doing anything unless it's by car, and it's only a couple hour commute. But you know, we've got to understand that we have to talk to our neighbors, let them understand what may happen, what could spill over from the cities, what could spill over. Listen, you need to pay attention. You when you're going to the mall, you better be paying attention. We don't know where all these terrorists are setting and what they're going to strike off.
That's
okay.
Right.
So we do know this. Where's the major hubs that more people are hubbed in one time? Stadiums, malls. You've got so you have a box. You got to think outside of that box, and you got to think outside of that box 3 more times before you get all your answers. And you need to be very alert. You need to have a backpack with everything you need in case, you know, you need to get out and walk or run through the woods to get to wherever you're going. You know, I tell everybody all the time, look, go back, order a map, an old map. If GPS ever went down, how are you going to get anywhere?
Yes, the Thompson
You know?
Guide. Remember, what's it called? The Thompson Chain, Scotty? What was it called here in San Diego, in California?
Oh,
The Thompson Chain, the Thompson Guide, something like
I
that.
don't remember, Kim.
We used to plot out our latitude and longitude to get from place to place.
I don't remember.
Here.
I didn't go to school in California.
Thompson Chain, I think, is what it's called. We need to get one of those. Having those would be good, because most of us would have no clue as to how to get to where to go, nor to who to call if we didn't have our phone numbers. Right?
You know, let me play off of what Mark.
Come back, Mark.
Go ahead, Mark. You go.
I was just saying, just be very prepared. Talk to your neighbors, create a strategy, a plan with those people in your community, neighborhood, or street. You know, don't make it huge. You want, those good people that on a major street or neighborhood. Too big sometimes can be bad. So keep it a conservative number, and then those conservative numbers can work with other groups, but you don't want your group in that necessarily huge. You just want conservative numbers that can work with other groups. Right.
Yeah. I was sharing earlier that, sorry, Scotty, I was sharing earlier, Steve Slepcevic. So Steve has spoken at our events before. We love Steve. Disaster preparedness program. On the resources page at takeourborderback.com, you have those resources. Go and into those resources. You're going to be able to see everything that you need and should have just to be stocked up, just to be prepared, to use wisdom, even when it comes to your money. Scotty and Mark, we were talking about the power of gold and silver. We have Matt Geiger as our sponsor for Take Our Border Back, Verity Metals.
Great guy.
Oh my gosh, this guy has helped so many of our patriots. So veritymetals.com. People can access today. They can get their Silver Eagle coin gifted to them by going to the website, veritymetals.com right here, and calling Matt. If you put your information in at the website and then call Matt, you will have your coin. He is amazing. But they are a resource for our family, and they have depositories. I don't know about you guys, but when we were doing, with our financial planner, a lot of it was we were buying like gold. We were doing things that were more online, or the people that are finding the gold. My husband's the expert in this area, but I'm just going to tell you this. Honey, where's the gold? What happens when things go down? I don't see the gold. Right now it's in paper. Where's the gold? I want to see the gold. So to have Matt go, what, Kim, it can actually go to a depository. And my husband said, well, Kim, we don't have room in our house to do that. And the coolest thing is that there's an actual local depository in many of the states or a state close by. So people can go to veritymetals.com. They can access Matt Geiger's phone number right here, 480-717-9081. Oh man, we just lost Mark. He popped off. His Wi-Fi, the timing of it. Scotty, is he amazing? Are we so blessed?
Yeah. Listen, first, thanks for being our pitch person today. It's so important we recognize our sponsors. But I want to build on or add to what Mark said, how important it is. If you go back to 2020, we had organizations like BLM and Antifa, probably tens of thousands of people paid by Soros and other dark money to burn cities down. Minneapolis, they burned. Look what they did in Seattle. They took down a couple city blocks, and the media called it the summer of love, but it was a summer of mass destruction, burning cities down. Right. Now fast forward to today. We heard today that 70% of those illegals are military-age men. Even if we only have 10 million illegals in this country, and we know it's much more, 70% would be 7 million military-age men. If they want to unleash these people, after all, do you think they're supporting them, giving them food and clothing and debit cards and cell phones and housing for nothing? They plan to use these people somehow. Hopefully we can get to them before they do it. But think if they pull the switch or push the button on releasing those illegals. And I'm not fear-mongering. I'm just reinforcing what Mark said is we've got to be prepared for this. They could come tomorrow, push that button, and release a couple million men across the country that are told, tear the place down, whatever you have to do.
And I'll tell you what, it's so easy, to go to fear when we hear that, right? And to go to, oh my gosh, what do I do? We've gotten all these tools and resources today to set us up for success, to take our border back, to take our country back, to take our republic back, right? So Mark, I'm going to pass it back over to you before you drop out. Mark, your words, your call to action for the people before we bring in Pastor Dave Bryan from Glad Tidings Church and the Peace of Heaven Project. Mark.
So, I go back to saying the same thing. Prayer. I I mean, I can give you the trilogy on all the stuff you want and what did you want to talk about. But prayer, listen. Growing up in church, I grew up in a Baptist and a Presbyterian church, and we heard things about demonic spirits, but you didn't think much about it. You pray, you'd go home, you'd do your Sunday dinner, and you get out and play Sunday football and have a good time, and everybody cut up. But since I've been in this, witnessed things that we see on National Geographic in other countries, right here in your backyard. You have no idea it's going, cloaking of spirits into little children, sacrificial rituals.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not here, it's right on the border wall. It's somewhere close. Listen, like I said earlier, and like I said, I just want to kind of stay with the narrative of where we are. There's so many things that are going on that people are so aware of. I'm going to make this statement now as my hands on my side look like they're glowing here because of the light, right?
You're glowing, Mark.
tuned.
It looks like it.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Because this team's not done just yet. We are going to start educating in a higher level about human trafficking, not only kids, but grown women from other countries that are being trafficked in America against their will. We're going to talk about the children, we're going to talk about the women, we're going to talk about the drugs, and we're going to create something that the tools that every family can share with their neighbor and make a difference for them to wake up, to watch, to be their own investigators, and draw conclusions where they can say, I think this is fun, to make a phone call. Listen, if you guys know anything out there of what you're seeing that you think or that you have some kind of awareness of, reach out and contact us. We'd like to know.
Yes.
We're not really sitting on our hands. We want to know. I think, with all the people associated with, we can facilitate our awareness to it. If it goes into a congressional part, we can take and bring awareness to it. But I'm not so sure that I answered your question, Kim. But just want to stay to my narrative. I don't never speak about nothing but Jesus Christ and our children. And that's all I care about.
You answered everything, Mark. We just love you so much. Thank you for being with us today. We've got Pastor David Bryan in the back room waiting for us. And I'm going to bring him in to say hi for a second, because I don't know if you've had the privilege of meeting him. Pastor Dave, this is Scotty Sachs, and this is Mark Anthony, Scotty, Pastor Dave Bryan, Glad Tidings Church and Peace of Heaven Project.
Hello, my friends.
Hey, Pastor Dave.
Hello.
Good to see you back.
Yeah. Sounds good. I've been listening to you, Mark. God bless you, my friend.
Bless you too, brother. And keep rocking it. Keep rocking it out of that church. Keep bringing people to Jesus.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, baby.
That's it, all the way. Well, listen, we love you. Go ahead, Scotty. I want to hear this.
No, you go ahead, because I'm just going to introduce the pastor, but I want you to finish, Mark.
Okay. I just want to tell everyone that I love them. Thanks for the support. It's been such a journey for us. I want to thank God for anointing us and giving us to start off with the first one, because it was Him gave it to me, which at the point I reached out to Kim, that created our border back, and that's God.
God is good. God is so good, Mark. God is so good. We never know. We never know the seeds that are being sown. God's been working on us since we were in the womb, my friends. In the room. Scott, we love you, Mark. Mark, you're welcome to stay with us in this next segment, or we know that you're busy, so if you need to go at this point, not a problem. But we'd love for you to stay here too. I'm going to pass it over. Scotty, I know you were going to share about Pastor David.
Yeah. Brother Mark, God bless you. You
Love
know,
you, Mark.
very, very quickly, I say this a lot, Kim. You've heard this many times. I was raised by a United States Marine, and I'm blessed to have been so. One of his favorite sayings was, if you got to go to war, go to battle, you want to know who's in the foxhole next to you. If I have to go to war, I want in the foxhole next to me Mark Anthony, Craig Sawyer, and Pastor Dave. That's for sure. Those are the guys I want in the foxhole next to me. So, Pastor Dave, Brian, is the founder of the Church of Glad Tidings.
Yeah.
He's a pastor that actually believes in our Constitution. I heard him speak. I said this earlier today, a couple years ago, and he stood up for the First and Second Amendment. I'm like, somebody said he was is this guy really a pastor on stage? Because you don't often hear pastors speak up to that. He didn't kowtow to the authorities during the pandemic. He and his wife, Cheryl, are the senior pastors of the Church of Glad Tidings. They're working on a project now with General Flynn to turn a large prison, as I understand it, into a home for victims of human trafficking. So we couldn't have a better guy following up the human trafficking, because Pastor Dave is part of the solution to the problem of human trafficking.
Yes, and no prison. That prison's coming down. It's being transformed, just like God says, do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Well, that whole place is going to be renewed, right, Pastor?
That's right, girl. We're going to transform the facility and then transform a lot of lives through the facility.
Yes, yes. All right, so tell us, you've been speaking all day. You are being pulled in many directions. And, I know there's a word for us today. There's a word for America today when it comes to our border that's been infiltrated, when it comes to the global agenda, when it comes to our children being trafficked, and our kids, our teenagers, overdosing, not even overdosing, being killed from fentanyl. Enough fentanyl in this country to kill every human 3 times over. Sad.
Yeah. So I think the word for the day is really not a new one. It's all through the Bible. It was the rally call of the redeemed community in the Old Testament. And that's simply be strong and very courageous, for God's with you. And I think that single virtue has, or the lack thereof, has destroyed these United States. And honestly, I say destroyed simply because if you look at any system in America, it really has been ruined. From agriculture to education to politics to religion to medicine. So the point is, we're not wondering if America will fall. America has fallen, but we believe that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, as the Bible says, then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal their land.
That's right. That's right.
My pitch is that America's not okay. It needs healed, but God gives us a way to get there. And but it's a way that's going to take courage. I started out the morning at the Clay Clark event, Reawaken America, and tonight I just stepped out to be with you from the Hope Gala for a group that is trying to raise up safe homes for formerly trafficked kids in America. And what you see is almost exclusively the good things that are happening in America are being led by people of faith. They believe in God. They believe in miracles. They believe that that God will be faithful to his word. And let me just say this, in the Old Testament, which is 2/3 of the Bible, the word faith is only used twice. But the word used in its place all through the Bible is courage. Because if you truly have faith in God, you will be strong and very courageous.
Yes.
And of course, if you're timid, that's because you have a lack of faith. But that's what I'm praying for. And, look at the deplorable state of spiritual leaders in America. And the simple truth is they lack courage. And Scotty, you mentioned it earlier, but you know, it's hard to find a pastor that will just show up in the showdown and throw down. They're always like, I wonder what people are going to say about this. You know, I'd like to hear some of them ask themselves, I wonder how God feels about this. But it's always, I wonder, you know, how the congregation will feel. I wonder if I'll offend anybody. I just want to put in a pitch here for good old fashioned offense. Just get it on. Jesus said, blessed is anyone who is not offended at me. But he wasn't a bit worried about offending people. You know, he called the Pharisees a generation of snakes and vipers, and said they were like crypts full of dead men's bones. He wasn't worried about offending people. He was just worried about speaking the truth. And pastors, and not only that, of course, politicians and teachers and everybody's worried about making somebody feel bad. And, you know, I just want to put a pitch in for being strong and very courageous. Figure out what pleases God and just knuckle down, buckle down, and do it. And if people feel bad, that maybe that's part of them being awakened to the point that they'll be willing to repent, you know. But this whole thing about having a society where everybody is worried about offending anybody, that is really what has destroyed America. So my pitch is for courage. Have the courage to say the right thing. Have the courage to speak up. Have the courage to show up. Have the courage to stand strong in the evil day, and having done all you know to do, to stay standing until the evil day is over. And so, you know, that we can talk about a lot of things, but what's the solution to all those things? Having faith in God and having enough faith to do something courageous and trust God, you know, to help you and he always does. So anyway, that's my 2 bits for what we need in America.
I love it. Let me ask you this, Pastor Dave. Were you with Elizabeth Ameling?
Today,
at the Hope. I was supposed to speak at that event. I was supposed to be there too, but we had our event on the same day. I'm like, Elizabeth,
she's in the other room right now.
She's
I came here with Lee Dundas. You probably know Lee Dundas.
Oh, Lee is awesome. Lee is so awesome.
She is, and what's awesome about her? She's courageous.
Courageous, yes. Yeah, your point is so well taken, and say hello to her. I got a question for you, Pastor.
Yeah.
You touched on something that I know I've talked about on my radio show since 2020. I know Kim has talked about it. Every system in America has been corrupted. The political system, I give you the fact that every senator and congressman, bar a few, have done insider trading and made fortunes.
Right.
I'll give you the medical system. During the pandemic, they took a lot of money to kill people with ventilators and remdesivir, right?
By the way, with full knowledge of what they were doing.
Right. So all these systems and the education system, my God, between the diversity, equity, inclusion they're pitching and Drag Queen Story Hour.
Unbelievable.
If that isn't a corrupt system. So my question to you, the most important system in this country is our spiritual realm, the spiritual system that we used to seem to have when I was a kid. Family, you know, God, family, and country were acceptable. So how do we get back to that? How do we rebuild that system?
Well, that's a great question to ask, Scotty, but let me just say this. We need our minds renewed in righteousness, to use a Bible verse, but that's because our minds are filled with what I call wrongiousness. We don't see life the right way. We view everything from a wrong perspective. But here's the thing. If you read honestly the Bible and the story of redemption, God is carving out for himself and forming a people who will represent him well. The whole idea is that we introduce a new authority into the earth. That's what Jesus told his disciples to pray for, that God's kingdom would be established established in the earth. Now, why might Jesus suggest that? Because God's kingdom isn't established in the earth. That's what we need to do. So the disciples said, what should we do? He said, pray that God's kingdom would be established in the earth so that the will of God could be done in the earth in the same way it's done in the heaven. And so, you know, this is the backdrop on my answer, Scotty. As long as we feel like the fallen ones of this earth are the ones that are supposed to lead us and govern us and guide us, we will never accomplish what God's called us to do. But if we can say we are people of another kingdom, it's the kingdom of righteousness, peace, joy, the power of the Holy Spirit, and we are not looking for guidance from all these fallen systems, which, by the way, the Bible makes very plain, they are controlled by the wicked one. The Bible says the systems of this world are under the control of the wicked one. So how good is that ever going to be, right? And so one of my theme verses for life is Isaiah 2:2 and following. It says in the last day, I believe that's referring specifically to the days we're living in.
I know this scripture well.
Come on, girl. It says
Men
the
will be
authority
lovers
of the
themselves.
Lord's house will be established over every other authority. Let me say that again. Every other authority. And people will come from the nations and say, if we come to the Lord's house, will you teach us the ways of your God? So let's take what we're doing with the peace of heaven. I was just on Fox News, and the newscaster, she said, do you expect any pushback from the state of California? I said, well, of course. Everything we do, we get pushback from the state of California. It's a fallen system. And you know, when you say that, most people think, oh my God, well, what could we possibly do?
Right.
How about identify with a heavenly kingdom that the Almighty rules over and that you are his ambassadors in this realm? How about that? And instead of looking to them for direction, how about showing them a new model where look at our kids, how they're being educated. Look at our wellness system, how that's working. Look at the civic dynamics in a redeemed community. And I know, you know, when I talk like this, people think, oh my gosh, he's into a cult and you know, he's lawless. No, I'm biblical. That is clearly biblical. We are citizens of another kingdom. And so, you know, I've been answering these questions regarding the peace of heaven. Well, what if the state of California opposes you? I fully expect it to. So what? The state of California opposed us during the COVID con. And we just said, we're not going to close down because we don't answer to you.
If they supported you, you'd be doing something within their own system anyway. So they have to oppose you.
Exactly, Scotty. And it's true of education. You know, we started a pre-K through post-12 school because education in California, you know, they years ago, they wrote a book, Johnny Can't Read. For God's sakes, if they wrote a sequel, it'd be Johnny Can't Find His Butt with Both Hands. He doesn't know anything about geography or spelling or history, doesn't know math, doesn't know science. So we said, well, let's just do it better. Let's create our own, do it better. We call it Epic Education. State of California came and said, you can't do that. You can't have a school. We said, it's not a school. It's a parent co-op. We're working with parents to raise their kids. And because the Bible commands us to bring up our children in the training and admonition of the Lord, we don't need an opinion from Sacramento on that. Now, that takes courage because everybody's thinking, you know, like, for instance, when we stayed open during COVID, I had pastor after pastor, you know, what if they oppose you? What if they fine you? What if they, as long as we're doing what if, and taking our marching orders from a fallen system, we will never be a city on a hill, will never be an example, will never be a model of the kingdom of God in the earth. So at the heart of all that is their faith. Of course there is, but it's faith that expresses itself in courage to do the right thing.
So
Well, you
so
are
good.
most definitely the pastor with the biggest cojones that I've met.
Yes.
And
Thank you, Scotty.
that is a very positive thing to say, by the way.
Yeah.
We need more of you. Maybe you can start something like Sheriff Mack did, where he started the Constitutional Sheriff's and Peace Officers Association. Maybe
Yeah.
you need to start the pastors, teach them how to grow a pair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's good, Scotty.
Yeah.
That's so good. Oh my gosh. So Pastor Dave, tell us about the Peace of Heaven project and
Okay.
how we, the people, can support this space for those that have been trafficked.
Okay, a real brief backstory. We got in a situation where we were involved in the rescue of a whole bunch of kids from a barge that was trafficking kids in the Bay Area. And we all celebrated. All the kids got rescued until 8 days later, when the team that rescued him, which was a special operation of Navy SEALs. But anyway, when I got a call from them and they said, "Hey, what are we going to do with these kids? We're a military installation. We can't keep these hundreds of kids here." So anyway, we were stuck saying we don't really have an answer to that. So within a few days, all those kids went back under the authority of California Child Protective Services, which means they got trafficked. They can't. They don't even try to keep track of kids. Those kids coming across the border, they don't have names, identifiers, anything. They're perfect for child trafficking. And so, what do they tell a gullible populace? We lost 320,000 kids. Baloney. They didn't lose those kids. They trafficked those kids.
Yeah.
And these kids coming off a barge. There's not one hint of evidence that CPS ever salvaged any of them because they didn't even try to. They just repossessed them and put them back out in human trafficking. So anyway, when that happened, it made me sick. I honestly was sick. I cried. I said, "Oh God, this is so wrong. We cannot let this happen again." So we started looking around Northern California for a solution. That's one of our mottos: is trust God for a Christ-honoring solution for every urgent need. So when we find an urgent need, we don't just tap out. We say, "Okay, how can we honor Christ in finding a solution for that?" Sometimes it takes a while, but the point is, you don't tap out. You say, "It's my responsibility. There's an urgent need, and God will help us." And we always say, "Why not here? Why not now? Why not us?" Somebody's got to do it. Why not here? Why not now? Why not us? And so we started looking around. We found an abandoned woman's prison. It's just under 10 acres. It's 5 miles north of our church. And we asked them about it. They wanted $17 million. We said, we're using it for a good cause. It's abandoned. You can't open up a private prison in California. Come on, help us out here. And they did. Thank God for the Leo Chesney Center. So they finally said the least that we could possibly sell this for is $4 million. I said, okay. So we're raising funds to buy the Leo Chesney Center. And then we're going to transform it. Now, remember, it wasn't a full-on prison. It was a minimum security women's prison, which means no cells, no bars. It's just, it's secure, yeah, but it's just like a gigantic dorm area. And so we thought this is perfect. We can make it into a children's paradise. So our goal is to buy it and to make it so beautiful that the richest families in Northern California drive by and wish their kid could be inside the peace of heaven. So we want to snatch these kids right out of the jaws of hell and and give them a taste of heaven. And it'll involve medicine and counseling and prayer and lots and lots and lots and lots of love and education. And it's a big project, but God will help us do it. And we want it to become a model for a whole lot of those kind of centers all over the world. So that's what we're up to in Yuba Duba Doo in Northern California. Come
I
on,
love
girl.
what you're doing. We're so grateful for you, Pastor Dave. Thank you so much for being such a warrior. Thank you for showing us thank you for showing us how to be courageous and to get our hands and our feet ready for action.
Come on.
You are the person that's like, here I am, coach, put me in.
Come on,
That's
girl.
what you got to do,
Hey,
right? No more on
Pastor,
the
how do
bench.
we donate to your organization that you're working on?
Well, we have a website, and it's a piece like in the 70s, right? It's not like a piece of pie. It's like peace out, baby. Peaceofheaven.life. That's
Right here on the screen.
peaceofheaven.life. And if you go there, again, I hope you remember to pray for us. This is a God-sized project. But there's also a way to donate. We need lots and lots and lots of money. And there's also a place where you can sign up to volunteer with whatever you're good at. We had a young man that said, I planned to play college football, but my life went in a different direction. He met a young lady. I'm not going to do that, but I'm really good. And I'd love to teach those kids how to play football. We have people saying we want to teach them how to throw a pot, pottery and do drama and ride horses and raise a garden and weld. And so we need lots and lots and lots of help. We'll need really first class, like construction foremen to help us remodel that whole thing. So there's just about, there's lots and lots of ways you can help. And so if you go to peaceofheaven.life, then you can let us know how you can help, what you're good at. And also, again, if you have money, let me just say this. I can say this with confidence. If you have money, first of all, it's a stewardship. God gave it to you, and you're required to use it well. Speaking of using it well, I cannot possibly imagine in my wildest dreams a better investment than to save kids who are being raped to death by sex traffickers.
Yeah.
And we're also on the board. Cheryl and I are on the board of Mission Safe Harbor. And they've told us we could furnish you 1,000 kids a month that we can rescue them. We just don't have any place to put them. So anyway, it's a big deal, guys.
We can make the difference. Peaceofheaven.life.
Yep.
Go and support. I'll tell you, we've been so blessed, Pastor Dave, with just the speakers we've had today.
Good.
The truth that's been delivered. The organization, we're all in alignment. And just the fact that you were just with Elizabeth, I mean, all the connections, we're like, we all know one another. And God is bringing his people together now. This is the remnant, those that are willing to stand up, show up, and speak up. So we just love you. Your final words today before you head on out.
Rock, Kasak, Amatz. That's the Hebrew war cry. Rock, Kasak, Amatz. It's translated in the Bible, be strong and very courageous. And it's almost always followed by the phrase, because God is with you. That's it. That's the Hebrew war cry. Rock, Kasak, Amatz. That's my final word.
From the pastor with the big kahunas.
Thank you so much.
Hey, would you
Pastor.
say hello to Lee Dundas from Scotty and Kim?
I sure will.
Oh, we love you, Pastor Dave. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time today.
God bless you. Love you.
Peaceofheaven.life. We love you too, guys. You heard it. Rock, Kazakh, Amatz, because he loves you. Is that what he said? Because he loves you, right? Is that what he said?
Yes, I believe
Because
so.
he loves you. Rock, Kazakh, Amatz, because he loves you. Wait. Is that right? Is that right? That's right. So awesome, Scotty. What a day it has been. Oh my gosh. This is it. This is the tail end. We're 3 minutes away to closing out our Take Our Border Back event, but we're not done. We're not done. We are actually moving in the next 30 minutes. We're going to move into our next event, which is the private VIP showing of treason. What is treason? #traffic. I'm going to show that again real quick because I want people to understand what's on the line here. Our children are on the line. Let's take a stand for our children. Saw it with your own eyes, guys. This is why we've got to stand. Access your tickets right now. Do not wait. Don't say, I'll watch it next time. No, stop the Netflix. Turn it off. Stop searching. Stop and be with us. Go right now to get your VIP ticket to givesendgo.com/take our border back. That's givesendgo.com/take our border back. It's us. We're the tribe, guys. It's we, the people. We are going to take this country back. Scotty, we're going to take this country back. We're going to take our children back. And we're going to put God back in his rightful place. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Absolutely, Kim. This day was all about that, about putting God back in his place and putting our borders back secure and getting our classrooms sealed up with the right kinds of education. And I think the education of our entire, I'd say, teenage population. At the teenage years, they need to be taught about the history of this country and the world, going back maybe thousands of years, this human trafficking, the pedophilia, and the satanic rituals. We've got to stop. This is the number. I think it's job. Ford used to have a slogan that I think that was something, job one. They said, I forgot how they phrased it, but it was job one was the end of the slogan. And toughness is job one. I think that we've got to restore this planet to a place where there's no more human. I don't think we'll ever completely eliminate it, but if we can get those numbers down to marginal, almost slim and none, we've if we can impact anybody today on understanding what the problems are beside the border. This is the biggest problem we have, Kim, and that's why we're showing this movie. It couldn't be more timely to show JJ's movie because it puts an exclamation point after our entire day.
Yes, 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 it does. So, guys, thank you for being with us. Scotty and I have so enjoyed the privilege of getting to be with you today, bringing our speakers here. What an honor to have the speakers we've had. We want to thank you to all of our live streamers. We could not have done this without our amazing warrior live streamers. Hang on, I want to pull up those live streamers and really recognize them.
While you're pulling that up, kid, I remembered Ford's, it was quality is job one. And I just think that it's so important. We're saying again, eliminating human trafficking is job one.
Job one, you've got it. And you know what? One thing I didn't say today that I put a note was I didn't get to acknowledge Victor Avila. You know, Victor Avila, he's amazing. He was on the border with us in Canada, and you know, he and his beautiful bride Claudia came out to be with us and at the summit, and he was such a warrior on that bridge. I wanted to acknowledge him from Border 911. I also want to acknowledge Guru in Australia. Dave and Mel, you guys are warriors. Thank you for streaming. Sovereign Radio, Scotty Sachs, Mark Istertoff. Thank you. Getting the word on out. We've also got two guys drinking coffee who've been streaming all day. We've got San Diego Live. San Diego Live or SDLD that's been streaming. Eye of the Storm with Audra Morgan that has been streaming. Luke Skywalker, CBLD, J Data 172287, Take Our Border Back live streaming, and the Take Your Power Back show, as well as Alex Stone. So all of you warriors that have been streaming, we are so, so grateful. And tonight, at the end of the movie tonight, of What is Treason, #traffic, we're going to give you the red carpet link. You have the red carpet link, guys, access to it. After our traffic, after What is Treason, #traffic, we're going to get that to you. We have a local event in San Diego, Red Carpet. Audra Morgan is putting that on. She's amazing. So we're going to get you that link tonight. Hopefully Audra is going to be there as well. And what's super cool, Scotty, is it's a red carpet event physically, and that is for invaded, right? What is Treason, #invaded. They want to see #trafficked first tonight with us. And then that red carpet event, it's also going to be able to be accessed online, just like the one we're doing. So guys, show up, continue to show up. And again, Scotty, I want to say thank you to our sponsor, Matt Geiger from VerityMetals.com. Guys, don't wait. You have access today to a Silver Eagle 1 ounce coin by calling Matt at 480-717-9081. Even if he doesn't answer, you called him. But you got to go fill out your information at VerityMetals.com, and that will be delivered to you. The best gold and silver brick and mortar place. They have depositories for you to access your gold and silver in your state. So we have one very close to us in San Diego. So I highly recommend them. Scotty and I both, TOBB sponsored. And Scotty, you know what we didn't mention?
Go ahead. I've got to give thanks to one more person, but you go first.
You give thanks. I'm gonna pull this up.
Kim, as you know, I've produced radio and TV for decades.
Yes, you have.
And last night I asked you, what are you going to be doing during our live cast? And you said running the back end. And I asked you, what did that entail? And you explained what it was going to do. I have to tell you, it's not easy to do what you did today. To host an event like this and to be running the back end, popping videos on, getting in and out of segments, I have to thank you for the job you did. Excellent. I give you an A+.
Oh, I got an A+ from Scotty Sachs. Thank you. I'm so honored. Well, Scotty, it's always amazing to partner with you. You know, Scotty and I might have bumps along the way, but we always work things out, and we know that we're aligned in our cause. And I just love you so much, Scotty. It is a privilege and an honor to sit beside you. Always, always, always.
Back at you, Kim.
Scotty, I'm bringing the guns in. Are you ready for this one? Oh, yeah, baby. Check it out.
All right.
Our raffle. Okay. Anyone that goes and purchases gives a $25 donation right now, 25 minimum donation to givesendgo.com/take our border back is entered into a raffle for the Delta Z ROAR 15. Oh, yeah. Now, let's say you're like, dang, I don't want a gun. Well, let me just tell you, we also have our Take Our Border Back t-shirt signed by all of our speakers. And you have access to one more thing, a Founder's Bible signed by our speakers and a real sword. You got the Word of God, the sword, and you've got the Bible, the Word of God, right? And you got the sword. That's the reminder for you, that awesome scripture. So I'm at the tail end. I'm giving everything I got to the end. Raffle Delta Z ROAR 15. So guys, go get your treason tickets. And if you get your treason tickets right now, What is Treason? #traffic for the 7:30 showing in 24 minutes, you're going to have access to the raffle. So go put your name in there. You want to go to givesendgo.com/take our border back. So Scotty, last words before I pop on a video.
It's just an awesome day. I don't think, I guess say it again, I don't think I've enjoyed any of our events as much as the one today. The speakers were outrageous today. They just delivered on every front, and I'm grateful for all those speakers who took time. out of their Saturday to come talk with us. They did a magnificent job.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of our speakers. You guys are rock stars in honor. And guess what? We have one more event together now. I have a feeling there may be more down the road. Hopefully by then we've closed this border and we're navigating by taking care of those children, okay? And what's next and removing the illegal immigrants from the country that have come here that do not have goodwill, okay? So there's a process to that, and we're all about safe legal immigration as an FYI. Now, one of the things I was going to say with you is Thanksgiving. Now, Scotty, Jan Halper Hayes was supposed to be here today, but she landed in the hospital. She's okay. She's okay. John Schrock ran into an event as well today, ran into a situation. So both of those speakers are not with us, but we're going to work on them being with us on Thanksgiving morning.
Excellent.
At 7 a.m. Pacific. Guys, how do we break bread, table talk, and prayer? How do we bring these real issues to our dinner tables? Don't say, oh, it's Thanksgiving. Are you kidding me? Opportunity passes.
I don't know exactly how we bring it, but I can tell you we don't start with human trafficking and pedophilia in the conversation.
Exactly.
The people that stopped inviting us to dinner and wouldn't take our phone calls and said we were conspiracy theorists. I think you got to start some other place.
I would agree. The Bible says the heart is deep waters. A wise man draws out the heart. So 2 videos I'm going to finish with today, and I'll see you on the other side in our Zoom room. You have the VIP link, guys. Go get it. GiveSendGo.com/take our border back. $25 donation. If you want to make a generous $1,000 donation, $100 donation, even if it's a $5 donation, we are so grateful. Everything costs money for the events we've done live, and we're still paying things back. So every little bit helps. We love you. God bless you. God bless America. We together are taking our border back. We've taken the rainbow back. That is God's rainbow, his promise to us. And we will take this republic back and our nations back. God bless you all. We'll see you on the other side.
We're at war, and it is a spiritual war against principalities of darkness. Come on, we're appealing to heaven. Mexico, that's right.
We're rolling down to the border to get the message through.
We're going down the border to get the message through. You got to love that. And grand finale, we're going to finish how we started.
Come on, our chasers, be the dead wakers, welcome risk takers, shake up the world. Stand up, peacekeepers, be the truth preachers, be a life bringers, shake up the world. I hear the sound of freedom, shaking the walls. It's like a wave of victory, covering us all, and we're singing like, oh. Shake up the world. I hear the sound of freedom, shaking the walls. It's like a wave of victory, covering us all, and we're singing like, oh, oh, oh. Here comes the sound of freedom, man, it's getting loud. Greater is he who is living in me, more powerful than anything that is in the world. Greater is he who is living in me, more powerful than anything that is in the world. Greater is he who is living in me, more powerful than anything that is in the world. Nothing is stronger than King of all power. Greatest of all, he is right here in this room. Nothing is stronger than King of all power. Greatest of all, he is right here. I hear the sound of freedom, shaking the walls. It's like a wave of victory, covering us all, and we're singing like, oh, oh, oh. Here comes the freedom.
Come on. And a big final thank you to Screw Big Gov that streamed with us as well. We love you guys. The Unity Tour, game changer. And to our steering committee of Take Our Border Back, Mark Istratov, Scotty Sachs, Mark Anthony, and in our first round, Robert Agee. And in this round, Noel Roberts, we say, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are the warriors. You are the remnant. You are the stand of freedom, and an honor to run this race with you. God bless you. We'll see you on the other side. GiveSendGo.com/Take Our Border Back. Get your tickets to Treason #Trafficked. Good night. God bless. I'll see you in 15.